Chapter 963. At the new location of the netherworld. Knowing destiny had returned. Seeing Ningchen, did not look happy. She raised her hand to summon thunder and lightning. Facing the little girl's anger, Ning Chen's face was full of helplessness. He turned around and avoided the thunder. One powerful figure after another walked out from the Yama King's palaces, and when they saw the man in the middle of the lightning, they quickly recovered from their shock. They had doubts about knowing Destiny's life and death, so they were not too shocked. However, seemed to really believe him. If Xi Ming didn't suffer a little, this girl definitely wouldn't let him off. In front of the Yama Palace, showed her ability as a heaven speaker. She commanded heaven and earth and shocked the world with heavenly punishment. Hundreds and thousands of lightning bolts fell from the sky, illuminating the entire underworld as blinding as day. In the rolling wind and clouds, was like an angry lion cub, constantly summoning lightning bolts to strike her master. Mu Qingxue walked out of the Impermanence Palace, not far from the Yama Palace. Seeing the scene in front of him, he said, "You don't have to hide. You have been away for so long. You should fulfill your responsibility as a teacher and fight with your disciple." In the thunder and lightning, Ning Chen nodded slightly. His figure flashed and formed a sword with his fingers. Sword chi rose. The sword light shook the thunder and lightning. In the thunder and lightning, a figure in plain clothes swept out like a bolt of lightning. His cold sword finger slashed towards the little girl's hands. Er's face was full of anger. She summoned wind and thunder to block the sword finger that broke through the air. Extreme Tao and heaven's might collided. Thousands of waves spread out rapidly. Ning Chen's figure passed through and appeared behind in an instant. He guided the wind and snow to block her movement. As the sword chi approached, Er's figure disappeared instantly. So close yet worlds apart, she moved 10 feet away in an instant. Oh! A strange look flashed across Ning Chen's eyes. He was surprised for a moment. He took a step forward and rushed forward again. He was so fast that the space twisted violently. He was so fast that one could not even see his afterimage. Er's face changed slightly. She stepped forward and widened the distance again. She raised her hand, and the wind and clouds gathered to protect her body. 9 heavens' star-picking hand. In an instant, the Qilin's unique skill appeared. Ning Chen turned his palm and grabbed the little girl's shoulder. With a rumble, the void collapsed. The power of the star plucking dispersed the wind and clouds, and directly grabbed towards the little girl's shoulder. Flipped her palm and raised her yuan. Rushing thunder roared in the 4 seas. Violent waves swept out, and the lightning increased in power, blocking the extreme power. His peerless foundation and shocking martial arts complemented each other. The power of heaven and earth was actually suppressed, making it difficult for him to display his full strength. Er's small mouth twitched. She was both angry and aggrieved. Her delicate hands moved, splitting the sky and splitting the sea. With a clang, the heavenly might dispersed the hand of plucking stars. Er's figure flew out and took the initiative to move forward. Chaotic wind and clouds. His palm condensed origin energy, causing the wind and clouds to howl. The violent and condensed origin energy of heaven and earth violently howled, carrying a shocking force as it blasted forward. The corners of Ning Chen's mouth curled up slightly. His hands formed yin and yang. His sword and palm moved side by side, and the sun and moon appeared. The yin moon heavenly sun turned into a sword and shot out. Suddenly, the sword chi broke through the wind and clouds and arrived in front of the little girl. 3 inches ago, the sword chi automatically disappeared. This unparalleled control was unique in the world. Pursed her lips and stopped fighting. She retracted her aura. She could already use the power of a heaven speaker, but she still couldn't beat this bad guy. Ning Chun waved his hand to disperse the wind and clouds around him. He walked forward and patted the little girl's head. He smiled and said, "All right, don't be angry. Master had no choice. I apologize." Humph. Een turned her head and continued to throw a tantrum. Ning Chun smiled. This little girl had a childish temper. She would probably be fine in a while. After the battle ended, a figure moved in front of each palace. In an instant, they arrived in front of King Yama's palace. Xia Zi walked forward and patted the person's shoulder. His expression was as calm as before, but he didn't say a word. "Good friend, I'm sorry to have made you worry," said Ning Chun softly. Xia Zi nodded. It was enough that he had returned. "Sir Ning, you've deceived all of us this time." Erin Ming Monarch strode forward with a smile on her enchanting face. "I had no choice. I'm sorry." Ning Chen had an apologetic look on his face as he apologized to the crowd once again. "All right, since Ji Ming is back, let's prepare for the next counterattack. Now that more than half of the Spirit Void Realm has been lost, the Ji family and the Spirit Void Realm sects are obviously having a hard time defending. We can't sit back and do nothing," said Yishuan Miao. "Yes." Everyone nodded and walked towards King Yama's palace. In the palace, everyone took their seats. After a few months, they gathered again to discuss the matter of fighting the demons. Ning Chun walked to his seat and sat down. He looked at everyone in front of him and said, "Now I have a piece of news from the Dawn Moon Tower Master. I think everyone will be interested." Everyone stared and waited for him to continue. "The demon lord is injured, and it's not light," said Ning Chun seriously. Everyone was shocked. How could it be? Ji Ming, is the news reliable? The Dawn Moon Tower Master's position is no longer worthy of our trust. Could this be a conspiracy between her and the Demon Palace? Nu Chang asked seriously. "It's possible." Ning Chun nodded and said, "However, the possibility of this is extremely small. Everyone should be clearly aware of the Devil Master's strength. It's really meaningless to make an expert who's already invincible in the world put in the effort to set up this trap. We can't let our guard down. It's better for us to be careful," reminded Yishuan Miao. "I understand." Ning Chun replied softly and said, "Beiki and the Ji family have decided to fight back with all their might. Don't make a move first, just wait and see." "It's not appropriate," Xiadi said calmly from the seat of honor. "If this news is true, we will lose this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity once the demon lord recovers from his injuries, if we don't act soon." "What if it's false?" Yi Xuanmiao asked solemnly. "The demon lord's strength is far above ours. If this news is false, we can't hide our identities anymore. We can't bear the consequences." Everyone fell silent. Both of them had a point. This was indeed a difficult decision to make. "Ji Ming, do you have any suggestions?" Lady Chang asked. Ning Chun nodded and said calmly, "It's simple. You guys stay in the dark. In and I will attack together with Prince Qi. We will test if the demon lord is seriously injured." In Mu Qingxue frowned and said, "No, In-er's combat experience hasn't reached the level where she can fight against a powerhouse like the demon lord. Why don't I do it?" Luo Xin said from the seat, "I rarely show myself in the inner world. It shouldn't be a big problem if my identity is exposed." "No." Ning Chun shook his head and said, "None of us know how much information the Demon Palace's Xingxi has obtained from Senior Sister Dai. We can't take this risk. Mistress Mu, let me go. It'll be fine." Iner tugged at the clothes of the woman beside her and said softly, "No." Mu Qingshue's expression turned cold and said, "You're still a distance away from your master and the demon lord's level. You can't mess around." "Qingxue." Ning Chun looked at the woman in front of him and said seriously, "I will do my best to protect this girl. I won't let anything happen to her. Although you guys are accompanying her in her cultivation, she will never understand the fear of death without experiencing a real battle." Mu Qingxue frowned again after hearing this. After a long time, he said, I can let Een-Er attack, but I have to follow her in secret, just in case. Ning-Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Mu Qingxue had the extreme speed of heaven and earth. Even if he was discovered, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. Just as the Yama kings of the underworld were discussing the matter of resisting the Demon Palace, the Demon Palace's army was marching east in the spirit void starfield. They were getting closer and closer to the White Emperor Star. For several days, experts from various great sects gathered on the White Emperor Star, preparing for the final counterattack. The army was led by the Ji family's sacred master and Lin Yuzhen, two peak-stage True Realm experts. A group of True Realm experts followed. All the fighting forces of the spirit void starfield gathered on the White Emperor Star, preparing to fight the Demon Palace's army to the death. Mr. Ning isn't here yet? In front of the army, Ji Wechu looked at Princess Qi, who was disguised as a man, and asked, He should be here soon. He always keeps his promises. If he agrees, he will definitely come. Lin Yuzhen said seriously, Then let's wait a little longer. Ji Wechu nodded. No need to wait. At this moment, the space in front of the army rippled, and two figures walked out. The man in front was wearing plain clothes and had a powerful aura. Een-Er. Seeing the girl beside Ji Ming, Lin Yuzhen frowned. Why did Ning-Chen bring Een-Er here? Sacred Master. Ning-Chen walked forward and bowed politely. Let's go. Ji Wechu nodded and looked at the generals behind him. Let's go. With a single order, the army set out in a grandiose manner, stepping into the starry sky. In front of the army, Ning-Chen and Een-Er stood quietly on a huge bronze chariot. After the battle, Een-Er closed her eyes again and meditated. Ning-Chen looked at the girl beside him and said softly, Een-Er, although a heaven speaker can command the power of heaven and earth, your physical body is still human. So don't meditate for too long. Otherwise, once you open your eyes and release your power, your body won't be able to withstand it. Een-Er nodded and silently agreed. She knew what Ning-Chen was worried about. However, this time, the opponent was the Demon Master. She had to obtain enough power. For more than 100 years, Ning-Chen had been protecting her, and she couldn't help him at all. Now that she had inherited the power of a heaven speaker, she had to help Ning-Chen block the Demon Master no matter what. Not far away, on the sky ship, Lin Yuzhen looked over at the man on the chariot and transmitted her voice. Brother Ning, is it really okay to bring Een-Er along? It's fine, Ning-Chen replied. Although Een-Er's battle experience isn't as good as ours, she has the power of heaven and earth to protect her body. She will be of great help to us. However, just in case, I also invited another person. With her help, our chances of winning will increase by a lot. Who are you talking about? A strange light flickered in Lin Yuzhen's eyes as she asked. The moon-worshipping clan's high priest, the current moon god, venerable by you. Ning-Chen said softly, In the Reverence Moon clan's holy ground, Reverence Moon clan's disciples knelt in worship. Reverence Moon clans, 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 holy ground. Farewell, Moon God. The moon-worshipping clan's members bowed their heads and said with reverence. At the same time, in the Devil region, several figures flew out, rushing towards the spirit void star region. The war was about to start. Various forces moved together, making the final preparations for this war that they had been preparing for a long time. In the spirit void star region, the two armies approached each other, and the flames of war were about to erupt. Chapter 964. In the starry sky, the two armies of the Demon Palace and the spirit void faced each other. Their fine iron battlesuits emitted a cold light. Hundreds of thousands of people stood in the air. Their auras were so terrifying that it made people tremble. The great battle was about to begin. The elites of both armies had all come out. Both sides knew that this battle would determine the future of Lingshu. Before the army of the Devil Palace, Jun Wentian and the Stellar Moon sect stood side by side. They were the peak experts of the world. Even before they acted, they already gave off an indescribable pressure. On the Spirit Void Alliance's side, the Ji family's Holy Lord and Baki's Prince of Qi stood side by side. As the commander and deputy commander of the Spirit Void Alliance, they did not panic in the face of the demon army. Behind the two of them, the four kings of Baki and the black and yellow ancestors of the Ji family walked out together. Their gazes were fixed in front of them, and their eyes were filled with solemnity. Kill! In front of the Devil Army, Jun Wentian waved his hand, and the Devil Army surged out like a tidal wave. Amidst the turbulent undercurrent, the three peerless cultivators of the Demon Palace remained unmoved, intimidating the Spirit Void cultivators. In front of the Spirit Void Army, Ji Wechu also waved his hand and sent out his troops. In an instant, tens of thousands of iron streams rushed past and met the Devil Army in front. The two armies clashed, and both sides charged into the other side's camp. The slaughter began at this moment. Dazzling flowers of blood flew into the sky, dyeing the starry sky red. In the army, Lin Yuzhen waved her hand. Amid the cries of the phoenix, Baki's #1 divine weapon was unsheathed. The tip of the sword pierced through the air and started the battle. Prince Qi made his move, and Ji Wechu moved at the same time. The Divine Scroll's martial arts were world-shaking. An entire battlefield immediately shook. The huge stars swayed, unable to bear this terrifying power. Behind him, the black and yellow patriarchs revealed a look of determination in their eyes. Their figures flashed as they raised their powers to the limit. They didn't have much time left, so they might as well give it their all in this battle. In front of the Devil Army, Jun Wentian waved his hand and grasped the sword. He circulated his profound arts, and the Moon Devil Divine artifact immediately changed its form. Jun Wentian took a step forward, and his silhouette dashed out at a high speed. As the divine artifacts clashed, dazzling cold stars filled the eyes. The cries of the phoenix and the inverted water moon clashed at the peak, causing boundless aftershocks to surge out. Within a radius of 50 kilometers, the soldiers of both sides were instantly blasted flying, and it was difficult for them to take even half a step forward. The two of them exchanged a few blows before the four kings of Baki arrived and joined forces to fight the first guardian of the Demon Palace. On the other side, the Black Patriarch and Yellow Patriarch were facing off against the Stellar Patriarch and the Lunar Patriarch. Their powerful cultivations collided with each other, and their might was shocking. The three-way battle began. Ji Yuechu's silhouette flashed past, his palms turned into fists as he punched out, aiming for the Starlight Sect. Boom! At this moment, black butterflies fluttered in the air, and a beautiful figure in blue walked out. Her sleeves crisscrossed, blocking the former. When the demonic butterfly appeared, the expressions of the experts in the battle turned serious as they looked ahead. Two extremely powerful figures walked out from the demonic clouds. The saint of the demonic palace and the head of the Seven Sins sect had appeared on the battlefield, adding another variable to the battle. Another expert from the Devil Palace appeared. In the battlefield, Ji Yuechu's expression stiffened. He respectfully said, "Ancestor of the 5 cardinal points, please make your move." As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant light filled the starry sky. An incomparably powerful aura filled the air. An instant later, the void split open, and an old man in ancient faint yellow robes walked out. The aura of time flowed around him. It was abnormally heavy, shocking everyone present. 4th realm. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Did the Ji family still have a 4th realm expert alive? Beside Jietian's, Ming Yuzong looked at the Ji family's ancestor of the 5 cardinal points who appeared on the battlefield. He didn't expect the Ji family to still have such an expert. "I'll leave this person to you," Jietian said lightly. "Okay." Ming Yuzong nodded. He took a step forward. His divine son manifested and instantly rushed to the front. "Ancestor of the 5 cardinal points, please make your move." At this moment in the battlefield, Ji Wechu spoke again, this time respectfully. Amidst everyone's shocked expressions, the wind and cloud swirled, and an old man in ancient sky-blue robes appeared. His aura was even more powerful, and as soon as he appeared, the entire area shook. The heaven, earth, black, and yellow 4 ancestors have all appeared. "Ji family's Saint Lord, your decision has impressed me." In the battlefield, Ji Wechu looked at the Ji family's 4 ancestors and said lightly, "The Saint Lord has been so aggressive, the Ji family can't just sit and wait for death, right?" Ji Wechu flipped his palm and shook off the battlefield. He looked at the saint of the demonic palace not far away and said coldly, "Huh." Jia Tiance smiled faintly and said, "Do you think that 2 4th realm masters with dried-up blood and chi can stop my master?" "Lord Saint Lord, you're really annoying." Ji Yuechu's gaze darkened. He looked at the sky where the demonic clouds were swirling, and his expression turned serious. "The demonic palace's master is finally coming." In the rumbling, the starry sky dimmed, and in the suffocating pressure, the only 4th realm expert in the mortal world descended from the sky. His terrifying aura suppressed everyone present. The strongest demonic cultivator was unparalleled. In the battlefield, the experts were all shocked. It was the first time they faced such a level of pressure, and they couldn't even raise the thought of resisting. With the appearance of the demonic lord, the tide of the battle that was about to turn tilted again. The Spirit Void Sect's allied forces were all in despair. They had only heard of the 4th realm in legends. Although they knew that it was powerful, they could only feel how insignificant their existence was in front of the 4th realm when they faced it personally. Just as everyone was feeling hopeless, above the void, the wind and snow swept, and a white figure walked out of thin air. The sharp and threatening sword pressure swept in all directions, sweeping away the demonic aura that filled the sky. The 9th son of Marquis sect. When the experts saw this, they were all shocked. "It's actually him?" In 100 years, he was a miraculous expert who rose up. In the past 100 years, he had almost never been defeated, and he kept creating his own legends. The Spirit Void Sect's experts didn't have a good impression of this person. 100 years ago in the ancient battlefield, too many star domain supremacies died in his hands, and the Spirit Void Sect was no exception. However, no one could deny the strength of this person. Especially in the battle where Qilin Pavilion was destroyed, the reputation of the 9th son of Marquis sect had shaken the entire starry sky. Could the miraculous child continue to be miraculous this time and stop the #1 expert in the world? As everyone's thoughts were fluctuating, the wind and snow swept around the white-clothed figure, and his powerful aura was close to the #1 expert in the starry sky. Looking at the person in front of him, the demonic lord's eyes flashed, and he said calmly, "You're finally willing to show yourself. Please." Ning Qin looked at the person in front of him and didn't say anything else. "You're alone? Then the only ending for you is defeat and death." The demonic lord's expression turned cold, and he took a step forward. The demonic aura around him kept rolling, and those who couldn't avoid it in time immediately exploded. "What if I'm included?" As he spoke, a deafening roar soared into the sky, and a huge phantom of a flying serpent appeared. Lin Yuzhen escaped from the battle, and her body broke through the restraints, reaching the peak of her life. Her hair bun burst open, and her black hair danced in the wind. Lin Yuzhen regained her female appearance, and she was less handsome and more beautiful. In the battle below, The Ji clan's 4 ancestors blocked Jun Wentian and the 3 sects to buy time for the battle. The 9th son of Ma's sect, Prince Qi Lin Yuzhen. Let me see how far you can go. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic lord gathered his energy, and an earth-shattering palm came out, swallowing mountains and overturning seas. When the palm arrived, heaven and earth were shocked. Ning Chen stopped in his tracks, and the 4 scrolls of lifeless heaven and earth were opened. The chaos manifested, and the world was endless, and the reincarnation cycle was endless. The heaven-shattering palm and the power of world creation collided with each other, and a powerful aftershock spread out. Ning Chen fell back a few steps, but his expression was calm, and his expression didn't change. Just as the 2 sides started fighting, the void in the distance rolled, and the people of the Netherworld sect appeared. They used the Chaos Scroll to cover their breaths, and looked at the battle in front of them with solemn expressions. Is this the real strength of the Marquis of Knowing Destiny? Yi Xuanyao asked, and his heart was stirred up. They didn't see the battle of sending gods 100 years ago, but they knew that the strength of the Knowing Destiny state was not as simple as it usually was. If the demonic lord's cultivation is the most powerful in the world, then the foundation of the Knowing Destiny state is the most powerful in the universe. If we have to find someone to fight the demonic lord head-on, then the Knowing Destiny state is the only choice, the female Chang said seriously. What the female Chang said makes sense, but the demonic lord is a cultivator of the 4th level after all. Even if the foundation of the Knowing Destiny state is unparalleled, how long can he last against the demonic lord's moves? Wu Qingying looked worried. 10 moves. Beside her, Mu Qingxue said calmly, at most 10 moves his body will collapse, so he only has 10 chances. While they were talking, the battle in the distance became more and more intense. After 1 move, the yin and yang array opened around the Knowing Destiny state, and the sun and the moon appeared together. The immortal arts of the Ma's sect reappeared in the world. The moment the sun and the moon appeared, endless sword will rushed out from Ning Chen's body and merged into the sun and the moon. Suddenly, the sun and the moon merged into the sword, and the immortal might was shocking. Looking down on the world, the demonic dragon devours the sky. The immortal might arrived, and the demonic lord's fists turned into the top demonic energy. He put his fists together, and the vast demonic waves surged crazily. In the terrifying power, 2 huge black demonic dragons appeared, roaring and swallowing the sky and the sun. With a shocking explosion, the 2 demonic dragons swallowed the sun and the moon and continued to attack forward. Ning Chen waved his hand and held the sword. The Tai Chi array spun rapidly, and the power of yin and yang increased. The fire was snow and the ice was glamorous. He killed the demonic dragon with 1 move. With a grunt, the demonic qi hit him. Ning Chen's mouth was red, but he didn't step back. He resisted the impact of the demonic qi and turned his sword around to fight back. The dragon and phoenix roared, borrowing each other's strength. 2 sword qi broke through the air, broke through the demonic qi's restraint, and arrived in front of the demonic lord. The sword qi attacked. The devil master flipped his palm and blocked the sword qi of dragon and phoenix with a bang. Excellent swordsmanship. Unfortunately, you will still lose. With that, the demonic lord raised his hands to the sky. In a shocking scene, a huge black vortex appeared in the sky. Thunder roared, and the demonic might engulf the world. Rivers red for all generations. The demonic lord prepared his move. In the battle, Prince Qi, who hadn't made a move until now, moved for the first time. His body was like 1,000 illusions, and the cries of phoenixes streaked past. Sword Qi intertwined, and a strange phenomenon appeared in the starry sky. The sword light broke through the air and arrived in front of the demonic lord in an instant. The demonic lord frowned and diverted his origin energy. He stretched out his hand to block the former's sword move. The two swords moved at the same time. The two joined forces and arrived in front of the demonic lord in an instant. The two swords broke the demonic lord's defense. The phoenix and flying serpent appeared at the same time, and the power of the divine beasts increased. The sword moves penetrated the demonic chi and approached the demonic lord's heart inch by inch. Back off. The demonic chi flowed back. The demonic lord's expression turned cold. He struck out with both palms, and the demonic might exploded. Heavenly punishment. At this moment, a clear sound rang out without any warning, shocking everyone present. In an instant, thunder roared from the ninth heaven, and 10,000 thunderbolts crashed down, drowning the demonic lord. Chapter 9:65. In the Spirit Void Starfield during the Level 1 Demon Slayer battle, knowing Destiny and Prince Chi joined forces. The two most stunning experts of the current era fought against the strongest person in the world. The demonic might was shocking and unparalleled. The two experts were sent flying back hundreds of feet. After repelling the two experts with one move, the demonic lord raised his true yuan again, wanting to follow up with another attack. At that moment, the clouds in the sky changed and thousands of lightning bolts struck down with shocking might. After accumulating energy for many days, Yin-Er's true yuan continued to surge, commanding heaven and earth. A trace of blood appeared in her beautiful eyes. It was not clear, but it was there, forcefully accumulating the power of heaven and earth that surpassed the limits of the physical body. Yin-Er's meridians began to crack. The moment she opened her eyes, a red light flashed in her eyes. In the battle in front, thousands of lightning bolts struck down, breaking through the demonic shield and landing on the demonic lord. The demonic lord raised his hand, wanting to block the heavenly punishment. Suddenly his chest felt heavy. The injury to his heart meridian caused by the lord of the underworld backfired. The moment he used this move, it weakened by 90%. With the lightning bolts on his body, the heavenly punishment shocked the world. It blasted away the demonic chi and struck down from the sky. In the intense tremor, the demonic lord's body sank. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was the first time he saw blood since the battle. He is indeed injured. Hundreds of feet away, Lin Yuzhen stopped and looked at the demonic palace master who had seen blood. Then let's fight with all our strength. Ning Qin replied calmly. With a deep shout, the three bodies merged amidst the rolling phoenix fire and demonic chi. Divine might appeared. His white hair turned red, fluttering in the wind. Demonic chi flowed in his deep black eyes. The three bodies of different attributes clashed with each other. Ning Chen's skin cracked inch by inch, and traces of blood appeared. With a step, the white-clothed figure disappeared in an instant. His speed was extremely fast. Before the demonic lord could react, he was already in front of him. It was fast, and it was still fast. He was as fast as a storm, as fast as lightning. The three bodies merged and gathered all their power. Ning Qin displayed the power of the God-Slayer. The sword light slashed down, and heaven and earth were instantly separated. The demonic lord raised his hand, and the sword and palm met. Furious currents swept out crazily, shocking heaven and earth. The two incomparably valiant people unleashed their martial arts to the fullest. Their moves bombarded each other, each of them threatening to kill. Outside the battlefield, the experts watching the two of them were shocked. The ninth son of Mo Gate had already reached such a level of power. The heavy palm landed on Ning Chen's body, causing blood to spurt out. However, Ning Chen did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, relying on his peerless foundation and the origin of the divine tree to resist the demonic cultivator's attack. The three moves collided. The tip of the sword broke through the demonic protection, and the holy and demonic powers countered each other. The extreme Yang Phoenix, fire rose rapidly. The three of them moved together, and the sword pierced through the heavenly gate. The demon master narrowed his eyes. He endured the constant backlash of his old injuries and raised his hand to block the deadly sword light. In the blink of an eye, the soaring serpent roared from behind. The body of a king moved. The sword that had been accumulating for a long time slashed towards the devil. The two experts joined forces, and the sword light arrived at the same time. The strongest attack was against the strongest enemy in this life. With his old injuries and the two swords in front of him, the murderous intent in the demonic lord's eyes grew more and more violent. Ignoring his injuries, he forcefully raised his power to meet the two swords head-on. Retreat! A strange light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He turned around and grabbed Prince Qi to avoid the demonic palm. Purifying heavenly light. At this moment, outside the battlefield, Yin softly shouted. She once again attracted the power of heaven and earth. Immediately, a clear heavenly light shone down from the rolling dark clouds, burning the demonic body. Ugh! The heavenly light shocked the world. It penetrated the demonic Qi's protection and landed on the demonic cultivator's body. The sound of intense corrosion rang out. Black fog overflowed from the demonic cultivator's body, and demonic Qi scattered everywhere. Holy and demonic Qi countered each other. The intense pain caused the demonic cultivator to groan again. He punched out with his right fist, and a raging wave swept out, rushing towards the distant heaven speaker. The demonic Qi spread out, engulfing the starry sky. Ina wanted to retreat, but she suddenly felt the aura around her. Her open eyes could no longer hold on, and she instantly closed them. Vermilion tears fell like 2 drops of blood. They were so dazzling. Forcefully urging a power that surpassed the limits of the physical body caused Er's body to collapse for a moment. She could not move at all. Not good. Outside the battlefield, Mu Qingshue's expression changed. His figure shot out, rushing forward with extreme speed. However, in the battlefield, the demonic palm was already in front of him. At the critical moment, a white-clothed figure shot forward, blocking the demonic palm. Ugh! A pool of blood splashed out, and the vermilion blood dyed his body. Ning Chen bore all the demonic power, turned his palm and condensed his essence, sending the little girl out of the battlefield. In the distance, the white-clothed figure flew over, bringing along the heavily injured and disappeared in an instant. On the other side, Prince Qi's figure shot behind the demonic cultivator. The flying serpent hissed, and black water broke through the air, merging with the sharp sword light and rushing forward. The demonic cultivator turned his head, turned his palm to block the sword light, and retreated half a step. Outside the battlefield, Jietians looked at the white-clothed woman in the distance, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. The white impermanence of the underworld had also come. In the battlefield, the demonic cultivator stood still, and the demonic Qi around him surged, forcefully suppressing the new and old wounds. The heaven's speaker had left the battlefield, and knowing destiny was heavily injured again. The situation of the battle had taken a turn for the worse. At this moment, a holy and beautiful figure walked out from the void in the distance. She did not hide her powerful aura at all, causing everyone to look at her. Reverence Moon the Venerable. In front of the Ji clan's 4 ancestors, Jietian's gaze shifted to the holy figure standing in the distance. His expression turned serious. It was actually her. One person retreated, and the other took over. The 3-on-1 battle immediately returned to balance. The demonic cultivator looked at the 3 people inside and outside the battlefield, and coldness flashed in his eyes. He said, "Your combat power has indeed impressed me, but how long can you last?" "Long enough to send you to hell," Ning Chen said coldly. His blood-stained left hand slashed the sword edge, and blood stained the Taoist sword. Suddenly, endless cold air spread rapidly. At the same time, the phoenix fire rose silently between heaven and earth. Extreme cold and scorching torrents intertwined, and the starry sky trembled. The demonic cultivator stared the blood overflowing from Ning Chen's body, and his coldness grew stronger. The person in front of him was obviously at his limit, and could not last more than 3 moves. Making up his mind, the demonic cultivator divided his hands, and the power of wind and thunder rose again. The wind roared and thunder rumbled. In the distance, 2 big stars shook violently and were affected by the wind and thunder, deviating from their orbits. The big stars attacked, shaking heaven and earth. They crushed the world of ice and fire and crashed into knowing destiny. Sword 12. With the 12th sword, the starry sky suddenly stagnated, and the sword reached its limit. Around Ning Chen, a dazzling sword light rose. It was so dazzling that it lit up the entire starry sky. 1 sword broke 2 stars, and the terrifying impact spread rapidly. The white robe was dyed red, and it disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, the white robe appeared behind the demonic cultivator, and the blood-stained sword slashed down. The demonic cultivator looked back and raised his palm to block the sword. With a bang, blood splattered, and the sword energy entered his body, bringing out a brilliant waterfall of blood. The Emperor of 10,000 generations has returned. An opportunity appeared. In the aftermath, the flying serpent tore through the void and arrived. The King of Baiki, with his hair dancing, wildly showed the power of an emperor. The Emperor of 10,000 generations has returned. The Emperor's sword slashed through the air, and the evil spirits fled. The majestic sword light fell, adding to the momentum. The demonic cultivator stared, and the demonic vitality gathered. He raised his hand to block the Emperor's sword. With 2 palms blocking the 2 swords, the master of the demon palace stood alone, and no god or Buddha could break through. At this moment, outside the battle, Baiyu, who had been motionless, finally moved. The Chaos Moon Divine bow fell out of the sky, and the longbow was fully drawn. In the shocking and terrifying aura, the coiling Dragon Divine arrow tore through the starry sky, destroying heaven and earth. Chapter 966. In the spirit void starfield, in the demon-slaying battle, the kings and marquises worked together to resist the demon-slaying might with their swords. The demon lord blocked the 2 swords with his palms. His demonic chi surged violently, but he was injured first. Outside the battle, in front of Reverend Yu, the Chaos Moon God Bao fell. The most sacred Bao attracted the moonlight of the 9 heavens. After countless years, it reappeared in the ancient legends. The coiling dragon appeared, and its roar resounded through the starry sky. The power of destroying heaven and earth was unleashed. The divine arrow was shot out, and the dragon-shaped arrow light destroyed everything in its path. The dark and deep space ravine extended for thousands of miles. It was a shocking scene. Before the demon lord could react, the divine arrow was already there. It pierced through the demon armor and went straight into the demon lord's heart. With a groan, the divine arrow disappeared after it entered the demon lord's heart. The demon, slaying demon lord's aura, kept leaking out from his body. His face was twisted in pain. Seeing that the demon-slaying battle was a success, Ning Chen suppressed his injuries and raised his cultivation to the peak. The giant demon phoenix's shadow appeared in the human world. With the support of his 2 original forms, his cultivation increased by several times. Sword technique. Tai. Tai's sword returned to its original state. There was only 1 sword in the world. Knowing destiny, Marquis. 1 sword passed through the gate of heaven, and the 9 heavens changed. He held the sword for his whole life, and after hundreds of years of life and death, he gained the name of sword fanaticism. In the chaotic sword wave, a Taichu origin sword appeared. The unprecedented sword pressure swept through the 9 heavens and shook the underworld. In the 1,000-mile battlefield, swords left their masters' hands and rushed to the 9 heavens, worshipping the sword fanaticism. In the battle, the demon lord's expression changed slightly. He stabilized his body and activated his true yuan. Thousands of demonic waves rushed to the sky. In an instant, above the 9 heavens, a giant demon eye appeared. Under the dim light, it wanted to kill the demon lord's soul. The demon lord was invincible, and the sword fanaticism was unparalleled. The Taichu origin sword cut through the demonic clouds and landed on the demon lord's body. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sound was heard. The sword chi cut the demon lord's body. Blood spurted out, adding another injury. With a groan, the demon lord took a few steps back. On his chest, a deep sword wound appeared. The sword chi was demon lord's heart meridians. After suffering a series of heavy injuries, the demon master's demonic chi was in a mess. Demon master. Outside the battle, the cultivators of the demon palace were shocked. No one had expected the demon lord to be so severely injured. The Ji family's 4 ancestors joined forces and channeled their primordial chi together, blocking the Devil Palace's experts. In the Demon Slayer War, the demon lord was severely injured, and it was difficult for him to summon his demonic vitality. The Queen of Chi calmed herself down and summoned the phantom of the flying serpent into her body. In an instant, demonic patterns appeared on the beautiful face of the Queen of Baiki. She was filled with the origin of vicious beasts, and the murderous intent in her eyes multiplied. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of him. Phoenix cries resounded, breaking through the surging demonic chi and directly piercing through the demonized cultivator's heart. You guys! Just when everyone thought that the devil-slaying art had succeeded, a voice filled with suppressed anger rang out. In the void, around the devil lord, black devil chi spread out. In the blink of an eye, the black devil chi returned to the devil lord's body and entered his chest. An incomprehensible scene occurred. The wound on the demon's chest caused by the coiling dragon arrow and the sword of origin actually healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, not a single scar was left. Ugh! Before she could regain her senses, a heavy palm landed on her body. With a loud bang, Lin Yuzhen spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Your Highness! Ning Chen's expression changed. His figure flashed and caught the severely injured queen. Knowing destiny, retreat quickly. Lin Yuzhen spat out a mouthful of blood and tried her best to remind them. Immediately, her consciousness sank and she fainted. It's too late to leave. The devil lord walked out from the turbulent demonic chi and looked at the 2 people in front of him. He raised his right hand and the starry sky suddenly darkened. An indescribable and terrifying pressure spread out. The brilliance of heaven and earth seemed to be stripped away, and not a trace of brilliance could be seen. Barren heaven forbidden technique, twilight of the gods. In the darkness, a cold and majestic voice rang out. After a short silence, the entire space shook. Those who entered had their souls disintegrated and were devoured by the forbidden god domain. Before they could even make a sound, the souls of thousands of spirit void stage experts on the battlefield were swallowed up and their bodies exploded. The splattering blood added a touch of sadness to the cold, forbidden god domain. Inside the domain, Ning Qin opened the yin-yang formation again. Feeling his body being devoured, his expression was grave. Ning Qin didn't have time to send Queen Qi out. He shouted softly, and a phoenix phantom appeared, sending the unconscious woman into it. Mahis Sek's 9th disciple, Queen Qi, Lin Yuzhen. To be able to force me to this point, I am willing to call you the strongest challengers. However, no matter how satisfying this battle is, it's time to end it. In the darkness, the Devil Lord stepped forward. His aura was incomparably terrifying. Within the Forbidden God domain, he was an existence that surpassed the gods. He could control everything, including everyone's life and death. Ning Chen's plain clothes had been soaked in blood countless times. He held his sword in his hand, his expression never showing any fear. How many times in his life could he fight to his heart's content? To stop the Devil Palace, any sacrifice was worth it, including himself. Looking into the distance, a smile flashed across his face. Ning Chen waved his hand and summoned the green cauldron. He raised his hand to trap an immortal. At this moment, the holy moonlight shone down, dispersing the darkness. Mr. Ning. Baiwei appeared in the moonlight and raised his hand to stop the former. He said softly, "We have lost this battle. You still have a long road ahead of you. You can't sacrifice yourself here." As soon as he finished speaking, Baiwei attacked. With a bang, he sent the man behind him flying. The moonlight opened a path, and its divine might was shocking. Ning Qin, who was sent out of the battle, narrowed his eyes. Shock flashed across his face. In the darkness ahead, a power that surpassed the mortal realm erupted. It was dazzling and shocked the starry sky. Yueshin, seeing the increasingly terrifying aura of the woman in front of him, the Devil Lord's eyes flashed. "Devil Lord, your footsteps will eventually be stopped by that young man. In this mortal realm, he is the one closest to the gods." Yueshin spoke softly in the holy aura. "How can a mere third realm cultivator compete with me? Yueshin, it seems that you are just SOSO after coming to the mortal realm. You can't even see the truth clearly," the Devil Lord sneered. "The truth is only your shallow understanding. That young man has the strongest heart in the world. He will never give in. You will never be able to reach him." As soon as he finished speaking, a divine moon appeared in the sky. Yueshin raised her hand to the sky. In a shocking vision, the divine moon fell to the mortal realm and drowned the entire battlefield. In the next moment, in an earth-shattering tremor, an extremely terrifying impact erupted. The entire battlefield was instantly scattered. Thousands of figures were sent flying. No one could withstand the terrifying aftershock. Outside the battlefield, the experts of the Devil Palace, the 4 ancestors of the Ji clan, and dozens of true realm cultivators were also affected by the aftershock. They were forced to retreat a few hundred feet and barely managed to stabilize themselves. "Devil Lord!" The 3 sects' expressions changed. They immediately rushed to the battlefield to look for the Devil Lord. In the aftershock, a burly and domineering figure appeared. The armor on his body was shattered, and he was covered in blood. He was in a sorry state. On the opposite side, the moonlight dissipated. Baiwei looked back and looked into the distance. A trace of regret flashed across his eyes. "Mr. Ning, from now on, please take care of the Baiwei clan." As soon as he finished speaking, Baiwei's figure disappeared from the world. In the Baiwei ancient ground, on the altar, the moon goddess statue shone brightly and dimmed. In front of the altar, thousands of Baiwei clan members sensed something. They bowed down with sorrowful expressions as they bid farewell to the high priest. In the spirit void realm, outside the battlefield, a white-clothed figure was sent flying. Her body was covered in blood, and it was extremely eye-catching. At this moment, the white-clothed figure leaped out, carrying the heavily injured, knowing destiny realm cultivator away. "Retreat!" Amidst the chaos, Ji Wechu ordered solemnly. Under his command, the entire army retreated. The 4 ancestors of the Ji clan attacked at the same time, opening up a path for the army to retreat. Saint Priest. On the battlefield, Jun Wentian looked at the Saint Priest of the Devil Palace and asked for orders. "No need to chase," Jie Tian's said coldly as he glanced at the army that had been battered into a mess by the aftermath of the battle. In the void, the blue-clothed demonic butterfly stood quietly. Although she had just gone through a great battle, her expression was still calm and indifferent. "Saint Priest, retreat." In the distance, the Devil Lord said solemnly, suppressing the heavy injuries that could erupt at any time he disappeared. Jun Wentian, retreat. Jia Tiant said indifferently. He turned around and left the battlefield. After the two decision-makers of the Devil Palace left, Jun Wentian looked at the generals of the Devil Palace and said solemnly, "Retreat." The Devil Palace retreated temporarily. After a fierce battle, both sides suffered heavy casualties, and there was no clear winner. In the Spirit Void Realm's White Emperor City, experts returned one after another. Several Yama Kings of Hell appeared, escorting the heavily injured Knowing Destiny Realm cultivators and King Chi to the Ji clan. Qingxue, I'll leave Knowing Destiny to you. I'll take care of King Chi. Nu Chang said, and went behind the unconscious King Chi. She gathered her essence and channeled it into his body. At the side, Mu Qingxue channeled his essence into Knowing Destiny's body to help him heal. Not far away, under the Yama mask, Xiaozi, Yishuanmiao, Luoshin, and the others stood guard, preventing any possible danger. The Ji clan's sacred master and the fourth ancestor looked ahead, their eyes solemn. No one thought that this battle would be so fierce. They were close to succeeding in slaying the Devil Lord, but in the end they failed. Heavenly Ancestor, the Devil Lord's heart meridians were clearly destroyed. How could he immediately recover and become even stronger? Ji Wechu asked with a serious expression. I don't know the specifics. The Ji clan's heavenly ancestor shook his head and said solemnly, but it's impossible for the Devil Lord to not be affected. At the last moment, although the Devil Lord's aura didn't weaken, it was obviously not as stable as before. Heavenly Ancestor, you mean that the Devil Lord is only forcefully holding on, and is actually an arrow at the end of its flight? Ji Wechu said solemnly. That should be the case, but this is just my guess. After all, we haven't personally participated in the battle. The specifics will only be known when King Chi and Mr. Ning wake up. The Ji clan's heavenly ancestor replied. Ugh. In the Holy Palace, a painful groan sounded. The heavily injured king and marquis were filled with demonic energy, and their auras crazily surged. Chapter 967. In the Ji family's sacred palace, Marquis was severely injured. Nu Chang and Mu Qingxue each took care of one person and tried their best to heal the other two. The demonic aura hidden in their bodies burst out crazily and chaotically, constantly eating away at their vitality. Not good. Nu Chang and Mu Qingxue's expressions changed slightly. They raised their cultivation technique again, trying to suppress the demonic aura. However, the demonic aura that surpassed the limits of the mortal realm pushed the two away and swallowed the two. Arg! A painful groan sounded. Lin Yuzhin's blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, dyeing her royal robe red. 9 underworlds devour the heavens. Nu Chang didn't dare to hesitate. The demonic scripture martial art appeared again, and she raised her palm to devour the demonic aura around the two. The demonic scripture shook the demonic aura of the fourth realm. After a while, Nu Chang's body shook and her mouth turned red. Female Supreme, stop. Leave the rest to me. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded from the surging demonic aura. A white-clothed figure with his eyes closed stood up. His white hair danced in the wind, and his aura rose. It was strong, heavy, and unfathomable. This is... Not far away, Mu Qingxue's eyes flashed. This should be the divine tree's origin that he mentioned. Now that his body was reborn with the undying divine tree's origin as the foundation, he should have some of the undying divine tree's characteristics. His powerful vitality was one of them. I'll leave this power to you. Ning Chen opened his eyes and said, Thank you, Master. At this moment, thousands of demonic figures appeared from the demonic aura. The power of thousands of demonic aura swallowed the demonic aura around the two. Ning Chen walked behind Prince Qi and activated the life scroll, continuously injecting it into the latter's body. After an hour, Ning Chen stopped. He looked at the dissipating demonic aura and said calmly, "Come back." Yes, the thousands of demonic figures flashed and entered the soul-suppressing banner. Ning Chen walked out and looked at the experts waiting in the hall. He said, "Sorry for making everyone worry." The Underworld Palace's Yama Kings nodded and didn't say anything. Now that they were in the Ji family, they couldn't act too familiar with destiny. Mr. Ning was able to recover so quickly after suffering such heavy injuries. It's amazing. Not far away, the Ji family's sacred master walked forward and sighed. Not completely healed, Ning Chen said calmly, "I've only temporarily suppressed my injuries." "Holy Master," I haven't had the time to ask, "how are the losses of the Allied forces?" "We've lost 30% of our True Realm forces, and half of our forces below the True Realm." Ji Yuechu's expression turned serious as he said, "However, Devil Palace also suffered heavy losses and did not gain any advantage." When Ning Chen heard this, he lightly nodded and said, "That's good. The Saint Lord needs to reorganize the army as soon as possible. Everyone knows of the demonic palace's ambitions. They will definitely counterattack again." "I understand." Ji Yuechu nodded. He looked at the young man in front of him and said, "Mr. Ning personally fought with the Demon Master, so you should be most aware of the battle situation. How are the Demon Master's injuries?" Ning Chen was silent for a moment before he said, "At the very least, his injuries won't be any lighter than mine and His Highness Prince Qi's." As expected, Ji Yuechu revealed a look of understanding. The Devil Lord's strength was too astonishing. If he was in his peak state, he was truly not someone any of them could match. "Saint Lord, since Mr. Ning has woken up, we will not stay any longer. We will take our leave first." Under the Yama mask, Goddess Luotian stepped forward and bowed. She immediately looked at the people around her, nodded, and turned to walk out of the hall. The Yama Kings understood tacitly and did not stay any longer. They stepped forward and followed. "Saint Lord, we still have important matters to attend to, so we will take our leave first." Goddess Luotian said calmly and left with Wu Qingying beside her. After the Yama Kings of the Underworld left, the 4 kings of Beiki also stepped forward and politely bid farewell. Then they took Prince Qi, who had yet to wake up, and left the Ji family's holy palace. After everyone left, Ning Chen collected his thoughts and looked at the 4 ancestors of the Ji family behind the Saint Lord of the Ji family. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Junior Ning Chen greets the 4 seniors." Black Ancestor and Yellow nodded slightly. They had already dealt with this person before, but they did not expect Mr. Ning's strength to be so astonishing. He had even surpassed old monsters like them who had half their lives in the grave. Black Ancestor and Yellow Ancestor looked at the young man in front of them. They had only heard of him, but after the previous battle, he had given them quite a shock. Even they could not fight the Demon Lord head-on. Yet this person could do it. Even if it was only for a short time, it gave them hope. Heroes come from the youth. This saying is indeed true. "Mr. Ning, you have worked hard," the Ji family's heavenly ancestor said. "Senior, you flatter me." Ning Chen replied softly, "Now that the Demon Lord is seriously injured, it is time for us to counterattack. This is a rare opportunity. I hope the 4 seniors and the Saint Lord can make a timely decision. Even so, even if the Demon Lord is injured and not at his peak, the Demon Palace's overall strength is still incomparably strong. It will still be difficult for the Ji family and the allied forces of the other clans to gain the upper hand." Ji Yuechu said with a sigh, "What if the Qi Tian court is included?" Ning Chen looked at the Saint Lord of the Ji family in front of him and said calmly, "Before, the Qi Tian court was unwilling to take action because they feared the Demon Palace. However, in the current situation, the Demon Palace is seriously injured and the Demon Lord is also seriously injured. This is the best time to counterattack. In addition, more importantly, after this battle, our combat strength will make the world realize that although the Demon Lord is strong, he is not absolutely invincible." Ji Yuechu was startled when he heard this. After a moment, he came back to his senses. He had actually overlooked this matter. Mr. Ning's words have enlightened me. I will send someone to the Qitian court to discuss the alliance again, Ji Wechu said seriously. Ning Qin nodded and said, Saint Lord, I still have some matters to deal with, so I will not stay any longer. Once I am done, I will rush back as soon as possible to assist the Allied forces in their counterattack. Since Mr. Ning has matters to attend to, I will not keep you any longer. We will meet again someday. Be careful on the road, Ji Wechu said. We will meet again someday. Ning Qin nodded and politely bowed to the 4 ancestors of the Ji family. Then he stepped out of the hall. After a few steps, his silhouette faded and disappeared. This child's future is limitless. Saint Lord, if possible, try your best to pull him into our Ji family. Any conditions can be considered. Looking at the young man leaving, the Ji family's heavenly ancestor retracted his gaze and looked at the Ji family's Saint Lord. Heavenly ancestor, there is something you do not know. I have already tried, and even proposed to betroth Yuqing to him. However, he still refused. Ji Wechu sighed. Hearing this, the Ji family's heavenly ancestor frowned and said, Didn't he want the divine scroll? As long as he is willing to join our Ji family, we promise to give him the cultivation method of the divine scroll. Ji Wechu shook his head and said, It is useless. I have already made this promise. Unfortunately, he still did not agree. Strange. A puzzled look flashed across the Ji family's heavenly ancestor's face. He said, With our Ji family's background and strength, he should not have refused such generous treatment. Could the root cause be that Mr. Ning does not want to marry Yuqing? On the side, the ancestor of the 5 cardinal points, who had been silent all this time, said. Hearing this, the Ji family's heavenly ancestor and the other 2 ancestors were stunned. Could this be the reason? Marriage has always been the most common method of forming an alliance. The pearl of our Ji family is rare in both appearance and talent. This child has no reason to refuse. The Ji family's heavenly ancestor said, There are exceptions to everything. Saint Lord, you have dealt with this child the most. Why do you think he is unwilling to accept the goodwill of our Ji family? The Ji family's heavenly ancestor asked again. Ji Wechu was silent. After a long time he sighed and said, Perhaps the ancestor of the 5 cardinal points is right. The root cause of this matter is that Mr. Ning is unwilling to marry Yuqing. Before this, he was unable to step into the treading immortal realm. Although I admire him, I still have some misgivings. I did not expect that in just a few decades, not only did this child step into the treading immortal realm, but his strength has also reached such a terrifying level. Originally, there was a chance to provide timely assistance, but now it can only be the icing on the cake. What a pity. Saint Lord, make a decision as soon as possible. This person is worthy of our Ji family. Although the God Scroll is precious, if it can be exchanged for the protection of a future supreme expert, this transaction is not a loss. The Ji family's heavenly ancestor said calmly, Thank you for your reminder, heavenly ancestor. I know what to do. Ji Wechu nodded. Just as the several decision-makers of the Ji family decided to rope in the knowing destiny state, in the distance, above the starry sky, a phoenix flapped its wings and disappeared in a flash. In the northwest of the all heavens and the southeast of Luojia, where the land of the 2 regions connected, there was an ancient secret realm. It was the holy land of the moon worshipping clan. The phoenix soared through the 9 heavens and descended from the sky. Ning Chen's silhouette appeared and landed. He walked step by step towards the holy land of the moon worshipping clan. On the altar, the stone statue of the moon god had lost its former glory and was completely dim. In front of the altar, thousands of moon worshipping clan members prayed to the moon, praying for the protection of the moon god. Their prayers received no response. Without the high priest who could communicate with the gods, the light of the moon god could no longer shine on the mortal world. In front of him, the silhouette walked over and looked at the thousands of moon-worshipping clan members kneeling in front of the altar with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry." With an unyielding pride, Ning Chen's knees finally touched the ground. Facing the thousands of moon-worshipping clan members, Ning Chen bowed his head and his heart was filled with guilt. The moon-worshipping venerable had died to save them. This debt could never be repaid in this lifetime. In front of the altar, the moon-worshipping clan members looked at the young man in front of them with complicated expressions. At this time on the altar, motes of moonlight fell, and the dim moon god statue lit up again. In just an instant, the moon god statue dimmed and returned to its original state. In front of the altar, the moon-worshipping clan members were shocked. After a long time, they regained their senses and looked at the young man in front of them. They bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, High Priest." The moon god's decree was not to be disobeyed. Thousands of moon-worshipping clan members bowed their heads and greeted the new moon-worshipping High Priest. In front of the crowd, Ning Chen was stunned. Gradually he regained his senses and said, "Rise." "Many thanks, High Priest." Thousands of moon-worshipping clan members expressed their gratitude and stood up one after another. Before moon-worshipping clan members disappeared, Ning Chen's last words were still clear in his ears. Looking at the thousands of moon-worshipping clan members in front of him, Ning Chen steeled his heart and did not decline. From today onwards, the rise and fall of the moon-worshipping clan would be shouldered by him. Chapter 968. In the Reverence Moon Ancient Land, the new High Priest took over the position. Knowing that he had to bear the Reverence Moon clan's honor, the burden on his shoulders became heavier. Ning Chen's heart was clear, so he didn't reject the offer. During these 10 days, Ning Chen remained in the Reverence Moon Holy Ground, taking over the High Priest's duties and martial skills. He laid out layers after layers of divine restrictions and formations, covering the entire Reverence Moon Ancient Ground. The final battle was coming, and he could not drag the Reverence Moon clan into it. 10 days later, Ning Chen left and left. The phoenix figure in red stood in front of the altar, looking at the two figures leaving. She was silent, and there was no trace of emotion in her calm eyes. In the devil domain, inside a majestic temple, devil chi surged. Inside the swirling devil chi, a domineering figure sat cross-legged, suppressing the moon god's power that was erupting. The coiling dragon divine bow disappeared into the severely injured heart meridian. Powerful energy spread to every meridian, destroying the indestructible body of the devil cultivator. The celestial and devil cultivator's power collided, and it was hard to tell who was the winner. The moon god's final burst of power heavily injured the devil palace's master, worsening his injuries. Outside the holy palace, Jiataians turned around to look at the lord of the demon palace, who was shrouded in the demonic energy. He couldn't help but frown. The outcome of this battle was beyond his expectations. The 9th son of Mo clan and the king of Beiki could reach such a terrifying level when they joined forces. The most surprising thing was the Reverence Moon Venerable, who had inherited the moon god's power. His strength had surpassed the mortal realm. Fortunately, Reverence Moon was dead. As long as the Devil Lord's injuries were healed, no one would be able to stop the Devil Palace. Saint Priest. In the void, a divine sun appeared and Meng Yuzong walked out. He looked at the Devil Palace's decision-maker and said, "The Spirit Void Alliance is ready to counterattack." Jiataians nodded lightly and said, "Tell Jun Wen Tian to prepare for the battle. The Devil Lord might not make a move this time. Whether or not he can stop the Spirit Void Alliance's counterattack will depend on his ability." "Yes," Meng Yuzong responded. In the blink of an eye, the divine sun rose into the sky and disappeared. At the same time, in the divine palace of the Ji family in the White Sovereign City, 3 powerful figures descended from the sky. The 3 saints equal to heaven had appeared to assist Lingshu in attacking the demonic palace. 1 pseudo-4th realm and 2 half-step 4th realm cultivators. The appearance of the 3 strongest cultivators from heaven's equal court caused the G family's grand elders to stand up and greet them. In the sacred hall, the G family's heaven, earth, black, and yellow ancestors stood quietly. As they looked at the 3 people walking towards them, a complicated look flashed across their eyes. The 3 holy protectors, equal to heaven, and the rest of them were ultimately not people of this era. Once the demonic calamity was quelled, they would also go where they should go. When the 7 of them saw each other, they all nodded and didn't say anything. From the moment they walked out, the outcome was already decided. However, they didn't regret it. That Mr. Ning hasn't come yet? The leader of the 3 holy protectors, a white-robed elder, asked. Not yet, but it should be soon. The G clan's heavenly ancestor replied, I'm sorry to have kept everyone waiting. Before she finished speaking, a sword light tore through the air. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yi appeared in the G family. Mr. Ning, how are your injuries? The G family's sky ancestor asked. Thank you for your concern, Senior. Although I haven't fully recovered, I have already suppressed it. I can still fight with my full strength for a short period of time, Ning Qin said calmly. Apart from the demon lord, the strength of the sun, moon, and star sects of the demonic palace is not weaker than us. In addition, there is Jun Wentian. If we want to suppress the demonic palace, the 4 of us and our 3 old friends, equal to heaven, must all act together. The G family's sky ancestor's expression turned serious as he said, if we all act together, once the saint of the demonic palace makes another move, we won't be able to free ourselves. So, Mr. Ning, I'll have to trouble you to contain the saint of the demonic palace. The G family's sky ancestor continued. Ning Qin nodded and said, Don't worry, Senior. I will do my best. As long as we can cut off the demon lord's wings, it will be much easier to deal with the demon lord. Everyone, whether or not we can reverse the situation, depends on the result of this battle. Don't be careless, the G family sky ancestor said seriously. Everyone nodded, and their expressions turned serious. In the following battle, if the demon lord couldn't act, the situation would be very advantageous to them. They couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. I know that saying this now is somewhat demoralizing, but war is always full of variables. Have you all thought about how we would face the lord of the demonic palace if he appeared on the battlefield safely? The leader of the 3 holy protectors, the white-robed elder, asked. If the demon lord appears, leave it to us. At this moment, figures walked out from the void above. Their faces were evil, and their expressions were fierce and glaring. The Yama of the underworld. Seeing the people who appeared, the G family's sky ancestor narrowed his eyes. These Yama of the underworld weren't weak, but it seemed a little difficult for them to deal with the demon lord. Me too. As he spoke, a slim and graceful young lady appeared in the void. Her eyes were closed, and her aura was stronger than before. Heaven's speaker, the white-robed elder said seriously. The heaven's speaker of this generation was really young. The appearance of the Yama King and the heaven speaker gave everyone a boost of confidence and boosted their confidence by leaps and bounds. In the void, the young lady's figure slowly descended and walked to the side of the plain-clothed young man. She stood beside him obediently and didn't overstep. The G family's 4 ancestors were all stunned, not understanding what was going on. This heaven speaker is Mr. Ning's disciple. Ji Wechu reminded them through voice transmission. The Ji family's 4 ancestors came back to their senses, and the surprise in their eyes was even stronger. This Mr. Ning had once again given them a big surprise. How are your injuries? Ning Qin looked at the girl beside him and asked with concern. With Mistress and the female Supreme helping me heal, I'm almost healed, Ener said softly. Ning Qin nodded lightly and didn't ask any more questions. He looked at the Ji family's sacred master and said, "Sacred master, let's go." "Okay." Ji Wechu nodded and ordered, "Let's go." With this order, the generals on the White Emperor planet received the order and immediately led their troops to the west. In the next moment, figures flashed across the starry sky and rushed toward the battlefield in the west. Yunluo Moat was a huge, spatial ravine that spanned tens of thousands of miles. On both sides, the Demon Palace and the Spirit Void army faced each other. The atmosphere was tense, and a great battle was about to break out. In front of the two armies, many powerful beings stood in the air. Their terrifying auras covered the sky and made the starry sky lose its color. Kill! The void swirled, and the Ji family's sacred master and the four ancestors appeared. With a command, the great battle began. In front of Yunluo Moat, 100,000 soldiers flew across the ravine and sped away. Since the Demon Palace appeared, the Allied forces had gained the upper hand for the first time. Tens of thousands of soldiers pressed on, wanting to completely defeat the Demon Palace's army. When the Spirit Void army moved, the Demon Palace's army moved as well. Surging demon Qi pressed down, and the two forces collided. In an instant, a massacre began. Between the two armies, Jun Wentian and the Sun-Moon Star sect stepped forward. Their terrifying auras were close to the legendary fourth plane. On the opposite side, the Ji family's four ancestors and Qi Tian, sagely protector, also stepped forward. They used all their techniques to meet the four most powerful beings of the Demon Palace. 7 against 4. Despite the suppression of numbers, the Demon Palace's 3 ancestors and 4 guardians' expressions didn't change at all. They used their demon Qi to meet the 7 powerful beings of the Ji family and Qi Tian Pavilion. It was an unprecedented battle. 11 powerful beings who were half a step to the fourth plane and above attacked at the same time. In an instant, the starry sky shook and the terrifying shockwaves reached hundreds of thousands of miles away. On the battlefield, Sui stood in the air and looked at the battle below, quietly, waiting for her old opponent to appear. "Jiming Marquis, sorry to keep you waiting." At this moment, the wind and clouds surged in the void. A figure in a blue robe walked out and looked at the young man in front of him calmly. "Since the sacred master can come, it's worth waiting for any amount of time," Ning Qin said calmly. He waved his right hand, and in a dazzling green light, the famous sword of Taoism reappeared in the world. "In terms of swordsmanship, you are the only one in the world. However, the more outstanding your swordsmanship is, the faster your defeat will come." As he spoke, the chess bag in Jia Tiant's hand flew up. Thousands of black chess pieces flew out and turned into 2 peerless divine weapons. The black and white chess swords showed their peerless sharpness again. After a flash, the 2 figures rushed out. The 2 swords collided, and the clouds broke and the sky shook. The battle started. Outside the battlefield, the Yama Kings stood quietly and looked at the battle in front of them. They were still vigilant. For a long time, the Demon Palace had put pressure on the various domains. No one knew if there were still powerful beings hiding in the Demon Palace. They had to be careful. This time, the Spirit Void Star Zone had almost used up all their combat power. If they failed, no one would be able to stop the Demon Palace from then on. On the battlefield, the battle gradually became white-hot. Under everyone's gaze, a pale blue figure walked out. Her white bare feet stood in the starry sky. Although she had joined the demon path, her inherent otherworldly temperament was still faintly visible. Seeing the figure appear on the battlefield, the female figure flashed past and rushed toward the battlefield. The demonization of the butterfly in the flower had always been a thorn in Ji Ming's heart that could not be removed. This time, no matter what, she had to bring her back. The Chongling female, supreme, appeared on the battlefield after a few breaths. Without a word, she raised her hand, and the 9 hells swallowed the heavens. With a boom, the 2 legendary experts of the inner realm met again. The nine hells' demonic skill clashed. Swallowing everything was the strongest demonic skill in the universe. When it appeared, the starry sky for thousands of miles dimmed. The two's battle alarmed all sides. In the battle, Jiatians glanced the battle in the distance and said coolly, "What? You still haven't given up on this person? Marquis Jiming, do you know what your greatest weakness is? Love. Your weakness is so obvious. As long as the butterfly in the flower is in this sage's hands, you will never win against me." The white chess sword pushed away the swordsman in front of him. The black chess sword in Jiatians' left hand flew out and turned into a cold killing light that flashed into the distance. Despicable. Seeing this, Ning Chen's expression shook. He flashed out and hurried in the direction of the sword light. In the distant battle, the black chess sword flew over quickly. In the battle, the two people fighting did not detect it. By the time they reacted, the black sword light had already arrived. The female's expression changed. Seeing the sword light coming from behind the butterfly in the flower, she wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Ugh! A sword pierced her body and blood sprayed. In the shocking scene, a waterfall of blood bloomed in the starry sky, so beautiful it was heartbreaking. Chapter 969. On the Yunluo moat, the flames of war were raging. The black sword radiance pierced through the air and slashed at the demonic butterfly. No one could react to the sudden scene. No one expected that the saint of the demonic palace would attack her own subordinate. The demonic butterfly came back to her senses, looking at the sword radiance rushing toward her. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. At the critical moment of life and death, the silhouette in plain clothes rushed forward and blocked the attack without hesitation. Ah! The sword radiance entered her body. A waterfall of blood splattered, covering the sky and the demonic butterfly's eyes. The silhouette in plain clothes staggered and fell in front of the demonic butterfly. It was so close. Blood splattered everywhere. It was so shocking. The demonic butterfly stood there in a daze, motionless. Her memory was erased. However, her hands instinctively supported the person in front of her. The spurting blood soaked her clothes. The demonic butterfly felt a sharp pain in her heart. It was so painful that she couldn't breathe. Ah! With a shrill scream, the demonic vitality of the demonic butterfly rushed to the top of her head. Her bloody hair danced wildly. Driven by her body's instinct, her eyes were full of hatred. She stepped forward and came before the saint of the demonic palace. The flower burial tears slashed down. Defying your superior. Demonic butterfly, do you want to rebel? The white chess sword met the flower burial blades. Jiatians looked at the woman in front of him coldly. He clenched his left hand, and the black chess sword in the distance flew back. Crack! In the ear-piercing sound of clothes tearing, the black chess sword slashed the demonic butterfly's shoulder, bringing out a waterfall of blood. The mirror shooting technique reappeared in the world and suppressed the demonic butterfly. However, the demonic butterfly didn't notice. Her body glowed. The 9 underworlds swallowed the sky. The demonic might was shocking. I know every move you make. Where did you get the courage to challenge my authority? The white sword blocked and the black sword countered. The demonic butterfly's body was dyed red again. Outside the battle, the woman flashed by. She condensed the demonic vitality in her palms and attacked the saint of the demonic palace together. 2 against 1. The power of the 9 underworlds swallowing heaven appeared at the same time. However, Jiatians did not dodge or evade the attacks when the 2 of them joined forces. He blocked the attacks with his 2 swords and activated the mirroring technique to the extreme. He was innately invincible. Snowflakes were falling from the sky. The knowing Destiny State cultivator who was hit by the saint of the Devil Palace closed his eyes and focused on healing himself. The wound on his chest that had been penetrated by the black Go sword gradually froze over in the wind and snow. It had mostly healed. Immortal elder. On Ning Chen's shoulder, the little gourd revealed a tired expression. It said in a tender voice, "This is all I can do." "Thank you." Ning Chen opened his eyes and looked at the battle below. He took a step forward and disappeared instantly. Genesis Supreme swung his sword, and a boundless sword energy slashed down from the heavens, causing the space within a radius of 100 li to collapse. Jia Tiance narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. His figure instantly retreated 1,000 feet away. "You're able to pick up your sword and fight again so soon. It seems that you have some secrets that I don't know." A cold look flashed across Jia Tiance's face. He looked behind him and said calmly, "Master, it's your turn." As soon as he finished speaking, demonic clouds rolled in the distant sky. A terrifying aura swept over, surpassing the boundaries of heaven and earth and shocking everyone present. "Underworld, G family and Mahasek's ninth son, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Amidst the majestic voice, a huge demonic eye appeared in the demonic clouds. Under the terrifying demonic light, the entire Yunluo moat shook. Barren heaven forbidden technique, twilight of the gods. With that, the forbidden god domain opened again. The demon lord walked out from the surging demonic aura and released his demonic aura. Above the Yunluo moat, the world suddenly darkened. The light of heaven and earth seemed to be stripped away, and there was no longer a trace of light. Today, the spirit void no longer exists. You will die without a burial place. In the darkness, a cold and emotionless voice spread across thousands of miles. After a short silence, a terrifying aura descended. On the battlefield, thousands of experts exploded, unable to withstand the extreme demonic aura. Not good. Outside the battlefield, the expressions of the Yama kings changed. Their figures flashed, and they quickly rushed to the front. Within the forbidden god domain, Ning Qin stood in the air, looking at the demon lord in front of him. His expression turned cold. He really came. An injured fourth realm cultivator was still a fourth realm cultivator. The fact that he was invincible had never changed. Under the impermanence mask, Mu Qingshue's expression turned serious. He looked forward and asked, "How should we fight?" "Same old rules." Ning Qin said, "I'll block you attack. Prepare to attack at any time." "Okay." Mu Qingxue nodded and said, "Can your body still hold on?" "I'm also injured." "Let's see who can't hold on first." Ning Qin replied calmly. His feet moved, and he started the demon slayer battle again. Good timing. In the second battle, everyone's abilities were clear. The demon lord didn't test the waters anymore, and he went beyond the limit. Amidst the surging demonic aura, an immemorial ferocious beast appeared. It opened its huge mouth, ready to swallow the sky and the sun. With a rumble, the ferocious beast rushed past. However, a huge bronze chariot appeared, blocking the beast. The aftershock caused the bronze chariot to shake violently. In the shocking scene, the seemingly broken chariot actually withstood the attack of the demon palace's master and didn't collapse. God Slayer chariot? Seeing the huge chariot on top of the chariot, the demon lord's eyes narrowed. This lad actually had the God Slayer chariot from the western celestial world. In the next moment, green light rose from the God Slayer chariot. The God Slayer chariot's bloodline was refined. The God Slayer chariot displayed its magic again. Amidst the ear-piercing friction, the chariot's shape changed. A black ghost phoenix appeared. The phoenix spread its wings, and the cold wind howled. Ning Chen's figure flashed, and he stood on top of the demon phoenix. With a shout, his entire body strength was raised to the extreme. He controlled the demon phoenix and charged straight at the demon palace's master. Heaven's destruction transformation. Seeing this, the demon lord stepped down, and his entire body changed rapidly. 100 feet tall giant demon appeared in the human world. He punched out heavily, and it collided with the ancient god Slayer chariot. The collision of the phoenix and the demon caused an earth-shattering tremor. The god-forbidding domain shook violently. The aftershock spread out, and the chariot collapsed into pieces. Bai flew out and stopped 1,000 feet away. Red blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, and it fell silently. Shadow of the remnant wind. In an instant, Mu Qingshue's body moved. His afterimage moved with the wind. The sword was extremely fast, and the shadow was extremely fast. It was so fast that it died in the blink of an eye. The demon lord raised his hand to block the sword. Suddenly he felt his heart sink. The collision just now had triggered the injury that he had suppressed with much difficulty. His attack was weak, and the demonic aura shook violently. The beautiful figure in white flashed a few times, and she focused again. The sword penetrated the demonic aura, and inch by inch, it pierced the demonic aura toward the wound on the demon lord's heart. Ah! The sword entered his body, and a groan sounded. A tinge of pain flashed past the demon lord's eyes. He raised his hand to block the attack. Heavenly punishment. At this moment, Er's eyes suddenly opened in the battle. 2 drops of blood flowed down. In her hand, a supreme saint scepter appeared. A terrifying aura rose crazily, supporting the heavenly might. Chapter 970. On top of Yunluo Moat, the second round of the Demon Slayer battle, Peerless Foundation, World's Fastest Speed and Heaven Speaker. These 3 peak experts teamed up to fight against the Demon Lord. The battle reached its climax, and blood filled the sky. The Heaven Speaker opened his eyes, and tears of blood dripped down. The Demon Palace's #1 saint weapon reappeared in the world, and its holy light illuminated the dark world, helping the Heaven Speaker to slay demons and gods. The golden lightning struck down from the heavens. The Heaven Speaker could communicate with the heavens and earth, and lead the heavens' punishment to the world, killing the Demon Lord. As the golden lightning struck, the Demon Lord's expression changed slightly. His demonic chi exploded, shaking off the impermanence in front of him. Then he gathered his energy into his palm, and the shadow of an ancient beast appeared, opening its mouth and swallowing the golden lightning. In the blink of an eye, the lightning struck down, engulfing the Demon Lord. The power of heaven and earth was endless, and the lightning turned into a sea, crazily attacking the Demon Lord's demonic chi protection. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, the white-clothed figure turned around. Her body was like a phantom, and her sword pierced through the demonic chi in front of the Demon Lord's heart. The sword went in 3 inches, and blood splattered. The Demon Lord groaned, and the demonic chi around him quickly dissipated. In the next moment, the lightning struck down, and the terrifying power of heaven struck the Demon Lord's head. As the Demon Lord's demonic chi dispersed, the Demon Lord's body trembled, and the demonic chi around him surged wildly. Shao Tian Demon Extermination. Facing the danger again, the Demon Lord shouted, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. He struck out with his palm, and the space in front of him instantly collapsed. The golden lightning blocked 30% of the demonic chi, and the aftershock hit the impermanence in front of him. Seeing this, Mu Qingxue pulled out his sword and retreated, dodging the demonic chi with extreme speed. The aftershock brushed past, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Mu Qingxue's mouth. Mu Qingxue's body slid back 100 zhang, and he barely managed to stabilize his body. The difference in strength tipped the scales of the battle. The 3 of them worked together, and while they dealt heavy damage to the Demon Lord, they were also injured. In the battle, seeing Mu Qingxue injured, Ning Chen's figure rushed out and used the moon-worshipping clan's martial arts. The ancient inheritance was the only one in the world. Once it was raised, the winds and clouds in all directions began to stir. Waves of snow were like a waterfall, shaking the starry sky. 12 styles of spiritual rhino, sky-propping waterfall. Against the snow as a waterfall, the raging waves slapped the stars. Ning Qin channeled his peerless foundation and condensed the power of the 4 scrolls in his palm, activating the martial arts that the high priest of the moon-worshipping clan had just cultivated. In an instant, heaven and earth shook, and the forbidden god domain appeared. The sky-reaching divine waterfall appeared. A peerless martial art reappeared in the world. The impact of the heavenly waterfall instantly froze the space within a radius of 1,000 miles and continued to spread in all directions. The demon lord focused and clasped his fists together. Rolling demonic lightning surged out, and the terrifying demonic might climb to its peak. The 2 extremes collided. The demonic thunder dispersed the snowfall and swept straight ahead. Ning Qin raised his hand, for scrolls of reincarnation grew and multiplied endlessly. Relying on his peerless foundation, he blocked another shocking move. With a loud bang, blood sprayed out. After blocking the demon lord's attacks one after another, the injuries on Ning Chen's body continued to accumulate. He was gradually showing signs of collapsing. In the fierce battle, the injuries on both sides were constantly exchanged. They had a top-notch lineup and seamless cooperation. However, in the face of the number 1 person in Starry Sky who was seriously injured, the 3 of them still found it difficult to gain the upper hand. 12 spirit rhino styles, splitting the sea and splitting the flood. After one move, another move was made. Ning Chen raised both his hands, and the rolling heavenly waves swept past, drowning the battle. Your foundation is not bad, but you will still lose without a doubt. The demon lord roared angrily. The black, demonic chi of the indestructible demon body rose again, and his terrifying cultivation rose again. Suddenly, in the forbidden god domain, a powerful devouring force spread out, reaching thousands of miles away. In the midst of miserable cries, the spirit void realm experts exploded one by one. Blood splattered everywhere, and their bodies and blood chi were completely devoured by the forbidden god domain. Outside the battle, Ning Chen and Mu Qingshua's expressions turned serious. Something was not right. The demon lord's power seemed to be getting stronger. There is something wrong with this domain. Try your best to break it. Mu Qingxue looked at the vibrating demonic chi in the surroundings and transmitted his voice. Okay. Not far away, Ina heard him and nodded. She activated the holy glory in her hands, and in the midst of the rising golden light, the 9 heavens lightning rose again. The shocking heavenly might rumbled, and in an instant the golden lightning descended, blasting towards the forbidden god domain below. The thunderous force collided with the 10,000 layers of demonic domain, and in an instant there was a violent tremor. With the support of the holy glory, the heavenly might increased by several folds, and the forbidden god domain started to shake, showing signs of instability. Outside the battle, Luotian saw the situation and seized an opportunity. She raised her divine essence to the limit and used the demon-slaying technique again. Divine punishment, borrowing sword from the heavens. The divine punishment descended, and the 9 heavens wind and clouds rolled. In the shocking scene, above the starry sky, countless sword lights sped over. After countless years, the remnant sword chi in the starry sky condensed, forming a divine and holy sword that slashed down from the heavens. In front of everyone's eyes, 100 feet long giant green sword slashed down from the heavens, and with a loud bang, it crashed into the forbidden god domain. After a series of impacts, the already unstable forbidden god domain finally reached its limit and collapsed. The aftermath shook, and above the Yunluo moat, the wind and clouds were in a frenzy. The terrifying impact spread out in all directions, devouring the heavens and destroying the earth, killing gods and Buddhas. Arg! In the midst of the groans, Those with weaker martial arts immediately exploded. At the center of the battle, Jiming, Mu Qingxue, In and the others flew out dozens of feet, and their bodies were dyed red. On the opposite side, the Devil Master was also forced back by a few steps after being hit by the aftermath. Drops of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and he was severely injured again. New injuries and old injuries kept accumulating. The Devil Master staggered and vomited another mouthful of blood. The devil essence in his body was overflowing, and it backfired on him. Not good. In the distance, Jia Tiance saw the situation, and his face turned serious. He said, "Jun Wentian, cover the rear. The Devil Master's injuries have relapsed, and he can't fight anymore." Yes, on the Yunluo moat, Jun Wentian and the 3 sects accepted the order. They fully activated their martial arts and blocked the 3 armies. In the void, Jia Tiance's figure flashed, and he came to the side of the Devil Master, whose demonic aura was surging. His 2 swords were sharp, and 1 black and 1 white sword light broke through the void, blocking the 2 people rushing over. Then they took the Devil Master and disappeared. Ning Qin and Mu Qingxue waved their swords to disperse the sword chi. They wanted to give chase, but they had already lost track of the 2. "Go to the Devil Domain." Ning Chen's expression sank, and he said in a deep voice, "This battle couldn't be lost like this." The Devil Master's injuries were serious. If they missed this opportunity, they might not have such a good opportunity in the future. Amen. On the battlefield, Mu Qingxue, Luo Xin, and the others nodded. Their figures flashed, and they rushed towards the Devil Domain. Jun Wentian and the 3 sects wanted to stop them. However, the Ji family's 4 ancestors and the 3 sages, equal to heaven, stood in front of them, not allowing them to take half a step. Hateful. The 3 sects' expression sank. Looking at the 7 people blocking them, killing intent kept jumping in their eyes. In the all-heaven starfield, streams of light sped through the starry sky, rushing towards the Devil Domain. At the front, Jia Tiance carried the heavily injured Devil Master, and his speed became faster and faster. Like the most resplendent meteor in the starry sky, they disappeared in an instant. In the Devil Domain, 2 streams of light flew in. After landing, Jia Tiance looked back at the horizon, and with a wave of his right hand, 4 huge demonic figures appeared, standing tall in the sky. He opened the Devil Palace's 4 symbols great formation. After the formation was opened, Jia Tiance retracted his gaze and walked towards the sacred palace with the Devil Master. "Master, I will help you heal your injuries." Jia Tiance helped the Devil Master sit down in front of the sacred palace's throne. The Devil Master nodded and focused on suppressing the injuries in his body. Before the throne, Jia Tiance's expression turned serious. His palm turned into Yuan Qi, and suddenly, a vast palm landed on the Devil Master's head. The sudden change caused blood to dye the throne red. The Devil Master opened his eyes and looked at the Saint Arbiter before him. He was shocked. Why? Countless runes rose from the throne, suppressing the Devil Master's cultivation. The Devil Master's eyes were filled with shock and anger. "Because you're not a good master." Jia Tiance said indifferently, "The Devil Palace needs a unified command. Only one can exist between the Saint Arbiter and the Devil Master." After saying that, a faint brilliance rose in the sacred palace. It was so familiar and so shocking. 9 underworlds, heaven-devouring demon scripture. The Devil Master was shocked. "I have been preparing for this day for a long time. The appearance of the butterfly in the flower made me see hope. Master, from now on, I, the Saint Arbiter, will shoulder the glory of the Devil Palace." As he spoke, the faint brilliance around Jia Tiance was extremely bright. The 9 underworlds devoured the sky, and the Devil Master's body was completely engulfed. "Ha ha!" This desolate laugh contained too much. The Devil Master's body gradually disappeared in the faint brilliance. "I will wait for you on the road to the underworld." The last voice sounded like a curse, but also like a statement. In the faint brilliance, the Devil Master's body quickly dissipated and merged into the body of the conspirator in front of the throne. In the next moment, tribulation clouds rolled wildly above the 9 heavens, and the entire sky above the Devil Domain instantly dimmed. Outside the Devil Domain, figures rushed over. When they felt the terrifying pressure above the 9 heavens, their expressions changed and they stopped. What happened? Mu Qingxue looked at the terrifying heavenly might gathering in front of him and asked, "This is—" Luotian's gaze turned serious. "The heavenly tribulation of the 4th realm." 4th realm. Ning Chen's expression turned cold when he heard this. He looked at the Devil Domain in the distance. It seemed that something had happened here that they didn't know about. Devil Domain, Devil Palace's sacred palace. After devouring the Devil Master's body, Jie Tian's aura changed rapidly. His brocade coat and black hair fluttered. Turning around, Jie Tian's walked out of the sacred palace step by step. His aura became stronger and stronger, surpassing the limits of the mortal realm and rushing straight to the legendary 4th realm. In front of the sacred palace, Jie Tian's walked out and looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky. Light flashed in his eyes. Finally, this day had come. Outside the Devil Domain, Ning Chen looked at the figure walking out of the sacred palace. His expression darkened, and he guessed what had happened. This wasn't the first time he saw such a situation. Back then, the 4th realm Ji had also chosen the same path. "Jiming Marquis and friends from the underworld, please wait for a moment." As he spoke, Jie Tian's walked forward. However, an earth-shattering thunder sounded. The entire Devil Domain was engulfed by lightning. The Devil Palace's sacred palace has entered the 4th realm. Outside the Devil Domain, everyone's expression darkened. This was really bad news to add frost to snow. Ning Chen looked forward and sneered. The hearts of the wise are indeed dirty. Chapter 971. In the Demon Domain, the saint of the Demon Palace had betrayed their master. With the heavenly plan, the situation changed. In the sky above the Demon Domain, the heavenly tribulation descended. The sea of lightning drowned the world, making it impossible to see what was happening. Vaguely, there seemed to be war drums beating and weapons clashing. Horrifying shock waves rippled out continuously, destroying one side of the world after another. Outside the Demon Domain, the people of the underworld stood in the air. No one stepped forward. The heavenly tribulation was unstoppable. This was a great taboo. Once they stepped in, they would suffer the same fate. In front of the underworld kings, Ning Chen looked forward quietly. His eyes were cold. It was obvious that the master of the Demon Palace was doomed. Next, the enemies they would face would be more troublesome. A saint of the Demon Palace who had entered the 4th realm would undoubtedly be more troublesome than the previous master of the Demon Palace. In addition to absolute strength, they also had to be wary of the saint of the Demon Palace. What should we do? Beside him, Mu Qingxue asked. Wait and see. Ning Chen replied calmly. A saint of the Demon Palace who has just entered the 4th realm shouldn't be as strong as the Demon Lord. We still have a chance. Mu Qingxue and the other kings of Underworld nodded. In the current situation, they could only wait for the saint of the Demon Palace to come out before making a decision. In the Demon Domain, the lightning became more and more intense. Wave after wave of lightning fell. Amidst it, the war drums beat deafeningly. The scene couldn't be seen clearly. Only the horrifying aura that spread out showed how terrifying the heavenly tribulation of the 4th realm was. After waiting for a long time, the Demon Domain turned into scorched earth. Almost half of it was destroyed in the heavenly tribulation. Above the 9 heavens, the tribulation clouds gradually dispersed. Below, the lightning dissipated. Jia Tiance, who was wearing a blue brocade robe, walked out. He looked at the people outside the demon domain and said, "Sorry for making you wait." "Lord Saint, how is the master of the demon palace now?" Ning Chen looked at the former and asked calmly, "My master is injured and can't come out to greet all of you. It's the same for me to do it for him." Jia Tiance said calmly, "In that case, I'll do as you say." Ning Chen replied coldly. He waved the sword in his hand, and a majestic sword intent gathered. A terrifying sword light cut through the starry sky and slashed down. The sword light streaked across with boundless might, breaking through the void and tearing apart the polar night. Below, a cold look flashed across Jia Tiance's eyes. He waved the black and white chess swords in his hand, and two sword lights broke out. They did not contain sword will, but the sword momentum was earth-shattering. With a rumble, the sword lights collided. The white sword light broke through the sword light tiger, while the black sword light continued to speed forward, its power becoming more and more astonishing. Outside the demonic zone, many figures moved in an instant. Flowing lights streaked across the space as they hurried forward. The Yama kings of the four palaces joined forces to slay the demons. Under the evil face masks, Xiazi, Yishuan Niao, Ai Ran, and Luo Xin joined forces to unleash wave after wave of attacks. Outside the battle, Ning Chen, Mu Qingxue, and Yin watched the battle for a while before joining in as well. The 7 experts who stood at the peak of the world joined forces to fight against the saint of the demon slayer palace. The brilliance of the palm and the sword intertwined with each other, creating a gorgeous and extraordinary splendor. In the night sky, the clouds of the 9 heavens surged, and the ear-piercing sound of chains rang out, reflecting the extreme brilliance of the martial arts. In the battle, Jia Tiance held 2 swords in his hands. With his supreme cultivation base and the mirror shooting art, he was undefeatable. Even when facing the 7 experts, he was not at a disadvantage. After dozens of exchanges, it was difficult to break through the mirror shooting art. A cold light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. This saint of the demon palace had just entered the 4th level, and his control of power was not as good as the demon lord. However, the mirror shooting art he used was really troublesome. 12 styles of spiritual rhino, reverse Qi Xian Huang. The moon-worshipping clan's martial arts appeared again. The Xian Huang reverse Qi Xuan Huang's vigorous and vast energy collided with the black and white chess swords. In an instant, on the other side of the battle, Mu Qingxue's expression turned serious. He moved his sword and broke through the attack with extreme speed. The sword light pierced through the air. "You guys are too weak." When the sword arrived in front of him, Jia Tiance's demonic qi surged out and blocked the sword with extreme speed. "I've seen your moves clearly these days. Now it's useless." With a shout, the demonic qi rebounded, and the people who surrounded him were immediately sent flying. Their bodies were dyed red. There was a clear gap between the strong and the weak. Even if it was 7 against 1, it was still difficult to erase the huge gap between the realms. "Retreat." Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Ning Chen waved his sword and said in a deep voice. The Yama kings of the 4 palaces had heard this before. Without any hesitation, they took a step forward and retreated. "Yin, are you go too?" After the 4 Yama kings left, Ning Chen looked at the girl not far away and said. Yin-er's eyes narrowed, and she suppressed the worry in her heart. Her figure flashed, and she left the demon area. Jiming Marquis, speaking of which, this saint of the demon palace has to thank you. If it weren't for you guys worsening the demon lord's injuries, I wouldn't have found a chance to attack. So you guys will stay here today. As soon as he finished speaking, the black and white chess swords in Jia Tiance's hand pierced through the air and turned into 2 black dragons, attacking the 2 people in front of him. Ning Chen and Mu Qingxue waved their swords to block the attacks. With a bang, the The demonic chi entered their bodies, and the corners of their mouths turned red. "Go!" Ning Chun shouted, and Taisher condensed the power of the frost moon in his hand. The dark moon rose and fell from the sky. With a rumbling sound, the dark moon descended, and ice covered thousands of miles. In the wind and snow, the two stepped forward and quickly left. In the demon area, the black and white chess swords returned. Jia Tiance slashed the dark moon with his sword, and just as he was about to give chase, his expression froze. In the distance, a streak of eerie light pierced through the air. It was so terrifying that it surpassed the limit of the third realm and was approaching the fourth realm. With killing intent approaching, Jia Tiance waved his sword to block the eerie light. With a bang, he took half a step back. In the distance, a man walked over. His body was surging with killing intent, and the third eye between his brows emitted demonic light. Its power was earth-shattering, and it distorted the starry sky. Jun Wentian, are you going to betray your master? Jia Tiance looked at the first guardian of the demon palace, walking over from afar, and said in a deep voice, "The demon lord has treated you well. Jia Tiance, you deserve to die." The truth in front of him was already indisputable. Jun Wentian's figure flashed past, and the moon demon divine weapon appeared in his hand. The 3 points and 2 blades surged with demonic chi, and the divine spear was about to kill. Jia Tiance waved his sword to block the divine weapon, but he felt his body sink and his body fell. The divine weapon of the Moon Demon clan is indeed extraordinary. However, it's useless against me. Jia Tiance's eyes turned cold, and he raised his vital energy again. He activated his supreme cultivation and forcefully stopped his body from falling. The black chess sword slashed past, and the void in front of him split apart. The sword light that engulfed the world continued to spread, and the palaces were instantly devoured, vanishing completely. Jun Wentian's demonic might engulf the sky, and he was unparalleled. His third eye between his brows shone again, and drops of blood dripped down. Demonic light shone out, and he took the attack head-on. With a loud rumble, the fourth realm's power collided. The aftershock caused both of them to take several steps back. However, the difference in their martial arts made the originally evenly matched move obvious. Blood dripped down from the Moon Demon divine weapon, and Jun Wentian barely managed to stabilize himself. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and he was heavily injured. Jun Wentian, don't think that you can go against me just because you have that eye. Before absolute power, your strength is nothing. Jia Tiance sneered, and he raised his hand to wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth. The black and white chess sword in his hand shone again, and demonic flames rose instantly, burning the sky and boiling the sea. The demonic flames attacked him, and Jun Wentian blocked the demonic attack with his revolving spear. However, the demonic flames could not be stopped, and the waves of fire passed through his body, bringing out a dazzling waterfall of blood. Ugh! Jun Wentian staggered, and blood kept dripping from his body. Jun Wentian, the first guardian of the Moon Demon Palace, was so weak before the fourth realm saint of the Moon Demon Palace. Jun Wentian, submit to me, and I can still spare your life. Otherwise, you can go down and accompany the Moon Weaver girl and the others. Jia Tiance said coldly as he stepped forward and looked at the heavily injured man. I'd rather die than submit to a despicable person like you. Jun Wentian struggled to straighten his body, and he activated his martial arts again. The dim light rose and filled the entire demonic domain. Blood dripped down, and his vitality was drained bit by bit. He was barely holding on, and he only hoped to drag the person in front of him into hell with him. Jun Wentian activated what little vitality he had left, and a forbidden technique burned his vitality, breaking through the limits of his cultivation, and rushed straight to Heaven's Gate. You want to fight with your life? Difficult. With a shout, Jia Tian's figure swept out, and he saw through the situation. The white chest sword shook off the moon demon divine weapon, and when the opening appeared, the black chest sword slashed and pierced the former's heart. Ugh! With a painful groan, the demonic aura around Jun Wentian dissipated rapidly, and the sword destroyed his heart meridians, scattering his vitality. Caught you! Jun Wentian endured the pain and raised his hand to grab the arm of the saint in front of him. Immediately, the dim light around him surged wildly, drowning the surrounding 100 feet. Let's go to hell together! Between Jun Wentian's brows, the third demonic eye was extremely bright, and it instantly devoured all of his vitality. The demonic light broke out, destroying everything around him. The heaven and earth collapsed, and everything within 1,000 miles turned into nothingness. The entire demonic domain rumbled and fell continuously. The doomsday-like scene was shocking. After a while, the aftershock gradually dissipated, and the saint of the demon palace appeared in the rolling sand waves. In front of him, Jun Wentian, who was covered in blood, slowly fell down. His vitality was completely gone, and there was not a trace of aura left. He used to be a brave warrior, and his voice shook the starry sky, rarely meeting a worthy opponent. But in the end, he died in the hands of his own people. How miserable and ironic was that? With a thump, his body landed on the ground, kicking up 3 feet of sand. The light in Jun Wentian's eyes gradually dimmed, and it was filled with regret and unwillingness. With Jun Wentian dead, Jia Tian staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. On his chest, a wound that was so deep that the bones could be seen appeared. The first law protector of the demon palace had counterattacked before his death, and for the first time he had heavily injured the saint of the demon palace. Raising his hand, Jun Wentian condensed his energy and suppressed the injury. Just as he was about to retrieve the demonic eye and demonic artifact, he saw 2 sword lights piercing through the air. Before he could react, the 2 silhouettes turned back, taking the moon demon divine weapon lying on the ground and Jun Wentian's body with them. Jia Tian swung his sword to block the sword light that swept towards him. With a thump, it affected his injuries, and he took half a step back. Jiming Marquis, the underworld's Wu Chang. Both of you deserve to die. Looking at the 2 silhouettes disappearing into the starry sky, Jia Tian barely managed to stabilize his body. His eyes were filled with coldness, and his killing intent was bone-chilling. Chapter 972. In the Ziwei Galaxy, above the 3 divine suns, the underworld continent sat. 10 majestic palaces towered into the clouds. Inside the Yama Palace, Ning Chen stood quietly, looking at Jun Wentian's corpse and the moon demon divine weapon on the ground. He had mixed feelings. Jun Wentian was definitely one of the strongest in the demon palace. Apart from the demon lord and the current saint of the demon palace, Jun Wentian's existence was their biggest threat. However, no one had thought that such a strong person would die in the hands of one of their own. How ironic. Jiming Marquis, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the Chaos Scroll. It was Xiao Yu's voice that came from an endless distance away. You are really well informed. You know that Jun Wentian has fallen into my hands so quickly. Ningchen replied indifferently. Isn't the greatest use of the Scroll of Ming to know everything in the world? Jiming Marquis, I'll be waiting for you. Xiao Yu's voice came from the Chaos Scroll again. After that, it became calm again. Ning Chen was silent. After a while, he sighed softly and stepped forward. The wind and snow rolled and gradually swallowed Jun Wentian's body. After 2 breaths, the wind and snow dissipated. A demonic eye with rising light appeared in Ning Chen's hand. Its extremely strong aura was still terrifying. It didn't change at all because of the death of its owner. Ning Chen turned and left the palace. In front of the palace, he flashed and flew toward the starry sky. At the border of the Ziwei Galaxy and the Red Phoenix Galaxy, A stream of light in white clothes sped past without a moment's delay. Jinsi City, Xiaoyu Chang'an. On the second floor, the Xiaoyu Tower in a silver-gray cloak stood quietly, looking at the young man walking toward her. She smiled and said, "Brother Ning, you have kept your promise. You came so quickly." Ning Chen raised his hand. In the dim light, a demonic eye with astonishing might appeared and flew toward the person in front of him. The Xiaoyu Tower took the demonic eye and observed it for a while. Then she said, "What a pity. In less than 100 years, with this eye, Jun Wentian will definitely be the second person in the world to step into the 4th level. There are only a few strong people in the world with such tolerance. No matter how tolerant they are, they still need time to realize their potential. Jun Wentian is indeed strong, but he is dead now," Ning said indifferently. "Brother Ning is right." The Dawn Moon House mistress put away the demonic eye and said, "It's useless to be an expert who can't reach the end, no matter how talented he is. By the way, Brother Ning, have you thought of a way to deal with the Saint of the Devil Palace? The current Jietiance is even more troublesome than the devil lord back then." Ning Chen shook his head and said, "The mirroring technique and the cultivation of the 4th realm are almost flawless. I don't have any good ideas for now." The Waning Moon Tower's mistress smiled gently and walked to the table. She poured a cup of tea and handed it to the former. "I didn't expect that there would be something in this world that Brother Ning can't solve." Ning Chen took the teacup, took a sip, and said calmly, "No man is a saint. There will always be a time when his wisdom is exhausted. I'm just an ordinary person. I'm no different from other people. There will also be times when I'm helpless. Brother Ning is too modest." The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress smiled and said, "In the current situation, the Ji family, Beiki, and Butian, the 3 great inheritances, have joined forces. The combat power of the Devil Palace has been reduced again and again. Although the Devil Palace is still powerful on the surface, there's no doubt that the Devil Palace is no longer as invincible as it was when it first appeared. Brother Ning's contribution to this is immeasurable." "What do you want to say, mistress?" "Just say it." Ning Chen listened quietly. After a while he spoke. "Huh." The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress chuckled and said, "What I mean is very simple. Brother Ning, you can eliminate the Saint of the Devil Palace the same way you sent the Lord of Hell away back then, as long as you're willing to pay the price." Upon hearing this, Ning Chen's hand that was holding the teacup trembled. Even if his mind was firm, he couldn't help but feel emotional at this moment. What's wrong? Does Brother Ning think that this method is not feasible? Or rather, Brother Ning's heart is no longer as cold and resolute as before. The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress smiled. "No one has the right to decide the life and death of others at will, not even me." Ning Chen's expression turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, 100 years ago, I didn't have a choice. 100 years later, I don't want the same tragedy to happen again. However, Brother Ning, you can't deny that this is actually the method with the least sacrifice." The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress's expression became serious, and she said calmly, combining light and chaos, using the power of all living beings to suppress the power of the 4th realm of the Devil Palace's saint. Although there will be sacrifices, this sacrifice is less than 1/10 of the killing that the Devil Palace has caused. Ning Chen clenched his fists, and his usually calm heart was in turmoil. After a while, he raised his eyes and looked at the person in front of him. He said, "Mistress, you should know that if we combine light and chaos, these 2 scrolls of the heavenly tomes will disappear again. The outer heaven is not like the inner world. Once the 2 scrolls disappear, even if they are reborn one day, it will be impossible to find them in today's vast star area. That's why I said that Brother Ning has to be able to pay the price. If you want to take the scroll of light from me, the price will not be small." The Dawn Moon Tower poured herself a cup of tea and said with a smile, "What does mistress want?" Ning Chen asked calmly. Back then, I had said that if I were to help you find a way to bring the dead back to life, Brother Ning would have to exchange your sword for it. Now, I still have the same condition. If Brother Ning wants to take away the scroll of light, you will have to exchange your sword for it, the Dawn Moon Housemaster said. When Ning Chun heard this, his eyes narrowed. He said, "Sword? I have more than one sword. Which one does Mistress want?" "Brother Ning, you don't seem to understand what I mean." The Dawn Moon Tower picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said lightly, "I want Brother Ning's own sword, not the sword in your hand. The sword bones, the sword aura, the sword moves, and even the sword intent. I will take away all of Brother Ning's comprehension of the sword in this life." When Ning Chen heard this, his body trembled violently. His eyes were full of emotions, and he couldn't hide his shock. I know that this sounds too shocking and even unacceptable to Brother Ning. However, the scroll of light is very important to me. If Brother Ning wants to take it away, you have to pay the price, the Dawn Moon Tower said calmly. Ning Chen fell silent. He couldn't lift the hand holding the teacup, nor could he put it down. No matter how calm he was, he couldn't make a decision for a while. After the Spirit Void Realm is the Ziwei Star Zone. Brother Ning, you have no choice. Unless you have the confidence to stop the Demon Palace before they attack the Ziwei Star Zone, the Inner Realm will be affected by the war, and it is irreversible. The Dawn Moon Tower looked at the young man in front of her and added more fuel to the fire. Crack! There was the sound of the teacup shattering. The tea spilled through the cracks between his fingers, and there was a faint, blood-red color. Ning Chen recovered from the silence. He looked at the Dawn Moon Tower in front of him and said calmly, "Thank you for your reminder. I will give you an answer as soon as possible." Chapter 973. In the Spirit Void Starfield, the flames of war rose again. The Demon Palace's Saint personally led the expedition, accompanied by the Sun, Moon, and Star sects. After entering the 4th level, the Demon Palace's Saint's battle prowess was unprecedentedly terrifying. The Spirit Void Alliance was defeated again and again. Soon, more than half of the Spirit Void Starfield was lost. In the White Emperor planet, demonic clouds pressed down. The Spirit Void Alliance retreated to the White Emperor planet, making their last stand. In the White Emperor city and the G family, many experts stood in this ancient inheritance. They looked at the experts of the Spirit Void Alliance falling from the sky, their faces filled with sorrow. They knew very well that the White Emperor planet couldn't be defended. Or rather, the entire Spirit Void Starfield couldn't be defended. Mr. Ning, this is the Divine Scroll. Yu Qing and the younger generation of the Ji family have already left under the protection of the 9th Elder. In the future, please take care of them. In front of the sacred palace, Ji Wechu stuffed a golden page into the hands of the young man beside him. Ning Chen looked at the divine scroll in a daze. His heart was abnormally heavy. "Mr. Ning, leave quickly. This place won't be defended for long." Ji Wechu took a step forward and rushed into the 9 heavens. In the 9 heavens, demonic clouds rolled, covering the sky and the sun. The man in the blue brocade coat stood in the air like a god and a demon. Demonic chi swirled around his body. Even though he was surrounded by dozens of peak experts, he still had the absolute advantage. A demonic calamity caused the world to mourn. The martial prowess that surpassed the limits of the mortal world made all resistance pale. Boom! Muffled thunder cut through the dusky sky. Heavy rain poured down. It was as if the heavens were crying for this calamity. The rain fell, making loud splashing sounds. It fogged the eyes of the common people. Blood mixed with the rain and flowed down, dyeing the entire ground red. "Mr. Ning, let's go." The Ji clan's heavenly ancestor stepped forward. He looked at the sky and said with a hoarse voice, "Our era has already ended. In this golden era, we old fellows can't be in the way anymore. You guys are the true masters of this era." After saying that, The Ji family's heavenly ancestor continued to step forward. Under the heavy rain, his figure rushed into the sky and joined the battle. In the end, an expert entered the battlefield. His divine might was world-shocking, and the entire battlefield was filled with a berserk aura. Shouts of killing shook the heavens. Ning Qin stood in front of the Ji family Saint Palace, looking at the figures falling from the sky. His heart grew heavier and heavier. At the same time, in the sky above the Bai family in the Alcade Star region, an eerie nether aura filled the air. It was abnormally heavy, causing this ancient inheritance that had been passed down for countless years to become nervous. This was a true immortal bloodline aristocratic family that was as famous as the Ling Shuji family. They had always kept a low profile and rarely appeared in the aristocratic family. They did not expect the nether calamity to take the initiative to descend. Is this the Bai clan with the bloodline of a true immortal? It seems that the name doesn't match the reality. Two silhouettes walked out from the underworld aura. One of them was dressed in black, and his aura was sharp and overbearing. Beside him was a man in silver divine clothes. His temperament was extraordinary, and his aura was exceptionally noble. It was rare in the mortal world, and it made people raise their eyebrows. Mo Luo Tian and Diming Tian joined forces and pressured the Bai family. Everyone in the Bai family turned solemn. One by one, the experts walked out as if they were facing a great enemy. Hall Master. Diming Tian spoke calmly. Let's do it. Mo Luo Tian nodded and waved his right hand. Ghostly aura filled the air, and illusory figures appeared out of thin air. Each of them was at the peak of the third realm, and chains wrapped around their bodies. They were like death reapers that walked out from hell, eerie and terrifying. Kill! With a command, more than a dozen hell's emissaries rushed down. Their nether aura covered the sky and the sun, drowning thousands of miles of territory. In the next moment, the sound of killing shook the sky. The nether calamity descended, implicating countless lives. It came without any warning, and it was cruel and bloody. With the arrival of danger, the experts in the Bai family's ancient land walked out one after another. 4 half-step-forth realms joined forces to block the calamity. The crisscrossing black chains sealed the sky and the earth, and even sealed the hope of the mortal world. Shocking strength reappeared in the mortal world, causing people to recall the terrifying history of the past in horror. Won't the Devil Palace be alerted if we take action so soon? Mo Luo Tian looked at the young man in silver beside him and asked. The Demon Palace is now focused on attacking the Spirit Void Starfield and has no time to care about other things. It will be too late by the time the Demon Palace Saint knows about this. Diming Tian said calmly. Ji family's blood of gods, by family's blood of true immortals, Jia Netherhall's immemorial underworld soul, and Sword Pavilion's divine artifact, Sun-Moon Annihilation. This time, it should be enough to open the seal set by the Queen Mother of the West, Mo Luo Tian said solemnly. In the ancient war, the Queen Mother of the West sealed our world, causing us to suffer the pain of being sealed. Now it's time for this world to pay for it, Diming Tian said calmly. It's a pity that we couldn't get the Queen Mother of the West's hairpin. Otherwise, opening the seal wouldn't be so troublesome, Mo Luo Tian said solemnly. The Sun-Moon Annihilation is enough. After such a long time, the seal set by the Queen Mother of the West is far from what it used to be. If it wasn't for the Queen Mother of the West's remnant soul strengthening the seal when the Western Celestial Realm appeared, our world would have already descended, Diming Tian said coldly. I'm also looking forward to this moment, Mo Luo Tian said calmly. With the help of the Palace Lord, this day will come very soon, Diming Tian said. Diming Tian said, when the time comes, the Hall Master will know what the world where the real experts live should be like. The humans in this world are too weak. Without the protection of the 4 immortal realms, they can't withstand a single blow. The 4th realm? Mo Luo Tian turned his gaze and asked. Di Ming Tian smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. The fourth realm was never the end. People who looked at the sky from the bottom of a well were always so stupid that it was disgusting. The two realms changed and suffered a calamity together. The flames of war filled the sky and burned the former divine lands to death. 3 days later, the White Emperor Star was dead silent. The entire Ji family was in ruins. The divine blood family that had been passed down for countless years was almost completely annihilated. Outside the White Emperor Star, 2 figures stood in the air. One was wearing plain clothes, and the other was wearing white clothes. They were so clean that not a single speck of dust could be seen. They clenched their fists tightly and made cracking sounds. Facing the cruel scene in front of them, a deep sense of helplessness lingered in their hearts. Even though they had schemed and dealt heavy damage to the demon palace again and again, after getting rid of the 4 great protectors, the 7 great sinners appeared. After dealing heavy damage to the 7 great sinners, another demon master appeared. Now, the demon master was dead, and the saint of the demon palace stepped into the 4th realm. The endless chaos made people unable to see the end of the darkness. Qingshui, am I being too indecisive? Ning Chen looked at the woman beside him and asked softly, "Why do you ask?" Mu Qingshui said calmly, "The Dawn Moon Tower Master is right. Combining light and chaos is the way with the least sacrifice." "Perhaps I should have made a decision earlier," Ning Chen said softly. "No matter what decision you make, it's not your responsibility." Mu Qingshui looked at the man beside him and said seriously, "It's not your responsibility to protect the common people. Even if you don't want the inner world to be affected by the flames of war, this matter shouldn't be shouldered by you. You've sacrificed too much for this world. Now, no matter what decision you make, no one has the right to judge you." Ning Chen was silent. After a while, he said softly, "I'm worried about them. Nothing can happen to the inner world." "Then do as you wish. No matter what the consequences are, at least you won't regret it," Mu Qingshui said seriously. Ning Chen looked at his hands and was in a daze. In his life, he had relied on the sword in his hand to get to where he was today. If he lost his sword, could he still go on? If you lose your sword, you can practice it again. If 10 years isn't enough, then 100 years. If 100 years isn't enough, then 300 years. I've cultivated the great oblivion, and my memories can disappear at any time. You promise me that you'll tell me what I've forgotten. Today, I'll also promise you that I'll help you find your lost sword, no matter how long it takes or how difficult it is." Mu Qingshui looked at the former and promised seriously. Ning Chen came back to his senses and looked at the woman in front of him. He didn't say a word for a long time. "You promised that princess of the barbarian dynasty that you'll return her a peaceful world in 3 years. Now the time is almost up. You should fulfill your promise and do as you wish. Even if you lose your sword, you still have the 6 scrolls of the heavenly book. You still have an unparalleled foundation. Since ancient times, you're still the first person to step into the immortal realm," Mu Qingshui said softly. Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him quietly. After a while, he smiled and said, "Wait for me to come back." "Okay." Mu Qingshui nodded and replied. Ning Chen smiled and didn't say anything more. He turned around and walked toward the red phoenix star area. In the starry sky, Mu Qingshui looked at the figure that was disappearing in front of her. A strange light flashed in her eyes. How many years had it been? Perhaps this time she could see the real knowing destiny Marquis. Although the king of hell who hid in the darkness had damaged the demon palace time and time again, he was still scheming in the end. Without the light, his glory shouldn't be covered by the darkness. Now it was time for him to be himself, the real number 1 in the inner world, the guardian of the divine land, the man closest to God in the human world. In the Golden Dawn city of the Red Phoenix Star area, a white-clothed figure walked over. His aura was no longer hidden. It was powerful, heavy, and unfathomable. In the bright room on the 2nd floor of the Dawn Moon restaurant, The tower master of the Dawn Moon restaurant looked at the young man walking over with respect. He finally came. She waved her right hand and the bright scroll appeared. The tower master of the Dawn Moon restaurant waited quietly in the room, waiting for the young man who would shock the entire starry sky. "Tower master, sorry to keep you waiting." As she spoke, the white-clothed figure appeared in front of the bright room. He walked in and said calmly, "Brother Ning's arrival has indeed shocked me. This is the bright scroll." The tower master of the Dawn Moon restaurant personally presented the heavenly scroll. Then she flipped her left hand and a silver-gray soul bead appeared. She handed it over. "Take this bead. After the battle, all of Brother Ning's comprehension of the sword will be absorbed into this bead. From now on, it will no longer belong to Brother Ning," the tower master of the Dawn Moon restaurant said seriously. "Thank you, tower master." Ning Qin took the heavenly scroll and soul bead. He looked at the person in front of him and said calmly, "Tower master, see you later." Then, Ning Qin didn't stay any longer. He turned and left. Chapter 974. At the border of Spirit Void and Ziwei, the Demon Palace's army continued to advance. They were like a flood that covered all the light in the world. The demonic calamity lasted for several years. Many life stars were burned to the ground. White bones piled up like mountains. Lives were plunged into misery and suffering. After seizing resources from one domain after another, the Demon Palace's forces grew larger and larger. Their army numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and they spread across the various domains. The Spirit Void had fallen, and the Z-Way was completely exposed to the Demon Palace's army. The flames of war spread, and the inner realm fell into a new crisis. Heavenly Palace Planet, Heavenly Palace, Sacred Ground. Chao Tianqi stood before her star soul life sea and looked at the Demon Palace's army. Her beautiful face revealed a serious expression. She didn't expect the Demon Palace to be so fast. In less than 10 years, they'd conquered several large domains and fought their way to the Z-Way star. "They're here." As he spoke, a powerful figure walked over from behind. He looked at the star spirit life sea in front of him and spoke. "They're very close." Chao Tianqi nodded and said, "Minister of Heaven, what do you think our heavenly palace should do?" "Give up." Xiao Bieli said calmly, "The Demon Palace's strength isn't something our heavenly palace can resist. The only way is to avoid them." Chao Tianqi was silent. 100 years ago, they'd gone through countless hardships to save the heavenly palace from the calamity. They were unwilling to give up like this. There's no need to retreat. At this moment, a snowstorm blew above the sacred ground, and a plain-clothed figure walked out. He looked at the heavenly palaces, sovereigns, and spoke. Jiming Marquis. Chao Tianqi and Xiao Bieli were shocked when they saw this person, and they spoke with surprise. "Star Sovereign, Minister of Heaven, how have you been?" Ning Qin stepped forward and said softly, "I'm here to ask the Heavenly Minister for a favor." "Please speak, Mr. Ning," Xiao Bieli said seriously. "Minister of Heaven's attainments in spatial arrays are unparalleled." "I'd like to ask for your help in setting up a formation," Ning Qin said. Xiao Bieli's eyes flashed, and he nodded. "I'll do my best to help." "Thank you." Ning Qin nodded and replied. 10 days later, 2 figures appeared on the path of the Devil Palace's army. They joined forces to set up a formation, making the final preparations for the upcoming battle. In the distance, demonic clouds covered the sky, and a heavy pressure extended for tens of thousands of miles. Even from afar, one could clearly feel the terrifying pressure. "Minister of Heaven, you can go back first." Ning Qin looked at the man beside him and said, "Be careful." Xiao Bieli sighed lightly and instructed, "I will." Ning Qin nodded as he looked at the approaching army of the Devil Palace. Xiao Bieli didn't say anything else as he gazed at the resolute glow in the former's eyes. He just took a step forward and left. After the celestial phenomenon left, only Su Yi's figure remained in the starry sky. She was all alone and proud. The phoenix body temporarily returned. The demon body went all out, and the three bodies gathered. After 100 years, they once again defied the heavens to slay the immortals. 100,000 miles away, the Devil Palace's army advanced rapidly, day and night without rest. The saint of the Devil Palace stood silently on the war chariot at the front. His aura, which had been restrained in the past, was now completely domineering as he swept through the various powers and achieved the unification of the Devil Palace step by step. After advancing for 100,000 miles, Jia Tian's suddenly frowned and waved his hand to stop the army. He looked ahead as a wisp of seriousness flashed through his eyes. Something wasn't right. "Saint, I've been waiting for you for a long time." As he spoke, a figure in plain clothes appeared in the starry sky, and he looked ahead as he spoke. "Jiming Marquis." Jia Tian's eyes turned cold as he looked at the young man who was blocking his path. "It really is him. It's inconvenient to talk here. I wonder if you can move to another place?" Ning Chen looked at the former and spoke calmly. "What else is there to talk about between us? Jiming Marquis, I've experienced your cunning many times. This time, I won't give you another chance." Jia Tian's spoke coldly. "Unfortunately, it's not up to the saint to decide whether to leave or not." Ning Chen sighed and didn't say anything else. He took a step forward, and the starry sky around him suddenly shook. Countless runes shot up into the sky, and a spatial array was formed, instantly enveloping the two of them. Jia Tian's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to break free, he was shocked to see Bai flashing and slashing with her sword. Jia Tian's raised his hand to block the sword. There was a loud boom, and the aftermath roared. In an instant, the spatial array was formed, and the two of them disappeared in front of the dozens of demons. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, on a barren planet of life, the two of them appeared. As soon as their feet touched the ground, the divine prohibition was activated, and everything within 1,000 miles was sealed. Yellow Spring. Jia Tian's narrowed his eyes and said, "Time Jiming Marquis, you want to take my life with this incomplete divine prohibition? It's too difficult. Saint, you're overthinking. These two prohibitions are just to prevent you from leaving. I'll give you the real gift now." As soon as he finished speaking, the two scrolls in Ning Chen's hands shot into the air. In the dazzling brilliance, heaven and earth rumbled. The stars sank, and the sun and moon moved in reverse. It was an indescribable power. The combination of light and chaos reproduced the scene of killing gods in 100 years. The two scrolls merged into one, and the light and chaos shocked the sky. In an instant, catastrophe befell all the planets within hundreds of thousands of miles. The two scrolls messed up yin and yang, and countless creatures exploded instantly. Blood, chi, and resentment soared into the sky, piercing through the starry sky. It was a shocking scene. In the starry sky, blood clouds pressed down, and the light and chaos scrolls pressed down with the resentment of all creatures. Endless blood light filled the world. This is... On the barren planet of life, Jia Tian's was shocked. He looked at the sky, and his face was full of shock. "Today, everything will end completely." Ning Chen shouted softly. He activated his martial arts, and his peerless foundation was no longer reserved. The three of them merged, and their aura spread through the universe. The chaotic brilliance soared into the sky. The phoenix, demon, and human bodies merged into one. The first person to step on deities since ancient times finally showed all his strength. In the spreading blood mist, a peerless divine weapon fell from the sky. The green and red sword was reforged by the origin of the divine tree. The man and the sword became one, and they were born together. The divine sword appeared, and streaks of blood-red patterns spread out, penetrating into knowing Destiny's arm. In an instant, the powerful sword pressure spread out, and the heaven and earth trembled. The natal sword appeared, and gods and demons were frightened. In the black flame, the fairy-slaying sword appeared, and the appearance of the king of sickness could make all creatures go crazy. Cold heart, cold eyes, and calm, knowing destiny no longer held back. He called out the two divine swords at the same time. Evil chi entered his body, and his blood hair became crazy. The unsuppressible sound of killing pierced through the heaven and earth, and aroused the endless killing intent in knowing destiny's heart. Under the dancing blood hair, the wind and snow filled the sky. The white-clothed figure disappeared instantly, and the killing began. The great battle began. In the distance, many figures rushed over, and they all looked anxious. However, the starry sky was vast, and they couldn't make it in time. Thousands of miles away, the void rolled, and a figure in a silver-gray cloak walked out. He looked at the battle in the distance, and his face was full of emotions. Knowing Destiny Marquis was no doubt a powerful cultivator. He was determined and wouldn't be shaken by any setbacks or hardships. He gave enough respect to this person. But a businessman had his own principles. In front of benefits, he wouldn't back down even half a step. On the barren, vast planet, the battle began. The white-clothed figure swept past quickly, and the two swords slashed down with power that could split the sky. "You don't know what's good for you." Jia Tiance snorted. He clenched his hands, and the black and white chess swords appeared. He used the mirror shooting technique to meet the two swords. With a boom, the four swords clashed. The terrifying aftermath spread out, and the entire vast planet shook violently. Thousands of miles of cracks appeared, and the mountains collapsed. In the most powerful battle, Jia Tiance's body was severely restricted by the resentment of all living beings. Every move of his was extremely heavy, as if he was under heavy pressure. On the other hand, knowing destiny fully activated his body, and the three bodies merged into one. He didn't hold back anymore, and his powerful combat power was fully displayed. 9 heavens, star, picking hand, burning sun. When the 4 swords clashed, Ning Chun loosened his sword and formed a palm. His heavy palms crisscrossed, and with a boom, he imprinted it on Jia Tiance's chest. The change happened without any warning. With a violent tremor, Jia Tiance took half a step back under the heaven-shattering palm. He couldn't suppress the shock in his eyes. Such a familiar move appeared in the hands of such a shocking person. Jia Tiance's heart was in turmoil, and he couldn't suppress it. "You are the king of hell." The truth was so shocking that Jia Tiance steadied himself and said in shock, "It's too late to know now." Before he finished speaking, Ning Chun held his sword and dashed out again. The 2 swords swept out with thousands of sword waves. The power was earth-shattering, and the land within thousands of miles collapsed and rose up. The sword radiance clashed, and each sword was shocking. Every sword radiance was filled with murderous intent. He released his knowing destiny cultivation. His martial spirit shone under the night sky, illuminating the world as bright as day. It was difficult to look at him directly. Nirvana. 12 swords. The 2 swords clashed, and Nirvana and 12 swords appeared in the world at the same time. In an instant, the sword radiance that soared into the sky was like a flood. After a moment, it gathered into one, and it was earth-shattering. There was a loud explosion, and heaven and earth were in chaos. Jia Tiance waved his sword to block it. Demonic chi condensed into a sword, and the supreme martial art of mirror shot reappeared. Art of mirror sky. All things returned to nothing. The 4 swords clashed, and the sky became one. Chaos shook the world, and in the destructive power, the withered star under the 2 collapsed. Thousands of miles of huge ravines crisscrossed, destroying everything. In the terrifying impact, 2 streaks of blood splashed out. Both sides were injured, and it was hard to tell who was the winner. You are in the third realm after all. Even if you can reach the level to fight with me, how long can your body last? Jia Tiance shouted coldly. The two swords turned, and two huge sword radiances, one black and one white, soared into the sky. Unparalleled demonic power gathered from the starry sky, beyond the boundaries of heaven and earth, and shook the stars within thousands of miles. My sword, you can't measure it. No one could blaspheme the pride of the sword. Ning Chen wielded the two swords with both hands. Yin and Yang soared into the sky, and the sun and moon roared together. The 100 suns burned the world, and the Yin and moon sealed the sky. The two extremes of Yin and Yang appeared in the world at the same time. It was difficult for the heaven and earth to bear the terrifying power of the sword. Huge spatial ravines appeared, and they were deep and dark, shocking people's minds. Knowing destiny. In the distance, figures rushed over. The cultivators from the inner realm and the underworld all looked shocked when they saw the familiar scene in front of them. Under the rolling blood clouds, the knowing destiny cultivator with the ultimate sword was as glorious as a god. He was the person closest to a god in the world, and he released the last sword of his life. Chapter 975. In the Z-Way star system, 100,000 miles away from the Devil Army, a sword shone brightly on a lifeless planet. The gods and devils were shocked. Yin, moon, and 100 suns appeared at the same time. Yin and Yang split the heavens and earth, and a destructive force descended. The collapsed planet suffered another calamity and was completely destroyed. In the starry skies, rubble flew about in all directions. On the collapsed great star, a third sword appeared, rising and falling in the starry skies. Red light weaved about, and its might was incomparably majestic. 3 swords appeared at the same time, splitting the starry sky into 3. Outside the battlefield, the inner world experts who arrived were shocked. They wanted to go forward, but they were blocked by the divine restriction. You all are not allowed to go forward. Just as AI ran and the others wanted to forcefully break through the divine restriction, Mu Qingxue stepped forward and blocked them with his sword. He calmly said, "This is his choice." 10,000 miles away, the Dawn Moon Tower Master stood in the air and looked forward. Her calm expression contained a hint of seriousness. "Ji Ming, Marquis, you have placed everything on the line for this battle. You cannot lose." 10,000 miles away, the 3 sinners of the Devil Palace quickly passed by. They felt the tremors in the distance and moved forward with all their might. Boom! Inside the divine restriction, earth-shattering sounds of battle could be heard. Bright and chaotic lights went against the heavens and earth, burying all living beings. Resentment filled the sky and suppressed the devil cultivator's cultivation. However, the power of the mortal world could not be matched by the 4th realm. The resentment of all living beings was rapidly consumed, and the time it could last became shorter and shorter. Sword technique. 3 lights shine together. In an instant, 3 figures appeared at the same time. 3 sharp sword lights broke through the sky. They were so dazzling that no one dared to look directly at them. After one sword, the 3 figures merged back into one. Black flames filled the sky as they passed by. Yama's 3rd watch, reincarnation hell. Black flames burned the mortal world. Reincarnation appeared in hell. Shocking comprehension of the sword. Domain opened, and evil spirits awakened dreams. Jia Tiance raised his 2 swords and blocked the 3 sword lights. The mirror technique appeared once again. The 2 swords slashed through the sky. The sword slashed through hell and collided with reincarnation. Huge black vortexes collapsed, and sword lights scattered in all directions. Yama's 3rd watch, Avicii heaven wails. In the blink of an eye, the sickly king disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind the demonic cultivator. His sword pierced through the air, mercilessly taking his life. Jia Tiance was shocked. He regained his senses and wanted to block the sword. However, he saw the trapping celestial in knowing destiny's hands. The two swords did not stop and slashed down. The white sword blocked the two edges, the black sword shook the sick king. An intense vibration sounded. Sword energy passed through, blood gushing out, scattering into the starry skies. Jia Tian's brocade coat was dyed red. He took 3 steps back, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He was injured for the first time since the battle started. One sword gained the upper hand, but Bai Yi's figure did not stop at all. Trapping immortals floated in the air. The ill king entered her hand. The 2 swords reincarnated, growing and multiplying without end. A knowing destiny state expert who had fully activated his body and sword was as fierce as a god. Even someone as strong as the saint of the Devil Palace was gradually at a disadvantage under the suppression of his body. Jiming Marquis. The anger on Jia Tian's face grew thicker and thicker. His 2 swords soared into the air and transformed into a ferocious flood dragon. His sword and fingers were parallel to each other as they collided with the divine blade. With a loud bang, the evil dragon swallowed the sky. Knowing destiny's hands were bleeding, but he refused to step back. He rushed forward and struck again. 12 moves of Lingxi, sky-lifting waterfall. With the heavy strike, the sky-lifting waterfall soared into the sky. The unique skill of the moon-worshipping clan appeared again. The Milky Way appeared in the 9 heavens, and the sky-lifting waterfall fell. It was a spectacular scene. With a muffled groan, Jia Tian took several steps back. However, he resisted the sky-lifting palm with his physical body that was beyond the limits of the mortal world. He waved his 2 swords and fought back. The sword shone on her. In an instant, Su Yi moved quickly to avoid the brilliance of the 2 swords. When she regained her senses, she rushed forward again. Her sword cut through the stars, and the sun and the moon shone together. The thunderous sword light was dazzling. When Jia Tian blocked the sword, the mirror shot out, but Su Yi's figure disappeared again. She held the sword, and the trapping celestial was in her hand. Red light filled the sky. Whoosh! The unstoppable divine sword cut through the armor, bringing out a dazzling waterfall of blood. When she regained her composure, she struck again. Blood fell like rain. Thousands of miles away, the Dawn Moon House master looked at the battle in the distance that was gradually becoming clearer. Light flashed in her eyes. Without the suppression of cultivation, the Jiming Marquis combat power was truly terrifying. In the distance, Jen Eyre and the others who had rushed over from the inner realm were also shocked. They knew that the Jiming Marquis had been holding back his strength. However, no one expected the Jiming Marquis to be so powerful. In the starry sky, there was the sound of swaying chains. The heavens and earth felt it and reflected the extreme power of the swords. After 100 moves, the mirror shot was broken again and again. The 3 swords were reincarnated. More and more wounds appeared on Jia Tian's body. Facing the most powerful swords in the mortal world, he was at a complete disadvantage. The battle tilted. Jia Tian looked at the blood clouds in the sky with a serious expression. He had to hold on a little longer. The resentment wouldn't last much longer. The battle had reached a critical point. Within the blood clouds, a slight cracking sound could be heard. Cracks appeared on the bright and chaotic twin scrolls. Suddenly, the blood clouds in the sky began to swirl rapidly, revealing the technique of dispersing. Not good. Outside the battle, the expressions of the inner realm cultivators changed. The suppression of the blood clouds on the saint of the demonic palace was about to reach its limit. Inside the divine restriction, Ning Chen looked up at the sky and then withdrew his gaze. He took a step and soared into the sky. 6 Dao fall, myriad demonic tribulations, grand forbidden sword. The forbidden sword appeared, and sword energy gathered from all directions. A terrifying sword, pressure, swept out in all directions. The starry sky shook and distorted violently. The flaw of this move is when you're preparing your move. You're bound to lose this battle. As he spoke, Jietian's figure flashed past. He arrived above the starry sky and slashed at the figure within the 10,000 swords. Just as the sword energy was about to touch the figure, the white-clothed figure suddenly disappeared from the 10,000 swords. The extremely fast figure forcibly broke free from the swords and condensed his origin energy into a palm. Ugh! When the palm landed, Jietian let out a muffled groan. He quickly fell from the sky and smashed meteors one after another. His momentum didn't stop. In the starry sky, Ning Chen's figure flashed by. The 10,000 swords followed him at an extreme speed. In front of the collapsing meteors, the white-clothed figure was one step ahead of him. The 10,000 swords gathered and condensed into one. As the sword slashed past, the starry sky split apart. Countless meteors were completely devoured by the sword energy. The shocking power surpassed the limit and vaguely cut open a natural chasm the humans couldn't cross. The divine sword slashed the demonic tribulations. The majestic sword energy descended suddenly. The sword was so terrifying that even gods and demons were shocked. It was so dazzling that it cut open the darkness and illuminated the human world. With a loud rumble, the sword energy slashed past the demonic tribulations. A waterfall of blood bloomed and dyed the starry sky red. With a deafening vibration, the demonic tribulations smashed onto a huge star. The huge star collapsed with the sound and debris flew everywhere. It was a shocking scene. Above the 9 heavens, the blood clouds dispersed rapidly. They had reached their limit. The battle against the demonic tribulations had reached the most critical moment. Every second was precious. In the starry sky, the white-clothed figure took a step in the sky. Her body was like a bolt of lightning as she rushed past. Her speed was frightening. Her combat power and sword were fully activated. Her body shone brightly as if a martial god had descended. She was so dazzling that all the strong cultivators in the starry sky looked at her. Outside the battle, the 3 sins of the demonic palace rushed over. They were getting faster and faster. Feeling that the Saint Arbiter was completely suppressed, their eyes were filled with shock. Thousands of miles away, the Dawn Moon Tower Master looked over and saw the 3 sects rushing over. She finally moved and walked forward step by step. What followed would be considered as the interest of this deal. Silver light shone brightly. An ancient and heavy divine weapon appeared. The underworld divine spear had reappeared in the human world. The Dawn Moon Tower Master blocked the path with the spear. The silver-gray cloak fluttered in the wind. She blocked the path alone and did not allow the 3 sects to take half a step forward. Dawn Moon Tower Master, you. Seeing the man blocking their path, the 3 sects stopped. Their faces darkened. It was actually him. The 3 of you, please wait for a moment. The Dawn Moon Tower Master looked at the 3 people in front of her and said lightly, the battle in the distance was urgent. The 3 sects did not waste any more time. They rushed forward and attacked with all their might. Outside the divine restriction, Mu Qianshang, Jian and the others also felt the people coming from afar. Their cold eyes were filled with murderous intent. Everyone, since we can't help Jiming here, let's help him solve some of his worries. Mu Qianshang said coldly. He raised his hand and took off the evil face mask. Since they were going to solve everything in this battle, there was no need for them to hide anymore. Behind him, Jian Luo Xingqian, and the others also took off their masks. Their figures flashed and rushed to the battlefield. Inside the divine restriction, Ning Chen did not care about what was happening outside. He focused on killing the demons. The dispersing blood clouds indicated that the resentment of the masses was about to dissipate. The Saint Arbiter of the demonic palace escaped from the shattered stars. Before she could react, the white-clothed figure came again. It was so fast that she could not react in time. Star-picking hand's final move, inverse move. With a bang, a heavy palm landed on Jia Tian's body. It was the Qilin's ultimate move. Jia Tian's felt his chest sink. He vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying again. In the starry sky, the blood clouds finally dispersed. After smashing stars one after another, Jia Tian stopped and barely stabilized himself. Jiming Marquis, you're finished. The resentment of the masses disappeared and the suppression was no longer there. Jia Tian felt the power gradually returning around him. He looked up to the sky and laughed crazily and violently. Ning Qin glanced at the disappearing blood clouds and the bright chaos twin scroll. His expression did not change. He retracted his gaze and quickly flew forward. Heaven and earth chime, life and death defying fate. The two swords split the heaven and earth. In an instant, the two divine weapons turned into a rainbow and intertwined. The boundless sword light rushed to the sky and slashed at the demonic cultivator in front. The two swords were drawn. The white-clothed figure, who was flying past, quickly grabbed the air with her right hand. In the starry sky, the trapping celestial flew past. The moment she grabbed it, a red light shone. Jia Tian waved his sword to block the two weapons. However, the aura around him stagnated. His body showed signs of dissipating. How can this be? Before he could react, his throat was slit by the sword. Blood gushed out and dyed the stars red. Jia Tian looked back. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Ah! In an extremely painful cry, the demonic aura around Jia Tian's body rapidly dispersed. The moment his body collapsed, a familiar and powerful aura quickly recovered. It was the master of the demonic palace who was reborn in a body and counterattacked the conspirator. Saint Priest, you've schemed your whole life. In the end, you're still one step behind. In the midst of the voice, the demonic aura in the sky surged wildly. An illusory figure appeared. It was extremely powerful and suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the starry sky, Ning Qin looked at the master of the demonic palace who had reappeared. His expression did not change. He did not say a word and quickly flew forward. Chapter 976. In the starry sky, the demon palace master, who was supposed to be dead, returned to the human world and attacked the conspirators. The shocking battle began again. 3 swords moved and light flashed, resonating with the heavens. The demonic palm caught the swords and a tremor shook the universe. Endless sword intent spread in all directions, and the sword light cut through the void. Jiming Marquis, your ability has impressed me. However, you should have used up all your trump cards in the battle just now. Do you still have the strength to resist? The demon lord stood in the void and said coldly as he dodged the sword light one after another, "You will know whether I have the strength or not after we fight." Ning Qin replied coldly. His aura condensed, and countless sword lights circled around him. He was like a sword immortal descending to the human world. Just as the battle began again, the 9 kings of hell surrounded the sun, moon, and star sects in the distance. Without the identity of kings of hell, Jian Er and the others went all out. They no longer needed to hide their moves. As they moved, it was as if they had been reborn. Facing the continuous attacks of the 9 kings of hell, the sun, moon, and star sects felt more and more pressure. They didn't dare to be careless and focused on dealing with it. 6 ye forbidden world, evil spirits, open. Outside the battle, Wu Qingying waved her hand and summoned the 6 Yi karmas. A huge red guqin appeared, and the guqin's aura surged. Her slender fingers plucked, and a destructive guqin sound spread out. The sound surged, and in the battle, the 3 sects were immediately affected. There were few pauses in their moves. Thunder bestowment, divine punishment. In front of the Dark Universe sect, Yin Er and Luofei worked together. The power of the heavenly language and the power of the gods worked together. In an instant, thunder rumbled, and a worldly sacred sword appeared. Its power was majestic, and it was close to the legendary 4th level. The worldly sacred sword demon slayer fell from the sky. In the violent tremor, the head of the 3 sects, who had always been invincible, was at a disadvantage. Extraordinary woman. In the middle of the 3 battles, the Dawn Moon House Master looked at the battle not far away, and a strange expression flashed across her face. A moment later, she flipped her left hand, and a demonic eye appeared in the surging demonic chi. Its shocking might rose rapidly. In the battle, the 3 sects felt it, and their expressions changed. Now I will let you experience the power of the royal demonic eye. The Dawn Moon Brothel Mistress activated her Zhanyuan, and the treasure refined by the royal demonic eye appeared for the first time. It was a shocking scene, and a terrifying dim light broke through the sky. The destructive power destroyed everything in its path, splitting the sky and falling stars. A painful grunt rang out. The power of the 4th tier was unstoppable. Wherever the dim light passed, the divine sun collapsed. The dim light that passed through the body brought with it a brilliant spray of blood. It was bleak and dazzling. To the end to be. An opportunity appeared. Een-Er's eyes suddenly opened, and 2 drops of blood flowed down. In an instant, heaven and earth changed. The heavens were angry and judged the world. The furious lightning that came crashing down drowned the starry sky and destroyed everything. A huge spatial crack appeared and quickly spread in a crazy manner. When you, on the other 2 sides of the battle, the Star Brilliance sect and the Moon Illumination sects, faces changed drastically. They looked into the distance, their eyes bulging. Today, we have already blocked everything. We will not give you any more chances. In front of Xing Huizong, Mu Qianshang Sword 2 and Yi Xuanmiao worked together. Their completely different swords formed the ultimate martial art of the sword, the path of the demon annihilator. They had cultivated in the forbidden lands of Chongling for many years, and used their future as the price to quickly increase their strength. Sword 2 Mu Qianshang and the others had reached the most glorious moment of their lives. Even as strong as the Demon Palace and Sin Sect felt great pressure. So the Nether King barrier has been broken. In the divine restriction, the Demon Master swept his gaze across the distant battle and said coldly, the identity of the knowing destiny Marquis was no longer a secret, and these unfamiliar experts were not unfamiliar in the memories of Butterfly in the Flower. If 1 or 2 of them appeared, it might be a coincidence. But for so many experts to appear together, there was only one answer. The Nether King barrier that had always blocked the inner and outer worlds no longer existed. It is too late to know now. Today, no one from the Demon Palace can leave here alive. Ning Chen looked at the master of the Demon Palace and said coldly, in 1,000 years, you are the first person who dares to say such words to the seat. I admire your courage, but courage is never equal to strength. Your defeat is today. In the stirring demonic energy, the Demon Master looked at the heaven speaker in the distance and said, Holy glory, come back! With these words, the world changed. In the distant battle, the demonic artifact in Oi's hand that had been refined started to hum furiously, responding to its master summons. Seeing this, Oi's expression changed slightly. She raised her hand to activate the power of the world to suppress the first divine artifact of the Demon Palace. Little girl, you have done very well, but you cannot hold this seat's item. As he spoke in the divine restriction, the Demon Master suddenly clenched his right hand. In the sky, an enormous demon image appeared, its demonic energy shocking the world and shaking the stars. In the distant battle, demonic energy surged wildly above holy glory. A moment later, the divine artifact dissipated and disappeared. Oh no! Seeing this, the expressions of the Yama kings changed. Ji Ming had said that this divine artifact was very important to the demon master. Once it returned, the demon master's strength would return to its peak. A stream of light flashed past, and holy glory pierced through the void, rushing towards the distant battle. Its speed was beyond imagination, and no one could react in time. At this moment, a white light flashed past quickly. In the blink of an eye, it blocked holy glory. The Chang'ing sword was unsheathed, and it slashed the divine artifact. With a boom, a violent tremor spread out rapidly. The aftershock forced the beautiful figure in white to take half a step back, and the corner of her mouth turned red. "Don't worry about the battle. You don't have to care about what happens outside," Mu Qingxue said as he stood in front of holy glory with his back facing the demon slayers. In the divine restriction, Ning Chen nodded lightly, and his expression became focused again. He looked at the demon in front of him and said calmly, "Demon Master, let's go again." With that, Bai Yi flashed past. Behind her, two huge phantoms of the phoenix and the heavenly demon appeared. With the help of the gods and demons, the sword opened the world. In the demonic aura, the demon master turned his palm to block the attack. With a boom, the sword light broke through the layers of demonic aura and reached the demon's heart. The possession was reborn, and it was no longer at its peak. However, without the suppression of the resentment of all living beings, knowing destiny was also no longer his greatest trump card. The two fought for life and death. The sword reached the extreme, and there was nothing it couldn't break. Facing the only sword at the peak, even the demon master didn't dare to be careless. He raised his demonic aura and focused on facing the strongest challenger in his life. Nirvana! Nirvana reappeared, and it was magnificent. Around Ning Chen's body, countless sword-light rays appeared, and in the blink of an eye they turned into a stream of swords and broke through the void. Shao Tian Demon Extinction. With the extreme power, the demon master opened and closed his fists. Demonic aura was like waves, blocking the incoming sword light. The sound shook the starry sky. In the surging demonic aura, thousands of sword light rays dissipated. After a moment of stalemate, Bai Yi's figure flashed past quickly, and the sickly king's divine blade helped again. Sword form, shapeless sword. The sword reached the extreme, and it returned to its original state. The rapidly converging sword light condensed again and again, condensing into a point and piercing in quickly. Ugh! With a groan, the sword penetrated half an inch. The demon master stopped and raised his hand to condense his aura. Divine scroll, heavenly celestial dance. Close at hand, the heavenly book opened again. Ning Chen raised his palm, and the 9 heavenly stars appeared. They immediately fell from the sky, drowning the two figures. In the terrifying sound of collision, the stars collapsed, and a power comparable to the explosion of stars erupted. The aftermath was crazy, and the two figures were both pushed back a few hundred feet. Blood stained the starry sky. No wonder they wanted you to fight. With your strength, I am willing to call you the strongest under the 4 realms. The demon master raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in a deep voice. Opposite him, in the turbulent starry sky, Bai Yi's figure stood in the air. The hands holding the sword were stained with blood. However, the battle intent on her body was even more shocking. The 2 swords hummed lightly. In the final battle of swords, she bloomed her last glory. Demon Master, it's time to end everything. The accumulated injuries were gradually eating away at the swordsman's body. Ning Chen was unmoved. With a long roar, he released the last of his strength in this life. Seeing this, the demon master's expression suddenly changed. Not right. Huh. With a deep roar, Ning Chen forcefully destroyed the power of the 6 scrolls in his body and condensed the last remaining power of the bright Chaos Twin Scrolls. Suddenly, 8 scrolls appeared at the same time. In the incomparably vigorous, chaotic aura, the scene of creation reappeared in the world. The phoenix spread its wings and evolved into the travel scroll. The celestial technique hummed and mended the moon scroll. Chaos of gods! Travel of sun and moon. Lifeless heaven and earth. The last move was unprecedentedly terrifying. In the shocked eyes of the crowd between heaven and earth, an incomparably bright light shot up into the sky. In an instant, it broke through the limits of heaven and earth and reached the four realms. In the distance, the mistress of the dawn moon brothel turned her head to look at this earth-shattering scene. A strange light flashed in her eyes. Even though it was only for a short moment, the Marquis Ming's brilliance would forever be remembered in this world. In the divine prohibition, in the soaring light, Ning Chen stood in the air. His aura gradually calmed down. The darkness in his eyes dissipated, and his blood-red hair gradually returned to white. Demon Master, your footsteps will be stopped by that young man in the end. In this world, he is the one closest to God. Not long ago, the last words of the moon goddess before her death were still vivid in his ears. The Demon Master looked at the young man in front of him who had reached the four realms for a short period of time. He could not hide the shock in his eyes. 10 scrolls of the heavenly tomes. There was actually someone in the world who had cultivated all 10 scrolls of the heavenly tomes. Under the chaotic starry sky, Ning Chen raised the natal sword in his hand. He displayed everything he had learned in his life without any regrets. Final move, no return. The final move, the sword of no return. The sword fell from the sky and swallowed all the light of heaven and earth. The divine prohibition around also collapsed, unable to withstand the shocking sword that surpassed everything. 10 scrolls appeared at the same time, the final sword of no return. The everlasting legend of the sword of no return reappeared in the world today. The sword light fell. The Demon Master's face was filled with shock. He quickly retreated. However, he was heavily injured and his cultivation was not at its peak. Before the final sword of no return, there was no way to retreat. In a painful and fearful groan, the sword light fell and cut off the demon chi, the demon palm, and the demon armor. In the end, the sword broke the demon body and destroyed the demon soul. After the sword in the starry sky, the sword will around Ning Chen quickly dispersed. The celestial sword returned, and the natal sword also dimmed. There was no longer any light. The final sword of no return bloomed. From now on, the sword was sealed in the scabbard, and the sword of no return buried his name. Chapter 977. In the starry sky, the demon slayer battle ended and the divine restriction dissipated. Knowing Destiny's sword intent also dissipated and couldn't be sensed anymore. The swordsman kept his sword and left his last glory in the world forever. In the distant battlefield, the moment the demon slayer battle ended, a majestic sword intent rose around the Dawn Moon Tower Master, shocking the world and shocking the world. The sword intent changed hands, and from then on, the swordsman sealed his sword and the Dawn Moon Tower appeared. In the battlefield, the 9 Yama Kings felt the familiar and powerful sword intent from the Dawn Moon Tower Master and were shocked. What's going on? What happened? Sword technique, Tai. The waning moon house mistress gathered her chi with her fingers. Suddenly, a surge of sword will shot into the sky between heaven and earth. The Tai sword appeared, causing the entire starry sky to shake. In the next moment, Miao Yuzong couldn't react in time and was quickly swallowed by the dazzling sword light. His flesh cracked and his blood dyed the starry sky red. It was a shocking scene. Not only the 3 sects, even the Yama Kings of the underworld couldn't recover from the shock. They couldn't understand what happened. On the other side, Mu Qingshu looked at the silhouette in the divine restriction in the distance, and his beautiful eyes dimmed. His sword disappeared. In the divine restriction, Ning Chen turned around and waved his hand to disperse the divine restriction that was almost destroyed. He walked forward step by step. knowing destiny, Marquis. Looking at the young figure in front of them, the Starlight sect and Moon sect's faces were filled with hatred. They were distracted for a moment, and their sword light flashed, bringing out a waterfall of blood. "Kill him," Ning Qin said calmly. In the battlefield, the 9 Yama kings nodded and attacked even more fiercely. They were like a storm to kill the last demon. After Miao Yu died, the Dawn Moon Tower Master stopped and walked forward. Looking at the figure in front of her, she said, "Knowing destiny, see you later." "See you later." Ning Qin nodded and replied, "Thank you for your help this time, Tower Master." "It's a fair deal. Brother Ning, you don't have to thank me." The Dawn Moon Brothel's master replied and left without saying anything else. In the battle, the 9 Yama kings joined forces. The female supreme and Wu Qingying assisted them. The battle was one-sided. Although the two sects were strong, they gradually found it difficult to withstand the attacks of so many experts. In the distance, Mu Qingshue's figure flashed and came to his side. He handed over the holy glory and said softly, "I'll have to trouble you again." Ning Qin took the demonic palace's sacred artifact. Phoenix flames rose from his body as he refined it again. In the battle ahead, sword light and demonic energy crisscrossed, and blood splattered everywhere. The demonic calamity that had plagued many regions was finally resolved today. Sword light streaked past, sealing their throats and taking their lives. With one last glance, the two sects looked at the plain-clothed young man in the distance with unwillingness. Their hatred was still hard to dispel. "Let's go. It's over. We should go back." After the battle ended, Ning Qin said softly and walked forward. In the starry sky, the Yama kings of the 9 halls nodded in unison. They didn't say anything else as they followed along. They had done everything they could to deal with the demonic calamity. The remaining matters would be left to the various regions to deal with. In the starry sky that was riddled with holes, the people of the underworld left. It was like the end of an era. Gradually they disappeared. A few days later, in the Red Luan, All Heavens, Ziwei, Spirit Void, and other regions, countless sects gradually discovered the abnormality of the demonic palace's army. The Saint of the Demonic Palace and the 3 Sins sect that had been pressing down on them like for mountains seemed to have disappeared. From the initial suspicion to the later confirmation, the sects were all overjoyed and fought back crazily. In an instant, the flames of war were everywhere in the major regions. Without their strongest cultivators, the Demonic Palace's army was defeated again and again. They had no chance to fight back. In the Ziwei Galaxy, in the underworld's 10 halls, in front of the King Yanlua's palace, Ning Qin stood there quietly, looking at Yin, who was learning swordsmanship from Mu Qingxue. His face was calm and peaceful. Not far away, Jian Er walked over. Looking at the figure in front of the King Yanlua's palace, he said, "Jiming, I have something to tell you." Ning Qin turned around and looked at the man beside him. "What is it?" "The matter here is over. I would like to return to the Divine Land," Jian Er said with a nostalgic expression. "Okay," Ning Qin nodded. "It's my duty. We'll meet again." "We'll meet again." The final farewell was simple and calm. With that, Jian Er did not waste any more time. His figure flashed, and he flew out of the underworld. In front of him, Mu Qingxue looked back. Looking at the figure in front of the King Yanlua's palace, he said, "Senior, brother has left." "Yes." Ning Qin nodded. "He has returned to the Divine Land." Hearing this, Mu Qingxue nodded slightly and did not ask any more questions. Over the years, they had been through too many troubles and did not have time to go back. Now that the matter was over, it was indeed time to go back. "Master's wife, I finished practicing." After practicing for a long time, Yin put away her sword and ran forward. "Okay." Mu Qingxue came back to his senses and nodded. "Go and play. Don't run too far." Hearing this, Yin Er's face lit up. She disappeared in a flash. You still can't pick up your sword? Mu Qingxue walked forward and asked. Ning Qin shook his head and said, Without the sword bone, it is almost impossible to cultivate back to the original upper Tao of the sword. The price of this transaction is too high. Mu Qingxue sighed softly. Although the price is high, it is worth it. Ning Qin smiled and said, If I can never pick up a sword again in this life, it is not unacceptable to exchange for peace in the inner world. The inner world was the place where his life began. There were too many people and memories that he cherished. He could not let it be destroyed by the flames of war. I will keep my promise and help you find your sword, no matter how long it takes. Mu Qingxue looked over and said softly to the man beside him. Ning Qin smiled and said, Qingxue, you don't have to be so stubborn. The situation is already very good. Perhaps I don't need to pick up a sword again in this life. There's no need to work so hard to cultivate it back. Mu Qingxue fell silent. A swordsman could not pick up a sword. The bitterness of not being able to pick up a sword was not as simple as what he said. Oh, right. How is AI Ran going to rebuild the Buddhist kingdom? Ning Qin looked into the distance and asked. The Buddhist kingdom was affected the most by the chaos of the demon palace. AI Ran has tried her best to find the disciples of the Buddhist kingdom. However, there is still a long way to go to rebuild the Buddhist kingdom. Mu Qingxue said softly, There's nothing in this world that is difficult for those who set their mind to it. Ning Qin smiled and said, Rebuilding the Buddhist kingdom is a great merit. As long as AI Ran succeeds, it will be very beneficial for her to reach the fourth realm in the future. She is the Buddhist daughter. She is the most suitable person to do this. You have arranged everyone's path. Have you not thought about your own future? Mu Qingxue sighed softly. Future. Hearing this word, Ning Chen's eyes lit up and said, Indeed, I have not thought about it. I still have one more thing to do. Only when this matter is finished can I truly be at ease. The ghost girl? Mu Qingxue asked softly. Yes. Ning Chen replied softly and said, When the ghost girl was revived, her situation was not normal. I have been searching for her all these years. However, I have not found anything. The Immortal Corpses Patrol is mysterious. Now that the ghost girl has been taken away by the Immortal Corpses, it will not be easy to find her. Mu Qingxue said, Where there is a will, there is a way. All these years, which of the things we have done have been easy? After speaking, Ning Chen looked towards the main hall not far away and said, All right, I'll go check on Senior Sister Dai. Her Majesty is trying to think of a way to dispel her unnecessary memories. I'll go and see if there's anything I can help with. In front of the Imperial Palace, Mu Qingxue looked at the back of Yi Qin as he left. A hint of emotion flashed across his beautiful face. Yi Chen's strength and wisdom made everyone unconsciously rely on him. Unknowingly, this brought him more pressure. He hoped that everything would end here and there would not be any new disturbances. Not far away from the Imperial Palace, a faint brilliance rose up and filled the entire palace. An aura that made people's hearts palpitate circulated. It was so oppressive that it made people unable to breathe. Ning Qin walked in and looked at the female supreme who was erasing Butterfly's memories. His expression turned serious. The 9 Serenities Heaven devouring demon scripture was the #1 demonic technique in the world. Although it was very powerful, its weakness was very obvious. When the user devoured other people's origin, they would also be affected by other people's memories. In the long run, it was very likely that they would lose themselves. Senior Sister Dai's memories had been erased by the saint of the demon palace. Being affected by other people's memories would be very serious. Therefore, the best way was to erase all of these memories and then find a way to restore Senior Sister Dai's memories. In the palace, the female supreme's body emitted a faint light. The 9 Serenities demonic technique, combined with the soul-searching technique, forcefully erased the chaotic memories in Butterfly's consciousness. Time slowly passed. After about half an hour, the female supreme stopped and let out a sigh of relief. She looked at the young man who was waiting in the palace and said, "Don't worry, she is fine." Hearing this, Ning Chen's anxious heart was slightly relieved. He said seriously, "Thank you, female supreme. It is what I should do." The female supreme shook her head and said, "There are too many memory fragments in Butterfly's body. It will take some time to erase them all. Don't be impatient." Ning Chen nodded and said, "I will have to trouble female supreme. If you need my help, just let me know." "I don't need it for now." "If," the female supreme replied. Before she could finish, an earth-shattering tremor resounded between heaven and earth. It was so terrifying that the entire underworld continent shook violently. Almost at the same time, the huge stars in the major star field shook. A few stars couldn't bear the terrifying impact and deviated from their orbits, crashing into other huge stars. An indescribably terrifying disaster instantly affected the major star fields. In just a blink of an eye, countless living beings were killed or injured. In the palace, feeling the shocking tremor, Ning Chen turned around and walked to the front of the palace. He looked at the distant starry sky and frowned slightly. What happened this time? Not far away, Mu Qingshue's figure flashed and came to the front of the palace. He said, "I will go and take a look." "Let's go together," Ning Chen replied and walked towards the outside of the divine forbidden ground. Beside him, Mu Qingxue followed and walked out of the underworld together. In the distant starry sky, in the red phoenix star field, a huge crack opened in the fog of the star field. Terrifying figures walked out one after another. There were more than 10 of them. Their cultivation was not below the demon masters. Their auras were so terrifying that it made people tremble. After countless years, the source of the disaster that was sealed by the Queen Mother of the West came to the world again. It was the real apocalypse. The entire starry sky cried out in sorrow. Chapter 978. In the Red Phoenix Galaxy, at the end of the collapsed Western Celestial Realm, a huge spatial crack appeared. A dozen figures with terrifying auras walked out. As soon as they appeared, heaven and earth wailed, and the starry sky shook violently. In front of the spatial crack, Di Mingtian, who was dressed in silver, stood quietly. He looked at the figures walking out in front of him. His calm expression revealed the majesty of a superior. "Your Highness!" The royal family cultivators bowed and greeted respectfully. "Where's father? He didn't come?" Di Mingtian looked at the leader of the group, a man in purple, and asked, "Your Highness, the king asked us to leave first. After dealing with the matters at hand, he will come." The man in purple replied respectfully, "Are those people from the divine capital mountain restless again?" Di Mingtian frowned. The man in purple nodded and said, "The divine capital mountain has always been at odds with our clan. This time, the king wants to deal with his worries before coming here." Di Mingtian had heard this before. He nodded slightly and said, "That's fine too." "Your Highness, how strong are the cultivators in this realm? Are there any kings?" the man in purple asked. Di Mingtian shook his head and said no. The only 4th realm cultivator died in battle. "So, your mission is very clear. Before the other major clans react, try your best to occupy as much land and resources as possible for our clan." "Yes, your Highness," the man in purple said respectfully. While the Red Lawn Star Zone was undergoing great changes, the experts of the True Realm and above in the various star zones all sensed a distant pressure from the depths of their souls, causing them to pale in fear. 4th realm cultivators, and there was more than one. How could this be? Outside the underworld in Ziwei, Ning Chen looked into the distance. He also felt the abnormally powerful auras, and his expression darkened. So many 4th realm cultivators appeared at once. What happened? Knowing destiny. Below, the Yama Kings flew out and asked seriously, "What's going on?" "I'm not sure." Ning Qin shook his head and said, "I'm afraid a great disaster is about to happen." "Indeed, one wave after another," Yu Zichen said. Nu Chang's expression turned serious. "Where did the auras of so many fourth realm cultivators come from?" "Stay here. I'll go back to the inner realm," Ning Qin said seriously. Ning Qin said in a serious tone. He didn't delay any longer and rushed toward the inner realm. At the same time, on the altar in the Reverence Moon clan's ancient land, the phoenix body looked at the shaking sky with a solemn expression. It was truly an eventful time. The demonic calamity had just ended, and an even greater calamity had appeared. High Priest. Below the altar, the members of the Moon Worship clan looked worried. They had never seen such a shocking earthquake before. Without a doubt, something big was about to happen in the human world. "I'll go take a look." On the altar, the phoenix body calmly spoke. The phoenix spread its wings and soared into the sky. In the inner realm, the 5 regions floated up and down. The vast and boundless land nourished this small world created by the gods. In the divine prefecture of the eastern region, a new barren city was built on the barren city that had been destroyed in the divine tribulation. On this day, the swordsman in white walked over. His sword was restrained. He had returned after 100 years. Second senior brother, Jian San, who had been standing guard in Desolate City, cried out involuntarily when he saw the newcomer. "Take a picture." Jian Er stepped forward and looked at his junior brother, who had changed both in terms of aura and appearance. He sighed with emotion. Beside the sword pool, there were 2 eye-catching tombstones. One was the sword of Desolate City, and the other was the most outstanding disciple of Desolate City. After 100 years, many people still remembered the peerless demeanor of the swordsman in the past. "Master." Jian Er silently knelt in front of Mu Bai's tomb. He had been proud all his life, but at this moment he couldn't help but cry. He had been obsessed with the sword all his life. However, the sword was emotionless, but people were sentimental. The great calamity of the divine prefecture had brought too many disasters. Many things had become regrets. The cold night was bleak, and the autumn wind was bleak. The white-robed man, kneeling under the moonlight, was just like the master and disciple who shocked the world 100 years ago. Their white robes were whiter than snow, stunning the world. At this moment, above the 5 regions, an extremely powerful pressure swept down without warning. It was so terrifying that it made people's hearts tremble. In the 5 regions, the Xiantian and Ascending Immortals felt it. Their bodies trembled as they looked at the sky. Their hearts were in turmoil. It was as if the gods had descended from the sky. The aura of the gray-robed old man was extremely powerful. It surpassed the limits of the human world and reached the legendary 4th level. "Tianqiong." The gray-robed old man looked to the east and murmured. Although it had been a long time, he could still feel the strong resentment left behind by Tianqiong before he died. He never thought that a mission would cause Tianqiong to stay in the King of Hell's Pure Land forever. The gray-robed old man didn't stop at all. He directly rushed to the divine land in the east. His speed was beyond imagination. "Is it finally my turn?" In the Desolation City, Jian Er felt the terrifying aura coming from the distance. His expression didn't change much. A person's life was long and short. As long as he had no regrets, it was enough. His master, senior brother, and knowing destiny had all done what they could. This time, it was his turn to protect this pure land. In the divine prefecture, the gray-robed figure flashed by. The terrifying pressure split mountains and rocks. The undisguised, terrifying aura swept up waves of dust. Houses collapsed, mountains collapsed, and the earth cracked. The foreign races from other realms didn't care about the life and death of the humans in the inner realm. The hatred that had lasted for tens of thousands of years made this indifference even more murderous. In troubled times, the divine prefecture suffered another catastrophe. Demonic fire burned the earth, and countless people died. Just at this moment, in the Desolation City, a sharp sword energy broke through the air. Its power was heaven-shaking and shook the entire divine prefecture. Oh! When the gray-robed old man saw this, surprise flashed in his eyes. There was actually such an expert in the inner realm. Although his cultivation was barely satisfactory, this sword intent was indeed extraordinary. In an instant, the sky above the divine prefecture was filled with swords. Endless sword energy soared into the sky, forming a path of swords. A white-robed figure soared into the sky. His white robe fluttered in the wind, making him look like a sword immortal. No one dared to look directly at him. "Swordsman, are you challenging me?" The gray-robed old man looked at the white-robed young man and asked indifferently, "Why not?" Jen Eyre clenched his right hand, and a broken sword flew out from the Desolation City into his hand. In an instant, the clouds moved and rays of sword energy slashed toward the old man from the foreign races. Young man who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The gray-robed old man raised his hand, and an incomparably powerful demonic aura surged out. It was extremely terrifying. The rays of sword energy shattered, unable to pass through the barrier. One sword. Jen Eyre swung his sword. Endless sword intent rose rapidly. The sword on the sword bloomed beautifully. 10,000 calamities. The peak of the sword in the past reappeared. The sword energy broke through the sky and cut through the demonic fire, bringing a faint light to the world. The two attacks collided, but cracks appeared on Jen Eyre's broken sword. Blood splashed out. The swordsman retreated several steps. His white robe was dyed red. He was injured in one attack. Your sword can't stop your defeat. In the surging demonic aura, the gray-robed old man looked at the swordsman in front of him and sneered. Sword technique. In the void, Jen Eyre's expression didn't change at all. He guided his vitality to protect his sword. His invisible sword energy soared into the sky. In an instant, the sword intent spread endlessly across the divine prefecture. Wherever the sword went, it became a world of swords. 10,000 swords greet the ancestor. When the sword reached the extreme, 10,000 swords surrendered. In the world of sword intent, rays of sword energy soared into the sky. 10,000 swords circled the sky and turned into a sword cloud storm, covering the cold moon in the sky. After an instant, tens of thousands of sword energy broke through the sky. The scene was shocking and shocked the entire divine prefecture. It was like the battle of the barren city in the past when the sword challenged the gods. Looking around, heaven and earth were swords. Endless sword intent and sword energy. Extreme path versus four realms. What was the limit of the sword? What was the peak of the Tao? In the flames of war, each of them displayed their top abilities. After several exchanges, the sword energy was 10,000. The gray-robed old man blocked the continuous sword energy. Although he had the absolute advantage, he didn't dare to be careless in the face of the swordsman's reckless attack. Sword technique. Slaying fairy. The blue was better than the blue. Jen Eyre pointed his finger at the sword. His blood energy condensed. In the dim light, an ancient stone sword appeared in the void. The legend of slaying fairy from the ancient times had come to the world again. Seeing this, the gray-robed old man's expression turned serious. He raised his hand and condensed his chi. The demonic aura in his body was fully activated. A giant demon figure appeared and punched down to meet the slaying fairy sword. Slaying fairy shook the demonic figure. Humans could fight immortals and demons. When thunder met, heaven and earth were moved. A pool of blood splashed and dyed the night red. The swordsman kept retreating. His white robe was dyed red. The irreversible difference in cultivation made this battle against the immortals even more tragic. Rip! Suddenly, There was a slight sound of clothes tearing. The clothes on the gray-robed old man's chest were torn. Blood splashed. He was injured for the first time. "You are not bad." The gray-robed old man looked at the wound on his chest that was cut by the sword energy. A touch of appreciation flashed across his cold face. He said calmly, "Surrender, and I will spare your life." In the void, Jian Er didn't answer. He looked down at the barren city with an imperceptible smile on his face. "Master, senior brother, this sword is a tribute to your teachings." One sword. Before the final sword was released, the sword intent had spread out rapidly. In an instant, heaven and earth sank. The whole divine prefecture shook violently. Rocks flew up and disappeared in the sky, full of sword energy. The gray-robed old man felt it. He looked serious and didn't dare to hesitate. His figure flashed, and he condensed his chi and attacked Jian Er's chest. With a boom, the heavy palm hit Jian Er's body. Red blood splashed all over the sky. However, the swordsman's body didn't move. His sword intent rose to the peak of his life. No regrets. The final move was close at hand. The momentum was majestic. The dazzling golden sword light slashed down and cut all evil. The broken sword in Jian Er's hand couldn't bear the magnificent sword intent and quickly turned into ashes. The gray-robed old man's expression changed. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The sword light fell. It was dazzling. In the cold night, it was like a divine sun shining on the world. It broke through the darkness and brought endless light to the world. Jian Er. At this moment, a figure in plain clothes rushed over from afar. When she saw the shocking scene in front of her, her pupils shrank. Chapter 979. In the divine great land, the demon disaster had arrived. In the sky above Barren City, where the sword of Barren City had proven its swordsmanship in the past, the peak of the current generation of Barren City swordsmanship reappeared. The magnificent sword of Tao had broken the limit of the realm, shocking the world. At the end of the sword there was no regret. The dazzling golden sword light slashed down. It was an incomparably brilliant sword that had reached the peak of swordsmanship in the world. Blood splashed everywhere. A terrifying sword wound appeared on the chest of the gray-clothed elder. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. It was extremely frightening. Ugh! The figure that flew out crashed into one mountain after another, causing the mountain rocks to shatter. Huge rocks fell like rain, smashing out huge craters. After the sword, the white-clothed figure fell from the sky powerlessly. He looked at the world for the last time with no regrets. Jian Er. In the distance, Ning Chen's pupils shrank. He flashed and caught the falling swordsman. His body couldn't help but tremble. "You're back." Feeling the familiar aura around him, Jian Er's eyes flashed with relief. He could relax now that Jian Er was back. "Protect your heart. Don't talk." Ning Chen's body kept trembling. The life scroll was activated, forcibly entering Jian Er's body to prolong his life. "It's useless." At this moment, a trace of exhaustion flashed across Sword 2's weak face as he said, "Don't talk. Don't give up. We've gone through so many hardships. We'll be fine." Ning Chen's voice trembled. His body kept increasing. Suddenly, the wind and snow between heaven and earth rolled. A terrifying wind and snow vortex filled the sky above the divine great land. It was earth-shattering, shaking the stars. "Jiming, listen to me." Jian Er struggled to raise his hand, grabbing Jian Er's arm. He used the last of his strength to say, "I can't continue my master and senior brother's swordsmanship. Cheng Shui uses the sword but doesn't cultivate it. She can't inherit Barren City's swordsmanship. But you're different. Although you're not a disciple of Barren City, you've learned swordsmanship from your master. Your swordsmanship is not weaker than anyone else's. So, From now on, the glory of Barren City can only be protected by you. Don't talk anymore. Ning Chen's heart was in great pain. It was so painful that he couldn't breathe. The true qi in his body kept leaking out. The body of a swordsman couldn't contain any more energy. Jiming, your sword shouldn't be covered in dust. With a soft murmur, an indescribable sword intent rose around Jianer and entered the bodies of the people around him. In the end, this was the only thing he could do for her. The powerless arm that fell down was stained with blood. The swordsman left his soul behind. From now on, he would forever guard this pure land, never to rest until death. There was a short moment of silence in the sky. Then, a wild laughter that made one's heart palpitate resounded. The laughter was like muffled thunder, and lightning flashed. Violent wind and snow shot into the 9 heavens. In an instant, the heavens and the earth changed, and thunder pierced through the 9 continents. In the distant mountains and rivers, the blood-soaked, gray-robed elder soared into the air. The terrifying sword wound on his chest was so terrifying that fresh blood continuously flowed out, dyeing his entire body red. Even a Realm 4 expert, a legendary realm expert, was severely injured by the life-risking sword of Desolate City's current generation. The legend of Barren City had lasted for 100 years. 100 years ago, and 100 years after, it had never been disgraced. You deserve to die 10,000 deaths. The gray-robed elder's face was filled with rage. His figure flashed past, and his demonic aura surged. A terrifying, 3-headed demonic shadow appeared. The demonic aura gathered, and a shocking punch smashed down toward the 2 people in the wind and snow. In the wild wind and snow, a white-robed figure walked out. Her white hair danced wildly, and her eyes instantly turned black. Her eyes were like the abyss, and one look at them would make one sink into them. At this moment, dark clouds rapidly gathered in the 9 heavens. Layers of lightning fell with a loud boom. An abnormally terrifying power, along with a shocking destructive power, descended upon the human world. The moment the 2 bodies merged, the tribulation of the true realm descended with a thunderous rumble. Its boundless might surpassed all common sense, and it made everyone feel a bone-deep fear. With a bang, a palm met the demonic fist. An earth-shattering collision sounded. Wild waves surged around the 2, and layers of space collapsed in response. In the next moment, lightning fell and engulfed the 2 bodies. The heavenly might destroyed the demonic. The 2 people in the middle of the tribulation were immediately affected by the heavenly tribulation, and they each took a few steps back. Not good. Within the lightning, the gray-robed elder's expression changed. With a flip of his palm, he blocked layer after layer of lightning. However, with each layer he blocked, the lightning's power became stronger. It was endless and shocking. Rumble. Heavenly lightning fell from the 9 heavens once more. The surging lightning instantly turned scarlet, and its power rose endlessly. Avicii held palace. Ning Chen shouted, and the ghost palace appeared, turning into a barrier to block his own tribulation. He took a step forward, and wind and snow swept up as he rushed forward. Below the lightning, the gray-robed elder miserably blocked another tribulation. Before he could react, the white-robed figure had already arrived in front of him. Spirit Rhino 12 styles, heaven-raising waterfall. At such a close distance, a heavy palm pressed down on the elder's chest. In an instant, wind and snow filled the sky. An incomparably tyrannical power poured into the elder's body, forcibly destroying his bones. Ugh! With a muffled groan, the gray-robed elder retreated several steps. The heavenly tribulation had affected his body, and he was at a disadvantage. Rumble. The true realm's tribulation was endless. Above the 9 heavens, the blood-colored tribulation, cloud, changed again. It turned from red to black, and the heavy aura made it hard for people to breathe. In the world of darkness, lightning descended, and the power to destroy all living things tore apart the heaven and earth. The gray-robed elder's expression changed drastically. He raised both of his palms to block the lightning. With a world-shaking vibration, the lightning pierced through the protection of the demonic chi and landed on his body. Heaven's wrath shocked the world, and gods and demons grieved. The gray-robed elder groaned painfully. Blood boiled all over his body, unable to withstand the destructive might of the lightning. On the other side, the black lightning descended, and the Avicii Hell Palace cried out continuously. Just as the ghost palace was about to collapse, a broken green cauldron appeared and blocked the lightning. Below, Ning Chun condensed his martial body and activated the 5 scrolls at the same time. His powerful martial soul was like a dazzling radiance. In the vision of destruction and creation, his figure flashed past, and his heavy palm pressed down on the elder's chest. Ugh! After receiving another heavy blow, blood dyed the night sky. The gray-robed elder retreated again and again. His true chi was in chaos. This was the first time in countless years that he felt so close to death. Above Ning Chen's head, the celestial cauldron blocked the heavenly tribulation. His white hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like an abyss. His demonic and crazy demeanor made people shudder. In an instant, the white-robed figure disappeared again. Fist after fist landed on the elder's body. The life-knowing destiny state burned with hatred. For the revenge of his close friend, he sacrificed himself and turned into a demon. With the demon as the leader, he slaughtered. The heavy fists landed on the elder's body, and blood splattered everywhere. The gray-robed elder took one heavy blow after another. He was forced to retreat, and the heavenly tribulations surrounded him. He was at a complete disadvantage. At this moment, outside the 5 regions, figures arrived one after another. Their auras were terrifying, and none of them were weaker than the gray-robed elder. They looked toward the east with strange expressions. There was actually such a strong cultivator in the inner realm. Although he had the help of the heavenly tribulation, he was the first person in the world who could suppress a 4th realm cultivator. "Do you want to help?" A demonic man with long green hair asked. Among the 5, the man in purple shook his head and said, "We can't defile the heavens. If we help now, we will only get burned. It's not worth it. But if this continues, Li Tu will very likely die in the hands of that young man," the green-haired man said coldly. The man in purple looked ahead quietly. After a while, he said lightly, "Then let's wait for that young man's heavenly tribulation to end and send him to accompany Li Tuesday." Just as the 2 of them were conversing, in the night sky above the divine lands that was engulfed by black thunderbolts, the injuries on the gray-robed elder were getting more and more severe. The heavenly tribulation struck his body, and his heavy fists bombarded him. The power of man and the might of the heavens caused the powerful 4th realm cultivator to be in a sorry state. In the heavenly tribulation, layers of sword intent rose around the white-robed young man. Although it was very weak, it was clearly manifested. Before he died, the last sword of the barren city injected all his sword bones, sword intent, sword aura, and sword sense into the body of the life-knowing destiny state, giving the legend of the barren city a glimmer of hope. 9 heavens, star-picking hand, final form, formless form. He stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of the elder. He gathered all the power in his palm and imprinted it on the elder's energy reserve with a boom. In an instant, lightning descended and completely engulfed the 2 of them. The figure that fell from the sky crashed onto the ground. Under the lightning, the white-robed figure stood in the air. His frenzied killing intent did not diminish at all. He dashed forward and rushed downwards. With one step, the ground collapsed. The 4th realm cultivator under his feet spat out blood. He was so embarrassed that it was hard to believe. His broken martial bones pierced through his skin. The eyes of the life-knowing destiny, who had turned into a demon, were filled with cruel killing intent. He exerted more force on his feet and trampled on the last dignity of the fourth realm cultivator. Enough! Outside the divine land, the green-haired man among the 5 fourth realm cultivators could no longer watch. He stepped forward and rushed forward. Behind him, the man in purple narrowed his eyes. Without saying anything, he flashed and disappeared from the spot. Seeing the two of them move, the other 3 fourth realm cultivators looked at each other and followed them. The 5 fourth realm cultivators arrived at the same time. The ground above the divine land shook violently. Countless martial artists were shocked and looked desperate. Bad guys, leave quickly. In the northern Meng royal court, Mingyu, who was dressed in a dragon robe, stood in front of the palace and said anxiously when she saw this disastrous scene, "Kid, leave quickly. Where there's life, there's hope." In the barbarian dynasty, the old barbarian king also walked out. He looked at the sky with a gloomy face and shouted, "Marquis." In the great Xia dynasty palace, the dragon guards also recovered from their shock. They were extremely anxious. "You want to leave?" "Difficult," the green-haired man said coldly. He flipped his palms, and a turbid green light spread. The destructive power continued to spread and shrouded the entire divine land. On the ground, Ning Chen looked up and looked coldly at the sky. He was not moved at all. He exerted more force on his feet. With a loud boom, he stomped the gray-robed old man completely into the ground. Since the heavens wanted to destroy the divine land, then let them go to hell together. The divine land is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Just as everyone was in despair, a calm and indifferent voice sounded between heaven and earth. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a cold figure in a green robe walked over slowly from afar. Each step was steady and heavy. Legend, legend. The legend of the divine land swordsman who disappeared for 100 years has reappeared. The king has appeared, and the world is silent. Chapter 980. The flames of war spread across the land of the divine prefecture. The 5 fourth realms came together. Everyone was terrified, and the despair in their hearts reached its peak. Just then, a king walked out slowly from the smoke. His aura was restrained, but he had an indescribable aura of a grandmaster. The top cultivator of the divine prefecture came to the mortal world again. A legend had arrived. The 5 fourth realms in the sky were all stunned. A powerful cultivator, the sword rack, landed on the ground. The aura of the 5 ancient swords was faintly discernible. Green and red light shone. Sword sand filled the air. The celestial slayer was powerful. There was also a never-before-seen ancient sword in its scabbard. Only the occasional sword aura made people feel endless pressure. As the swordsman appeared, the thunder in the sky quieted down. It seemed to be shocked by the king's aura. "Where's your sword?" Prince Yen looked over at the young man in plain clothes and said indifferently, "It's useless." The darkness in Ning Chen's eyes faded. He regained his calmness and answered honestly. Prince Yen nodded and said, "It's good that it's useless. An impure sword is useless. Step aside." Yes. Facing the last elder in his life, Ning Chen didn't dare to go against him. He retreated temporarily. In the sky, the 5 fourth realms landed slowly. They looked at the man in green in front of them. Their auras kept increasing. They felt that the swordsman in front of them was unusual. He held his swords in reverse and unsheathed them. In an instant, green and red light filled the sky. A powerful sword aura swept out. It was shocking. "Green and red swords. Let me experience your moves." In a casual tone, Prince Yen held his swords with both hands. He stood alone. Gods and demons couldn't pass him. Among the 5, the green-haired man's eyes darkened. He flashed and gathered his palms. One palm could shake the world. The power of a 4th realm cultivator was beyond imagination. Half of the divine prefecture shook. The power of a 4th realm cultivator surpassed the limits of heaven and earth. The mortal world couldn't withstand it. Strong winds blew. In the wind and waves, the king moved his sword. The green sword swung and froze everything within 1,000 miles. Everything froze, and the world fell silent. With a boom, the sword and palm collided. The wind and snow surged. The green-haired man felt his aura stagnate. Under the extreme cold, his true chi couldn't flow smoothly. At close range, the king's body was like a flowing shadow. His body moved with his sword, and his red sword cut through the sky. As the sword slashed down, heat waves burned the sky. The green-haired man's expression changed slightly. He wanted to block the attack, but the sword aura trapped his body, making it difficult for him to move. At the moment of crisis, a sturdy man with scales on his arms rushed out from behind. His fist shook the red sword and blocked the sword light. With the help of the scaled race, the green-haired man was able to extricate himself immediately. His entire body glowed with green light as he raised the triple success body. The two experts joined forces, each displaying their peerless abilities. Their abnormally powerful cultivation bases were about to suppress the king's sword. In the battle, Prince Yan's expression didn't change at all in the face of two powerful figures working together. Green and red danced together, and the sword light shone brightly. Two swords against two strong opponents. The king's body was surrounded by sword aura, impenetrable by 10,000 techniques. His peerless demeanor made people look askance. After exchanging several blows, the king's sword became sharper and sharper. His sword technique was flawless. His defense was impenetrable, and his attacks were as aggressive as fire. Even though the two of them worked together, it was still difficult for them to gain the upper hand. You two go as well. Outside the battlefield, the purple-robed man looked at the battlefield and said in a serious tone, "Yes." The two alien experts nodded. Their figures flashed as they joined the battle. Their sharp claws tore through the air. The two eagle experts entered the battle, and the battle immediately became white-hot. The clanging sounds of the sharp blades clashing reverberated between heaven and earth. In the distance, mountains and rivers were affected by the aftershocks, and they shook violently. The four experts joined forces, and their fists and palms intersected. It was a terrifying scene that could topple heaven and earth. Around the battlefield, the space shattered, turning into nothingness as the five experts clashed. 3 swords equal the heavens, life and death contract. The sword reached its peak, and the king's figure flew out of the battlefield. His 2 swords left his hands and soared into the 9 heavens. In an instant, sand filled the sword rack, and an invisible sword flew out. The wind and sand gathered and condensed into a sword. The king held the sword, and the surrounding heaven and earth instantly froze. The 3 swords hummed together, and a terrifying sword pressure swept out rapidly. Outside the battlefield, the purple-robed man's expression changed slightly. He stepped out and immediately joined the battle. His true yuan was fully activated, and a dazzling purple light soared into the sky, helping the 4 people resist the sword that was about to arrive. In the next moment, an unprecedented power descended from the void. A huge whirlpool was stirred up, and rays of sword light fell from the sky, reversing life and death, slaying immortals and suppressing demons. Ugh, a sword of life and death. The 5/4 realm cultivators groaned in unison and retreated a few steps. After the sword, they were severely injured. Outside the battlefield, Ning Qin saw this shocking scene, and his heart was in turmoil. Senior's sword has surpassed the one and only sword? The 5 experts were defeated, and they were all shocked. At this moment, in the sky above the divine lands, powerful auras appeared one after another. 7 cultivators who had surpassed the limits of the mortal realm had joined forces to explore the pure land of the Netherworld King. 12 fourth realm cultivators, a shocking lineup. The divine lands could no longer withstand the terrifying pressure. The ground collapsed, rivers flooded, and fire spewed out. Disasters continued. In the battlefield, King Yen looked at the 7 figures descending from the sky and frowned slightly. He did not want to drag the battle any longer, and his figure flashed to the front of the sword rack. With the 5th sword in his hand, he pulled it out and slashed the sky. While everyone was still in shock, the 5th sword that they had never seen before was slowly unsheathed. A dazzling light rose, and the surrounding heaven and earth suddenly became heavy. The gravity increased tenfold, and the 7 Fourth Realm cultivators in the void immediately felt their bodies sink, and they could not stabilize their bodies. I'm warning you for the last time. The Divine Lands is not a place for you to behave atrociously. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in the king's hand swung. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed. A majestic sword light broke through the night and slashed towards the 7 people in the void. The 7 foreign race cultivators looked serious. They joined forces to block the king's sword. Their vital essence condensed and formed a huge law barrier in front of them. In an instant, the sword light swept past, and an earth-shattering vibration sounded. The law barrier shattered, and it could not block the king's sword. The ultimate sword was limitless. As the sword light flashed, blood splattered. The 7 people were hit by the sword at the same time, and they all retreated a few steps, looking shocked. Powerful swordsman, your sword reminds me of an old friend. Just as the 7 cultivators retreated, a war chariot pulled by a skeleton horse appeared in the sky. A horrifying pressure that had never been seen before in the mortal realm descended. Before the person walked out, the entire Divine Lands was shaking violently. King! Seeing this, the 12 Fourth Realm cultivators looked serious. They bowed in unison and said, respectfully, looking at the skeleton chariot that appeared in the sky, a cold look flashed in King Yan's eyes. He said, since you have come to this world, follow the rules. The mortal realm is not a place for you to trample. The 100 tribes are powerful and the human race is weak. This is the truth. Swordsman, how long can you protect them? A majestic voice came from the skeleton chariot, and it said calmly, the human race is not as bad as you think. You can't bear the consequences of being too arrogant. King Yen said coldly, oh, is that so? The skeleton carriage descended from the sky. A middle-aged man in purple scale armor walked out from the flying dust. His aura was majestic, and it was as bottomless as the ocean. It made all living beings feel how insignificant they were. The Purple Scale King, who was known to be the best in defense among the 100 tribes, appeared in the Divine Lands for the first time. He did not hold back at all and faced the legendary swordsman of the Divine Lands, Abyss Condensation. With the appearance of the alien king, Prince Yan's expression also turned serious. He clenched his right hand, and in the dark light, a sword of the first seal appeared. The 6th sword appeared, and the battlefield immediately became distorted. All the light was quickly swallowed up, and it was difficult to escape the gravity of the abyss. Looking at the sword in the former's hand, the Purple Scale King's expression turned serious. He didn't waste any more time. His figure flashed, and his fist condensed the power of Vajra. He attacked first. When the fist arrived, the king's sword met it. With a boom, the world was turned upside down. The battle between the 2 kings was even fiercer than before. Every move they made had the power to destroy the world. As they fought, disasters were everywhere in the Divine Lands. Outside the battle, Ningchen looked at the battle in front of him. His shocked heart gradually calmed down, and he focused on observing the sword. The Netherworld King's Pure Land is indeed a place full of outstanding people. Such a swordsman is definitely a strong cultivator, even in my realm. At this moment, clouds gathered in the sky. 2 chariots appeared at the same time. 2 auras that were not inferior to the Purple Scale King's descended. The situation made people despair again and again. It was a catastrophe comparable to the descent of the Netherworld King. 3 king-level existences had descended upon the divine lands. Each of them had the power to destroy the mortal realm. With the 3 of them appearing at the same time, the divine lands was in danger. In the battle, King Yan's expression turned serious for the first time. He condensed his vital essence on the vital essence sword, and for the first time, he released all of his techniques. The sword aura rushed into the sky, and it was majestic. The top swordsman of the mortal realm displayed his peak sword skills. Everyone was shocked, and a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. In the void, light flowed from the 2 chariots. 2 figures walked out. They were the kings of the 100 races. They slowly descended, and their eyes were cruel and cold as they looked at the battle. "Purple Scale King, do you need our help?" the 2 kings asked lightly. In the battle, the Purple Scale King flipped his palm and pushed away the king's sword. He looked serious and said, "If you want to help, then do it. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" "Huh." The 2 kings sneered. For the Purple Scale King to say something like that, it seemed that this swordsman was so powerful that even the Purple Scale King, who was known as the best in defense, felt pressured. With the same interests, the 2 kings did not say anything more. They flashed and joined the battle. The 3 kings worked together. Their attacks had the power to destroy the world. In the shaking heaven and earth, King Yan's hand that was holding the sword dripped with blood. It was the first time he was injured in the battle. "How can you blaspheme the king's sword?" The dripping blood dyed the blade red. King Yan's face showed murderous intent for the first time. He flew out and withdrew from the battle. In front of the sword, the king fixed his body. He grasped the sword with his left hand and pulled it out. Kill the Immortal appeared. Heaven and earth shook. On the broken blade, countless sword lights gathered and repaired the broken sword. Abyss Condensation and Kill the Immortal appeared together for the first time. In an instant, the sword pressure became solid. Everything in the world stopped, and the extreme state of the sword descended. Chapter 981. The Divine Prefecture was facing a calamity. The 4 realms descended, and the 3 kings appeared at the same time. They were existences that could destroy the heavens and the earth, plunging everyone into despair. The kings were injured for the first time. They struggled to pull out the celestial sword. Abyss Condensation and celestial slaughter were used at the same time. The extreme realm of the sword appeared for the first time. The heavens and the earth trembled, and the stars in the sky swayed. The extreme realm descended, and the entire divine prefecture was shrouded in the aura of the sword. The mountains and rivers disintegrated, unable to bear the power of the extreme realm of the sword. The 3 kings felt it, and their expressions turned serious. The black and white vulture kings condensed their primordial chi. On their claws, black and white light rose, and the power to tear everything overflowed. On the side, the Purple Scale King also urged his primordial chi. Purple light rose, and the unbreakable protection became even more powerful. His purple scale armor shone brilliantly, and the king's aura swept across the land. The 3 kings fought against the legend, and the battle entered a whole new level. Around the 4 of them, light shone, and as their figures intersected, all the laws were destroyed. The king's sword and the celestial sword danced like dragons, cutting through layers of primordial chi and demonic barriers. The legend of Xia, the legend of the divine prefecture's swordsman, won against the 3 kings. The battle had reached its climax. Within the extreme state of the sword, streaks of red lightning flashed past. The tiny lightning bolts were only the size of a pinky finger. However, the terrifying destructive power caused people's hearts to tremble. No one dared to touch them. In the battle, the 3 kings looked very serious. They dodged the streaks of extreme realm blood lightning and gathered the heavenly path's precepts with their heavy palms and claws. The king's sword met them, and the primordial seal sword once again showed its shocking power. The heavenly path's precepts quickly disappeared, swallowed by the king's sword. The king's sword sealed the moves of the three kings. The celestial sword then slashed out. The ancient sword of slaughter had the power to break through 10,000 techniques. The purple-scaled king swung his fist to shake the celestial sword, but there was a sound that shook the heavens. The king retreated. The scales on his fist actually cracked. Known as the best defense of the 100 tribes, he had the unbreakable protection. However, under the celestial sword, the king's scales were constantly damaged and showed signs of collapse. Seeing this, the black and white vulture kings split up, their sharp claws tearing through the air. Two black and white beams of killing light broke through the air, tearing at the legendary swordsman in the battle. Prince Yin narrowed his eyes and focused for a moment. His figure flashed out and arrived in front of the white vulture king. His sword swallowed the light of the sharp claws and flashed past. At the moment of crisis, the purple-scaled king took a step forward and stood in front of him. He used both his arms to block the immortal sword. With a rumble, the celestial sword slashed down. Tiny bolts of blood-red lightning gathered in the ultimate realm of the sword, aiding the celestial sword as it slashed down the number 1 defensive king of the 100 tribes. With a muffled groan, blood spurted out. The scales on the purple-scaled king's arm shattered one by one. The immortal sword cut through the unending protection and heavily injured the purple-scaled king. As the sword chi entered his body, blood spurted out from his body. The purple-scaled king took a few steps back. His body was covered in blood, and he looked extremely miserable. "Your Majesty!" Outside the battle, the expressions of the 12 Realm 4 cultivators changed drastically as they exclaimed in shock. With one king retreating, the 2 kings advanced. The black and white vulture kings took advantage of this opportunity and charged forward like lightning. Their claws were indestructible and merciless as they tore at the swordsman's body. With the 2 kings attacking, the swordsman was enraged. The king's sword and the immortal sword combined to meet the attack. With a rumble, the heavens shook and the earth shook. Among the splashes of blood, the 2 kings flew back several feet and were both heavily injured. It was a shocking scene. The 3 kings joined forces, but they were all stained red and were at a disadvantage. With disbelief, the 3 kings looked at the swordsman in the battle. Their hearts were in turmoil. Just how powerful was this person? Purple-scaled king, vulture king, it's rare to see you in such a sorry state. At this moment, above the 9 heavens, another powerful aura appeared. The 6 kings appeared and suppressed the 9 states. It was truly terrifying. The 6 kings descended from the sky together. Their domineering aura shook the heavens and the earth. With the 9 kings moving, the heavens and the earth were shocked. Outside the battle, Ning Chen's body trembled and he looked anxious. No matter how strong the senior was, it was impossible for him to deal with 9 cultivators of this level at the same time. They were too powerful. With the catastrophe of the divine prefecture, the situation was getting more and more dangerous. The 9 kings joined forces and suppressed the border. Outside the 5 regions, Dimingtian and Emo Luotian walked out and looked at the battle in the distance. The speed at which the kings received the news was beyond their expectations. However, the strength of the swordsman was truly shocking. In the divine prefecture, the 9 kings appeared at the same time. There was no turning back. The powerful king's aura spread out. Everyone prostrated themselves and wailed. Just as everyone was weeping, the clouds in the distance moved. An elegant voice sounded, startling all the kings. "Kings of the divine prefecture, you have crossed the line." As the voice sounded, a white-robed figure walked out from the void. He had a scholarly appearance and did not have any killing intent. He was calm and peaceful. This is... Outside the 5 regions, Emo Luotian looked at the newcomer and his expression changed. "Young Master Xiaobai, you know him." Seeing the change in the expression of the person beside him, Di Mingtian frowned and asked. Yes. Emo Luotian nodded and said in a low voice, More than 200 years ago, this person was defeated by me. After that battle, he disappeared completely and there was no news about him. In that case, this person should not be feared, Di Mingtian said lightly. Emo Luotan looked at the white-robed man in the divine prefecture with a serious expression. This person is different. Perhaps he did not use his full strength in the battle back then. Young Master Xiao Bai, who had disappeared for more than 200 years, appeared for the first time in the battle of the divine prefecture. The 9 kings looked at the unfamiliar cultivator who had appeared without warning. They were serious and did not dare to be careless. He dared to appear in such a situation. If he was not a lunatic, he was a true cultivator. Sorry, I'm late. Young Master Xiao Bai said apologetically as he looked at the king of the great Xia dynasty, who was blocking the kings alone. You're not late. Prince Yen turned around and looked at the person who had come. He replied calmly, Is that lord not here yet? Master asked me to come first. He will be here soon, young Master Xiao Bai replied. King Yen nodded and looked back at the 9 kings of the foreign tribes. Although these people were strong, the real trouble had yet to come. In the ancient times, the heavenly demons who had wreaked havoc in the human world were far more powerful than these kings of the foreign tribes. In the Red Phoenix Galaxy, in the fog of the galaxy, a vague and terrifying aura was slowly awakening. It was so shocking that it was beyond imagination and made people shudder. Above the kings, the true cultivators of the heavenly demon realm, the aura kept rising. The peerless cultivators of the 100 tribes woke up from their deep slumber and returned to the human world after countless years. In the battle above the divine prefecture, King Yen and young Master Xiao Bai felt the shocking aura from the distant galaxy. Their expressions turned serious. It was finally here. At this moment, golden clouds gathered above the void. The aura that was indescribably powerful was awakening. It surpassed everything and was unparalleled. Welcome, King of Scales. Seeing this, the 9 kings bowed and said respectfully, The King of Scales had appeared. He was the true strongest cultivator of the foreign tribes. The kings bowed and did not dare to cross him. Rise. In the clouds, a majestic voice said calmly, Thank you, King of Scales. The 9 kings acknowledged the order. In front of the 9 kings, King Yen and young Master Xiao Bai looked at the clouds in the sky. Their expressions became more serious. The King of Scales was in trouble. The pure land of the Netherworld King. I didn't expect it to be so filthy. It seems like the Netherworld King spent so much effort to create a pure land, but in the end he still failed. Humans are ultimately a race with filthy hearts. The Netherworld King's choice was wrong from the very beginning. Within the auspicious cloud, the voice of the Scaled Emperor rang out once more. Below, the 9 kings stood respectfully. They looked at the divine prefecture with disgust. Humans did not deserve to live in this pure land. King of Scales, you foreign tribes don't have to worry about the humans' right and wrong. At this moment, in the distance, an old man with a walking stick appeared. Beside the old man, a young girl with bright eyes and white teeth was sitting in a wheelchair. Together, they walked toward the battle. Seeing the old man, young Master Xiao Bai in white cupped his fists and bowed. He said respectfully, Master. The old man nodded. He looked at the sword-wielding king and said in a hoarse voice, Thank you for your hard work. King Yen nodded slightly. Without saying anything, he walked out of the battle. Senior. Outside the battle, Ning Qin looked at the approaching figure and asked in confusion, Who are these people? Young Master Xiao Bai. King Yen replied calmly. He looked at the old man and continued, As for that lord, he's not someone you can come into contact with yet. You can leave the rest to him. Ning Qin was shocked. To be addressed so respectfully by his senior. He must be terrifying in terms of both power and seniority. Was there such a powerful cultivator in the human world? Why didn't a single fourth realm cultivator appear when the demon palace was in chaos? While he was lost in thought, the old man stared at the rolling clouds in the sky. A trace of exhaustion flashed across his aged face. He said, "Scaled Emperor, do you want to make a move? Although my old bones haven't exercised for many years, it shouldn't be a problem for me to kill all these kings under your command." "Most powerful cultivator of the human race, are you threatening me?" "In the clouds," the King of Scales said with a hint of anger. "It's not a threat. The choice is in your hands. Now that the 100 tribes have appeared, the Scaled tribe is not the only royal tribe. If we lose more than 10 kings here, I'm sure the other tribes will be happy to see it happen," the old man said in a hoarse voice. Within the cloud, the emperor of the Scaled clan was silent. After a long while, he said coldly, "This time, I'll give you face and give you a piece of advice. The human race is weak. You can't protect them all by yourself. Retreat." At his command, the 9 kings' figures flashed and gradually faded away. Behind them, the 12 Fourth Realm cultivators moved as well. They took the corpses of the dead Fourth Realm cultivators and disappeared together. The catastrophe was temporarily averted. In the Divine Land, the earth shook for a long time. Ning Chen looked at the devastated earth and clenched his fists. "From today onwards, you will learn the sword from me again." King Yen glanced at the young man beside him and said calmly. Chapter 982. In the Divine Prefecture, the alien races descended. The war caused immeasurable damage to the Divine Prefecture, resulting in countless casualties. After the war, the kings of the alien races left, leaving behind the crying people of the Divine Prefecture. The heavens couldn't bear it and poured down sorrowful rain. The rain poured down, creating deep ravines. This catastrophe came without warning, but it was like a storm that destroyed the hope of everyone in the world. Under the pouring rain, the elder turned around and left with his walking stick. Young Master Xiao Bai walked behind the girl, pushed the wheelchair, and followed him. In the barren city, Jian Luiying took over the dead second brother. His body trembled, and his teary eyes couldn't hide his sadness. Ning Chen's heart hurt like a sharp knife. He couldn't say a word. 3 days later, Ning Chen walked out of the barren city. His eyes covered all his emotions, and he became strong again. "Follow me." Prince Yan said calmly in front of the barren city and walked forward. Ning Chen went forward and carried the sword rack on his back, following silently. In the continuous mountain range, 2 figures were walking over. In front of a large waterfall that fell from the sky, the king stopped and said indifferently, "Let's do it here." Behind him, Ning Chen nodded. He walked to the side and put down the sword rack, waiting quietly for orders. "Pick up your sword." Prince Yan said calmly. Ning Chen was silent. After a while, he waved his right hand. In the flowing light, the famous sword of Taoism appeared again, shining brightly. Righteous Qi. This sword can't be covered in dust. Prince Yan saw the sword in the former's hand and grasped it. Not far away, the sword rack moved slightly and red light shone. The red sword flew into the king's hand. "Hold your sword tightly and move with me." As soon as he finished, Prince Yan waved his hand. In the sky, the Supreme State appeared and blood-red lightning filled the air. The Supreme State on the sword descended majestically. The king's sword moved and blood-red lightning filled the sky. The Supreme State on the sword overflowed, bringing the knowing destiny body beside it and moving with the sword. The king taught the sword, and the sword aura filled the air. He taught from the most basic sword moves, simple and unadorned. The Taoist sword in Ning Chen's hand moved with him. The sword bone, sword will, sword aura, and sword sense kept rising. They went from rejecting each other to merging into his body. The desolate city sword and the king's sword filled each other. Blood exploded around Ning Chen, dyeing his clothes red. In the extreme realm, Prince Yen saw the blood mist erupting from the former's body. He frowned and stopped. "What happened to your sword bone?" "I'm fine." Ning Chen endured the intense pain in his body and said, "Senior, please continue. I can endure it." Yen Qin Prince did not ask any more questions. If someone else's sword bone wanted to merge with his body, he would have to endure the pain himself. The king's sword moved again, but this time it did not stop. The sword moved, crisscrossing in the extreme realm of the sword, surging like thunder, dazzling the eyes. Ning Chen's body moved along with the king's sword. Every time he swung the sword bone would fuse into his body a little bit more, and the pain would increase a little bit more. The dripping sweat mixed with the overflowing blood, drenching his clothes over and over again. Ning Chen's hand that was holding the sword did not loosen at all. Only after losing it once did he know how rare it was to be able to hold a sword again. He could not lose to himself, otherwise he would have failed Jian Er before he died. The breath of humanity rang in the extreme realm. Prince Yen listened to the sound of the former sword, and the extreme realm of the sword increased. Since he had the determination and will, as a senior, he would do his best to fulfill his wish. After 100 moves, the king's sword suddenly changed. Its killing intent exploded, and it swept past quickly. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He instinctively waved the sword in his hand to block the king's sword. With a loud bang, the king's sword shook off the former sword. The sword did not change at all, and it continued to sweep forward. The sword went in half an inch and stopped. Prince Yen looked at the young man in front of him and said calmly, "From now on, your sword is not allowed to have any impurities. Otherwise, I will destroy it again. The divine prefecture no longer needs you to protect it. Your mission is over." Ning Chen listened without saying a word. After a while, he nodded lightly. "Practice by yourself until you can feel the sword breath. I will go to the imperial city of the Xia dynasty and return in 10 days. With that, Prince Yen waved his hand and collected the sword rack on the ground. Then he walked into the distance. Ning Chen stood in front of the waterfall and looked at the sword in his hand silently. The senior was right. The divine prefecture no longer needed his protection. He was not qualified, not to mention the kings and emperors of the foreign races. Even the most ordinary cultivators of the fourth realm were difficult for him to fight head-on. If the senior had not returned in time, the divine prefecture would have been doomed. In front of absolute power, all schemes and schemes were useless. His sword was not enough to protect the people he cherished. The rumbling sound of the waterfall drowned out the breath of the sword. In front of the waterfall, Su Yi raised her sword again. It was so simple that there were no more complicated moves. Just as knowing destiny returned to the divine prefecture, countless cultivators flew out of the space cracks that had been cut open in the mist of the red Luan galaxy. In just a few days, cultivators of the 100 clans descended on the mortal world one after another. Fourth plane cultivators and king-level cultivators emerged one after another. However, there was no one above the king level other than the King of Scales. In the battle of the divine prefecture, the legend of the Xia dynasty shocked the 100 races. The existence of the unfamiliar elder of the human race became a taboo. Even among the 100 races, there were only a handful of cultivators who were comparable to the emperors of the 100 races. No one dared to offend them. Cultivators of the 100 races appeared in all the galaxies. They occupied one land after another in an overbearing manner and established their own sections. The era of the 100 races fighting for supremacy came so suddenly that everyone, from the sects to the common people, had to accept this cruel and chaotic world. Kings were overseeing the various divine lands. Due to the prestige of the unfamiliar elder of the human race, no large-scale battles were launched for the time being. However, the 100 races were powerful and the humans were weak. The unequal distribution of benefits was clear. The war of the 100 races dividing the humans' territories and resources seemed inevitable. In the Z-Way galaxy, the divine capital mountain and the purple scale abyss were facing each other from a distance. The two powerful races with emperors chose the Z-Way galaxy, which was closest to the inner realm, to continue the war that had lasted for thousands of years. In the purple scale abyss, Di Mingtian stood in front of the abyss and quietly looked at the vast starry sky in front of him. Light flashed in his eyes. "Your Highness." A man in purple walked over and bowed respectfully. "It's time." Di Mingtian came back to his senses and nodded. He turned around and walked toward the abyss behind him. After coming out for so long, he had wasted too much time. Now, it was time to make up for these 100 years. In the purple scale abyss, among the new dangerous lands, Di Mingtian walked through them. An hour later, he stopped in front of a jade pool that did not look too big. In front of the dragonization pool, the purple scale king turned around and looked at the figure walking over. He calmly said, "This is the dragonization pool water that your grandfather specially brought. Don't disappoint your grandfather and father." "Yes." Di Mingtian bowed respectfully and walked into the dragonization pool step by step. At the same time, in an unknown divine realm, a withered old man stood quietly. He looked at the sorrowful people, and the fatigue in his turbid eyes became even stronger. The 100 races had appeared, and the dark age of the human world had arrived. If the humans could not survive this calamity, it would be the true eternal night. "Teacher." Behind him, a young girl with bright eyes and white teeth walked over in a wheelchair. She looked at the old man in front of her and called out softly. The old man turned around and looked at the young girl in the wheelchair. His voice was hoarse as he asked, "Peacock, how is it?" "I don't feel anything," the young girl said truthfully. The old man nodded and said, "It's normal that you don't feel anything when you meet for the first time. In the future, you will have many chances to meet. Feelings can be cultivated slowly. There's no rush." "Teacher, why do you think so highly of that person? Whether it's talent or strength, this person should not be the best choice." In the wheelchair, Peacock's beautiful face showed a hint of confusion. Talent is no longer a decisive factor after reaching the 4th realm. As for strength, no one is born invincible. He has only cultivated for a short time. "It's already not bad that he can reach this level," the old man said softly. "Teacher's assumption is that this person can enter the 4th realm. However, if he can't enter this realm, talent is an insurmountable gap. No one can change it," Peacock said seriously. The old man was silent. After a long while, he sighed softly and said, "I only saw a glimpse of the future from this person's growth. No one can guarantee what the future will be like. I will not force you. The choice is in your hands. I can't decide for you about marriage." In the wheelchair, Peacock nodded and said, "Teacher, don't worry. If this person can enter the 4th realm, as you say, then I am willing to support him with all my strength. However, if he can't, then I can only choose someone else." The old man nodded and did not say anything more. He turned around and looked at the world again. The sadness in his eyes was hard to hide. The match between Peacock and man will always be the king of the world. In this era, they needed an absolute powerhouse to intimidate the 100 tribes. He chose that young man. However, whether he could do it or not still depended on the young man's own ability. He would not interfere too much. Everyone's path should be walked by themselves. That young man's will was so strong that it far surpassed his peers. This was the most important quality on the path of cultivation. The path of cultivation was long, and no one could have a smooth journey. It was easy to survive one blow, but what about 10, 100, 1,000? It was not easy to bear the weight of all living beings. Therefore, he had to be strong enough. Even if there were thousands of disasters, he could not be weak for a moment. Although it was very cruel, this was reality. If he could not do it, then he could only find someone else. In the inner realm, in the eastern divine land, in the endless mountains, there was someone practicing the sword. Just like 100 years ago, he had nothing and had to start from the very basics. The cold light on the sword reflected off the moon. Day after day, year after year. In front of the waterfall, the king stood quietly and looked at the junior practicing the sword. Even though the progress was slow, there was no trace of urgency on his face. Chapter 983. In the Ziwei galaxy between the three divine Yangs, above the underworld continent, the Yama kings walked out and looked at the changing starry sky. They thought that after destroying the demon palace, peace would be restored to the human world. They didn't expect an even greater disaster to descend. The 100 races were in chaos and the world was in chaos. Let's part ways here. In front of the divine restriction, Yishuan Miao raised his hand and took off the evil face mask. He looked at the Yama kings and said calmly, in the current situation, it was no longer suitable for the Yama kings of the underworld to appear in the human world. They needed to return to their own path. See you again. The Yama kings took off their masks and revealed familiar faces. They said goodbye to each other and left in different directions. Mistress Mu. Ina looked at the woman beside her and was confused. Where are we going? To find your master. Mu Qingxue calmly replied and looked in the direction of the inner world. At the same time, on the divine machine peak, red maples drifted in the wind. Under the fiery red sky, a man who had knelt for 3 years slowly stood up. At that moment, above the 9 heavens, blood clouds gathered. An incomparable calamity descended to test the cultivators. A man looked at the sky and clenched her left hand. The purple cloud divine sword hummed and was unsheathed. Light shot into the sky. The exquisite heart and exquisite sword faced the first calamity of the human world. Sword aura filled the air, and they were not afraid at all. This is... At that moment, all the 4th realm foreign race cultivators sensed something and looked towards the Shinji Peak. 4th realm, and it was the aura of a human. Did the human race finally have a 4th realm cultivator? In Jinsei City, on the 2nd floor of the Dawn Moon Chong, and the Dawn Moon Tower Master stood in front of the window and looked at the Shinji Peak in the distance. Shinji, your successor did not disappoint you. You can rest assured above the 9 heavens. 100 years ago, the Jiming Marquis from the inner world opened the ancient battlefield and replenished the source energy of the world. 100 years later, the first person to enter the 4th realm was also from the inner world. The people from the Nether King's Pure Land were truly impressive. You reap what you sow. Jiming Marquis' hard work had paid off. In the inner realm, in the divine great land, in a mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, the white-clothed figure holding the sword was completely isolated from the world. She returned to the mortal world and experienced the origin of the sword. The autumn wind was bleak and the fallen leaves were scattered everywhere. Among the falling autumn leaves, Bai Yi danced with her sword. She was as graceful as a swan, as graceful as a swimming dragon. Her sword hummed softly and the sound was earth-shattering. In the first year, every slash, and stab was simple, but well-practiced. The fallen leaves that filled the sky were sliced apart by the sword without any hesitation. It was a simple sword, simple and unadorned, without any impurities. After removing the burden, the sword returned to its original state. The pure sword looked no different from an ordinary cultivator. Marshal, for the sake of the sword, the world's sword Tao. Day after day, day after day, Bai Yi waved the sword in her hand as if she didn't know fatigue. The sword hummed again and again. It was filled with longing, reminiscence, and gratitude. In front of the waterfall, Prince Yen looked at the dancing sword in front of him, quietly. An undetectable gratification flashed in the depths of his eyes. 100 years ago, the Xia kingdom was in danger. That young man picked up his sword to protect the Xia kingdom. Although his sword improved quickly, it was too heavy and mottled. 100 years later, the 100 races were in chaos. The young man of the past had grown up. However, the world was no longer something that a young man could support. The divine prefecture was still the original divine prefecture. However, it now needed a stronger guardian. If he wanted to continue protecting the people he treasured, his sword had to be strong enough to touch the kings and emperors of the 100 races. However, before that, he had to learn to let go of all his burdens. Autumn left and winter came. Snow filled the sky. The waterfall gradually froze, hanging upside down like a mirror. It was mesmerizing. In front of the waterfall, snowflakes swirled in the air. The swordsman's sword was even sharper. His figure was illusory, and his sword chi was like frost. The dancing sword danced in the sky, crisscrossing in the snow. The sword entered the waterfall and cut open many smooth openings. In this year, he learned the intricacies of swordsmanship. Every move was ordinary. In the second year, spring and autumn flew by. Sword chi glowed. Between heaven and earth, the sound of the sword was ear-splitting. It was like thunder, causing people's hearts to tremble. Birds flew into the forest after being startled. The shocking sound of the sword became more and more ear-piercing. The heaven and earth trembled, and the mountains and rivers shook. In the second winter, the sound of the sword gradually stopped. The winter thunder stopped, and the birds and beasts returned to their nests. In the third year, in the fourth year, year after year, time passed so quickly. The sword in the swordsman's hand also became faster and faster. Gradually, it could not be seen clearly. In the 10th year, the swordsman's figure gradually slowed down. Most of his sword chi was also restrained. His sword moves were unpredictable, as if he had forgotten what he had learned in the past 10 years. In front of the waterfall, the green sword in the sword rack beside Prince Yen trembled. It felt the sword in front of it and asked to be unsheathed. Feeling the breath of the green sword, Prince Yen looked away and said calmly, "Wait a little longer. It's not time yet." Hearing this, the green sword gradually stopped its sound and calmed down. In the 13th year, around knowing destiny, the sword moved without a sound. Although the sword moved, it seemed to be hidden between heaven and earth. In the mountains and rivers, there was no other movement except for the sound of the waterfall and the roars of the birds and beasts. In this year, the green sword sounded again, but it was suppressed by Prince Yen again. In the 15th year, it was the season of spring for all things. Everything was unraveled, and the waterfall fell with a deafening sound. He was surprised to see a plain dress flashing by. With a swing of the sword, the waterfall went against the flow and rushed to the 9 heavens. In this year, the breath of the sword surrounded the swordsman. It touched his heart, but the swordsman still could not hear it. In the 18th year, another 3 years had passed. The breath of the sword filled the mountains and rivers. The swordsman seemed to have felt it. When he wielded the sword, his eyes were always blank. He could not hear or understand it clearly. Not far away, Prince Yan's face gradually became serious. 100 years ago, he could not hear the breath of the sword because his heart was too chaotic. Now the opportunity was in front of him again. Whether he could grasp it or not depended on his luck. 1 year, 2 years. From this year onwards, the blank look on Ning Chen's face became more and more obvious. He forgot the past and immersed himself in the sword and the way of the sword. Unknowingly, another 5 years had passed. In the 23rd year, the mountains had changed. Between the mountains and rivers, fierce beasts ran and often appeared. However, no beast dared to approach the waterfall. The breath of the sword in the air became stronger and stronger. It was like a natural barrier, blocking all beasts thousands of feet away. 10 years. Prince Yen looked at the breath of the sword around Ning Chen, and his eyes became more and more serious. In the 15th year, he could already feel the breath of the sword. A whole 10 years had passed, but he still could not hear it clearly. Compared to a man, his talent was indeed much lower. However, this was his only chance. If he missed it, his 25 years of hard work would be completely wasted. In terms of cultivation, he lacked too much talent. The only thing he was good at was the sword. If he could not reach the peak of the sword, then in the future it would be impossible for him to reach the 4th level. In the winter of the 20th year, a white-clothed figure gradually stopped in front of the waterfall. He looked at the waterfall and stood there for the entire winter. Not far away, Prince Yen quietly looked at the young man in front of him and sighed. In the end, talent was indispensable. It had been 13 years. It was really too long. In the distance, the sound of a wheelchair squeaking as it pressed down on a branch could be heard. In the falling snow, a young girl with bright eyes and white teeth appeared. She was sitting in a wheelchair, but her expression was calm and tranquil. She looked like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. Beside the young girl, a white-clothed figure followed quietly. He had a delicate face and looked like a scholar. His aura was restrained, and no one could sense any aura of a martial artist. In front of the waterfall, Prince Yen sensed the two coming from afar. He looked over and said calmly, "Wait a moment. It has been 28 years. Now that the 100 races are in chaos, the world needs your power to deter the 100 races. I hope you can consider the big picture." In the wheelchair, Peacock looked at the king in front of her and said, "Wait a moment." Prince Yen was not moved at all and said again. Peacock frowned and said, "Sir, 28 years have passed. You should know that this matter has already been decided. Please make a decision." I said, "Wait a moment." In front of the waterfall, Prince Yan's eyes flashed coldly as he said coldly. The king was angry. The wind and snow in the sky suddenly stopped. The entire world became still, as if it was frozen. After a while, the wind and snow fell again. The world returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Beside the wheelchair, young Master Xiao Bai's expression turned serious. He reached out and pressed on Peacock's shoulder, stopping her from continuing. "Brother Yen, how much longer do you need?" Young Master Xiao Bai looked at the king in front of him and asked seriously. Prince Yen looked over at the young figure in front of the waterfall. After a while, his eyes showed a hint of emotion and said, 3 months. "Okay." Young Master Xiao Bai nodded and said, "Then we will wait another 3 months." In the wheelchair, Peacock also looked over and quietly stared at the figure in front of the waterfall. There was no prejudice or abnormality in her beautiful eyes. She understood enough about this person. With the talent of a mortal, he broke through layer after layer of obstacles and stood at the pinnacle of martial arts. This kind of willpower is indeed something that few could reach. She gave him enough respect. However, this did not mean that she approved of him. Talent, effort, and achievements were often not equal. If he did not enter the 4th realm, he would not have the right to stand in this chaotic world. It may be cruel, but this is the reality. In front of the waterfall, young Master Xiao Bai walked forward step by step and stood beside the king. He looked forward and said, "Is this person that important to you?" Prince Yen didn't say anything. However, Wu Yan's attitude already said all. "Brother Yen, you should know that in this chaotic world of the 100 races, there are many strong people. Every moment of delay will worsen the chaos. Compared to the lives of the world, the gains and losses of one person are sometimes not important." Young Master Xiao Bai said seriously. Prince Yen retracted his gaze and looked at the people beside him. He said calmly, "I do not know about the lives of the world. The reason why I agreed to help you is because you helped the inner realm. However, there are exceptions to everything. This person is that exception. Compared to him, the safety of the world is not worth mentioning." Chapter 984. In the cold night, the moon hung high in the sky. Under the moon, the 4 silhouettes were silent like stone statues. It was so quiet that it made one's heart palpitate. The sword aura in the mountains grew stronger and stronger. Hundreds of beasts prostrated themselves and trembled. The Taoist sword was impermanent. Heaven and earth resonated. The simple sword had an indescribable pressure that shook one's heart. In front of the waterfall, Prince Yen watched quietly and waited. Just like in the past 28 years, he was not impatient at all. Beside him, young master Xiao Bai's gaze kept wandering between the two. Legend had it that this swordsman of the divine prefecture was a heartless swordsman, but he could not bear to part with the 9th disciple of Mahist. It was hard to understand. Not far away, on the wheelchair, Peacock also looked ahead, quietly. Her beautiful eyes did not have any ripples. The 3-month period would soon pass. The chaos of the 100 tribes required the help of this legend of Xia. As for whether the 9th disciple of Mahist could reach the heights of the 100 tribes, it was still unknown. 100 years ago, when the ancient battlefield opened, the origin of heaven and earth was replenished. A group of 4th realm cultivators was destined to appear in the human world. However, there would not be many of them. Who could seize this opportunity would depend on their own luck. A night passed. In the east, the morning sun shone, gradually dispelling the extreme coldness of the night. A breeze blew and snowflakes flew. In the wind and snow, the white-clothed figure looked at the rising sun in the east. A trace of golden light was reflected in her confused eyes. In an instant, the wind and snow in front of the waterfall were chaotic. Beams of sword chi shot into the sky and rushed up to the 9 levels of heaven. The heavenly path was vast, and there were thousands of paths. The swordsman's sword did not fear ascending the heavenly path. The man and the sword breathed together. The man was fearless, and the sword was fearless. There was only one at the peak. On the wheelchair, Peacock's expression changed. After 28 years, did the king finally succeed in teaching the sword? He succeeded. Beside the king, young Master Xiao Bai looked at the sword light in the sky and said, although he wasted a lot of time, it was not easy for him to do it with his talent. I have never looked down on him. As he spoke, Prince Yen walked forward step by step. He looked at the sky and said calmly, "What did you hear?" "A request for battle," Ning Qin said softly. Prince Yen nodded and said, "The way of the sword. From now on, you will enter the palace for the first time. Senior, thank you for your teachings." Ning Qin turned around and bowed respectfully as he said, "Now, take a good look and understand as much as you can." Prince Yen said calmly. He waved his hand, and a green sword flew past the sword rack not far away. Wind and snow fell from the sky. The extreme state descended, and red lightning surged. The sword moved. The wind and thunder roared. The green robe wielded the sword. The 10,000 laws wailed, crawling to the extreme. In the extreme realm, Ning Qin looked at the red lightning around him seriously. A serious look flashed in his eyes. He had never seen such a sword realm before. The sword had become one, and it was unique. After over 100 moves, heaven and earth rumbled. Within the extreme realm, the red lightning became more and more dazzling. Wherever the red lightning passed, 10,000 spells collapsed, unable to withstand its might. Clang! With a hum, the green sword returned to its scabbard. Prince Yen waved his hand to disperse the extreme state on the sword. He turned around and looked at the young man behind him. He asked calmly, "How much did you see?" 5%, Ning Chun answered honestly. "It's enough. From today onwards, your sword is not allowed to leave its scabbard for 10 years. Yes. Ning Qin didn't have any doubts and answered respectfully. "Okay, I'm leaving. The world is so big. You should go out and see." After that, Prince Yen didn't say anything else. He waved his right hand and put away the sword rack. Then he walked forward. Not far away, Peacock, young master, and Little White followed. Soon, they disappeared into the wind and snow. In front of the waterfall, Ning Chen looked at the backs of the three in silence. Half a day later, in front of the waterfall, the white-clothed figure left. 28 years of being sealed forever. In the divine great land, two beautiful figures walked side by side. They had searched for many years, but they still couldn't find the person they met. Master's wife. Could Ning Chen have left the inner world? Yin looked at the woman beside her and asked. Mu Qingxue stopped and looked at the divine great land in front of them. He said softly, maybe, "Let's keep looking. If we still can't find him, we'll go to the outer world." Okay. Yin obediently nodded her head and replied. In the Ziwei galaxy, between the three divine young planets, a white-clothed figure appeared. She looked at the divine restriction in front of her and walked in. In the underworld continent, the majestic Yama 10 halls reached into the clouds. Ning Chen walked forward and looked at the empty halls. Emotions flashed through his eyes. 28 years. They had indeed left. He walked into the Imperial Hall. The empty hall was now empty. The Yama kings had left, and the underworld was empty. After the demonic calamity, the 100 races were in chaos. This calamity was no longer something they could control. At least, they couldn't do anything now. After staying for half a day, Ning Chen walked out of the underworld. He raised his hand to seal the original planet and then turned to leave. In the various regions of the universe, the 100 races stood in great numbers. Many forbidden lands appeared out of nowhere. In the past 30 years, the 100 races had gradually gained a foothold in the outer world and became the rulers of the universe. The human race was weak. Facing the powerful 100 races, they were completely silent and at a disadvantage. On Shinji Peak, maple leaves fell. Every autumn, the peak would be covered in red. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. However, the beautiful figure on the peak could no longer be seen. Ever since the fourth realm calamity descended on Shinji Peak more than 20 years ago, the 100 races had sent people here more than once. However, they all left empty-handed. The first true fourth realm human in hundreds of years shocked the 100 races and gave the human race a glimmer of hope. Originally, the arrival of the 100 races had basically destroyed all hope for the human race. The 100 races were too powerful. There were countless third realms and many fourth realms. There were even king-level cultivators. Such terrifying power made it impossible for the human race to resist. However, just as everyone was in despair, the fourth realm calamity descended on Shinji Peak. The first fourth realm human cultivator appeared. The world watched, and the panic in their hearts gradually calmed down. Since the first fourth realm human cultivator appeared, there would be a second, a third. One day, the human race would be strong enough to fight against the 100 races. In the midst of the Red Phoenix Galaxy, there was a huge spatial crack that stretched for thousands of miles. Cultivators kept appearing from the passage connecting the two regions. Their auras were abnormally powerful, striking fear in others. In the spatial crack, a vast and boundless continent floated. Its territory was more than 1,000,000 miles long. The heavenly demon realm was the true source of chaos. It was also known as the primordial demon realm. In ancient times, it had once led troops to the heavens beyond heaven and brought chaos to the world, bringing great trouble to the four immortal realms. During the chaos in the galaxy, the lord of the eastern immortal realm, the strongest cultivator in the world at that time, personally took action. She went deep into the 100 races formation and forcefully killed all the royal cultivators of the heavenly demons, dealing a heavy blow to the source of the 100 races' chaos. After the heavenly demons were heavily injured, the Queen Mother of the West took action. The Queen Mother of the West cut open the galaxy and buried the passage between the two realms in the heavenly river, cutting off the primordial demon realm's reinforcements. With the two lords of the immortal realms taking action, the chaos of the 100 races gradually subsided. After the efforts of the four immortal realms, the remaining 100 races in the human world were gradually wiped out. Today, the 100 races invaded again, but the human world no longer had the protection of the four immortal realms. The future was so dark that no one could see the light. Outside the starfield's mist, a figure filled with demonic chi swept over. In an instant, he disappeared into the spatial crack. Xian Luo, a member of the heavenly demon royal clan who had once stayed in the human world, had returned to the primordial demon realm today to find his starting point. Not long after Xian Luo entered the spatial crack, a silhouette appeared outside the starfield. She looked at the entrance to the primordial demon realm in front of her. After a moment of silence, she strode in. A frog in a well would never know how high the heavens were. Perhaps he should take a look at the world where the powerful 100 races resided. What was it like? In the spatial tunnel, flowing light flashed. The silhouette disappeared in a flash as she sped forward. After an unknown period of time, a blinding light appeared in front of her. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He took a step forward and sped up. Walking out of the primordial demon realm, the silhouette saw a boundless wasteland. Beasts galloped and ferocious birds tore through the air. It was as if the primordial era had reappeared, and danger was everywhere. Suddenly, a huge black shadow descended from the heavens. It was so fast that it swooped down in the blink of an eye. A huge eagle tore through the air. It was a divine bird with the bloodline of an ancient wild beast. When it saw the prey below, it did not hesitate and directly swooped down. In the wasteland, Ning Chen looked at the huge eagle descending from the sky. His eyes narrowed. He raised his hand and twirled the grass. Sword Chi tore through the air. The grass turned into a sword and soared into the sky. In the next moment, a shrill cry resounded through the wasteland. Sword Chi slashed across the wings of the huge eagle and blood spurted out. The huge eagle flapped its wings. However, the blood stimulated the ferocious nature of the bird. It opened its huge mouth and a terrifying suction force came, swallowing the humans below. Cultivation is not easy. Please cherish your life, Ning Chen said coldly. Murderous intent exploded from his body. A powerful pressure swept through the entire wasteland. Dust and sand filled the air. The huge eagle's body froze, and fear appeared in its eyes. In an instant, it flapped its wings and quickly flew into the sky. Ning Chen did not care about the short interlude. He retracted his gaze and looked into the distance. Light flashed in his eyes. Even though there was still some distance between him and the 100 races, he could still feel the powerful auras coming from the distance. They were as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. Other than wanting to see the true power of the 100 races, there were also two things that he had always been concerned about. These two things were related to the 100 races. One was the origin of the phoenix body, and the other was the origin of the demon body. Most of the power of the demon body came from Xian Luo, and Xian Luo was a member of the heavenly demon clan. It was even very likely that he was a member of the royal clan. Other than the demon body, he also had many doubts about the inheritance of the phoenix body. He had obtained the origin of the phoenix from the 4 extremities. However, whether it was in the inner realm or the outer realm, there are no records of the disappearance of the phoenix. It was said that the 100 races coexisted in the primordial demon realm. He just did not know if the phoenix clan existed among the 100 races. The inheritance of the gods and the cultivation of the secret techniques were very important. Back then, he had been unable to defeat the vermilion bird because it was born with the secret techniques of the vermilion bird clan. His understanding of the origin of the phoenix was limited to the speed of the world. Chapter 985. In the primordial demon realm, the cold moon had just risen. On the wilderness, a white-clothed figure walked slowly. After walking for a day, he still could not make it out. In the night sky, the roars of beasts shook the sky. The dangerous wilderness had always been a forbidden area for women and children of the 100 races. In the distance, the deep roars of beasts sounded. Soon, hundreds of wolves rushed over and surrounded the knowing destiny cultivator. In the wilderness, Ning Chen stood quietly and looked at the wolves carefully approaching him. His expression did not change. Behind the pack of wolves, A huge, two-headed wolf stared at the white-clothed figure in the middle of the pack. Its cold eyes were full of fierceness and vigilance. After standing still for a while, Ning Qin did not stay any longer and walked directly toward the leader of the wolves. In an instant, hundreds of wolves howled and rushed toward the figure in front of them like a flood. "Be careful!" At this moment, the sound of arrows piercing through the air came from afar. One after another, they shot into the pack of wolves, bringing with them a waterfall of blood. Ning Qin stopped and looked in the direction where the arrows came from. A strange look flashed in his eyes. Amidst the explosive sounds of air being torn apart, numerous figures were rushing over. Before long, they were already 1,000 feet away from the group. There were 5 strange-looking men and women. Their appearances and clothes were never seen before. The 2 small horns on their heads showed that they were not humans. When the 5 alien race men and women arrived, a hint of fear appeared in the eyes of the two-headed wolf. It howled to the sky and turned to run away. The pack of wolves accepted the order, and the team dispersed, running in all directions. "Little brother, are you okay?" The leader of the 5 alien race men and women, a middle-aged man in blue, asked with concern as he looked at the white-clothed young man in front of him. "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me." Ning Qin observed the 5 people in front of him. Alien races were not rare in the outer heavens or the inner world. However, most of the alien races outside the primordial demon realm were hostile to the human race. The 100 races invaded the Empyrean realm to fight for territory and resources. It was not strange that they were hostile. While Ning Qin was observing the 5 people, the 5 alien men and women were also observing the young man in front of them. Judging from the young man's clothes and appearance, he shouldn't be a local. They just didn't know what race he was and where he came from. The 5 non-human race men and women did not suspect that the young man in front of them was a human. In the primitive mystic realm, the human race was the lowest race. They were all enslaved by the king families or the sovereign families. The young man in front of them had an extraordinary aura. He did not look like a slave. As for appearance, there were many races among the 100 races that looked similar to the human race. This was not a rare thing. "Little brother, why are you still wandering around here at this time? There are many ferocious beasts roaming around at night. It's really too dangerous." The middle-aged man in blue spoke again and reminded him, "I got lost and couldn't find my way out." Ning Qin smiled faintly and replied. Beside the middle-aged man, the 4 men and women looked at each other and nodded secretly. It was indeed easy to get lost in the wilderness. This young man did not look like a sinister person. His appearance was born from his heart. The eyes of the person in front of them were clean, making them feel very comfortable. "Little brother, you got lost. How about this? Little brother, you can walk with us. Our village is nearby. We will reach it very quickly." The middle-aged man said gently. Ning Qin was silent for a moment. Then he nodded lightly and said, "Then I will have to trouble you." "Little brother, you are too kind." The middle-aged man replied with a smile. Then he turned around and led the way for the young man. Ning Qin stepped forward to catch up with them, following the 5 of them. Under the night sky, the 6 of them moved faster and faster. The 5 non-human race men and women obviously had some foundation in cultivation. As their figures flashed by, the sound of the air breaking could be heard. Ning Qin followed behind casually. He revealed a bit of his cultivation, but did not expose it completely. The middle-aged man in the lead saw that the young man behind him could keep up and did not think much about it. The primitive demon realm valued martial arts. Even normal people would have some cultivation. This was not strange. After half an hour, in the distance, fire burned the sky. Before they even got close, they could already feel the heat waves brought by the fire. Seeing this, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. Something was not right. As expected, when the 5 of them saw the fire in the distance, their expressions changed drastically. Without a word, they rushed forward. Ning Chen followed behind and also sped up, rushing forward. After 15 minutes, in front of the village, the 6 of them stopped. Looking at the fire in front of them, their faces were filled with shock. Qingzhu! The middle-aged man came back to his senses and rushed into the fire like a madman, looking for his wife and daughter. The other 4 also rushed forward without saying anything, each of them rushing towards their own houses. In front of the fire, Ning Chen looked at the burning fire in front of him quietly. In the fire, the 5 non-human race men and women knocked away pieces of firewood, frantically looking for their relatives who might have survived. Help! In the fire there was a faint cry. It was weak, low, and miserable. It made one shudder. At this moment, in the distance, a group of people wearing red sword robes suddenly appeared. They were chanting spells in the language of the heavens. In an instant, thunder roared from the 9 heavens. Thunder broke through the sky, and a heavy rain fell from the sky. As the rain fell in the burning village, the fire gradually extinguished. The traveler walked over with the Seruo sword on his back. With a slash, the wooden houses where there were survivors were instantly destroyed. The sword light cut open a path for survival and scattered the remaining flames. Human race? Seeing this person, Ning Chen squinted his eyes. Was his feeling wrong? This traveler did not seem to be a non-human race. The traveler walked over and bowed to the young man in front of him. Then he walked towards the wooden houses in front of him to save the survivors. Not long after, the other 5 people appeared in black. They could not hide the sadness and depression on their faces. Obviously, they did not find their relatives. In the destroyed wooden house, the traveler looked at the little girl who was burned beyond recognition. He put his palms together and sighed. Then he raised his hand and pointed at the little girl's head, prolonging her life. The swordsman and the traveler's true yuan were like rain, endlessly entering the little girl's body. However, in front of the gates of hell, even Buddha could not defy the heavens. The little girl's life force was still flowing away. What happened? What the hell is going on? The middle-aged man stepped forward, shook the little girl, and asked anxiously, "So many soldiers!" The little girl opened her eyes, which were full of fear. She only had time to say 4 words before her eyes gradually dimmed. Her life force dissipated, and her soul returned to heaven and earth. The traveler looked helpless. He reached out and touched the little girl's eyes, closing them for her. The middle-aged man was shocked, and the sadness in his eyes grew stronger. Soldiers? How could there be soldiers? The only woman among the 5 people said in a low voice, "This is the jurisdiction of King Shiri. If there are soldiers, they must be from Shiri City." Another young man said with a cold expression, "King Shiri." The middle-aged man's face changed dramatically when he heard that. He shouted, "Don't talk nonsense." "Big brother," the young man said anxiously, "we can't let go of the revenge of our wife and child." "Don't make wild guesses before we find out the truth." The middle-aged man suppressed the sadness in his heart and said in a low voice, "King Shiri?" Ning Chen's eyes narrowed when he heard this name. In the primal demon realm, the title of king couldn't be used casually. This meant that there was a terrifying king-level powerhouse not far away. He had watched the battle in the inner realm from the side. He had personally experienced how powerful a king-level powerhouse was. It was a power that was difficult to resist. At least, he was far from being able to resist it now. "Benefactor, are you a human?" Just as Ning Chen was thinking, the traveler asked politely. Ning Chen heard this, and killing intent flashed through his eyes. A moment later it disappeared. "Grandmaster, why do you ask?" Ning Chen looked at the traveler in front of him and said calmly, "Benefactor, don't worry. I'm from the human race. Seeing that you don't look like someone from a different race, I asked you specifically," the traveler said softly. Ning Chen was silent. He didn't deny it, nor did he admit it. Seeing this, the traveler didn't ask anymore. In the primal demon realm, the human race was a taboo. Very few people dared to admit their identity as a human, even if they were close friends. We can't waste time here. If Big Brother isn't willing, then I'll go find them for revenge myself. At this moment, the young man among the 5 grabbed a bow and arrow, turned around, and rushed toward the only road outside the village. Stop him! The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he quickly shouted. The woman beside him wanted to stop him, but she was pushed away by the man. It was too late for her to stop him. The young man's figure flashed out and rushed forward at high speed. Don't let him die in vain. Come with me to stop him. The middle-aged man got up and immediately chased after him. When the other 3 heard this, they all got up and hurriedly followed him. Benefactor, I'll bid you farewell. See you again. The traveler bowed and didn't delay any longer. He left with his sword on his back. Ning Chen returned the greeting. After everyone had left, he glanced at the little girl's corpse in the rain and sighed softly. He reached out his hand and dug out a 4-foot-long grave in the muddy ground. He picked up the little girl and placed her inside. She suffered a lot when she was alive, so he hoped she could be buried in peace after death. After doing this, Ning Chen turned around and looked in the direction the 5 people had left. He stepped forward and walked forward. Between the village and Sunrise City, a group of more than 10 people rode quickly. They rushed toward Sunrise City under the cover of the night. In Sunrise City, a pair of cold eyes looked ahead, waiting for the news of the completion of the mission. In the western courtyard of the monarch city, a handsome young man sat in the courtyard. On the stone table in front of him was a simple and elegant sword in its scabbard. The sword chi was restrained, and there was no sharpness to it. In the courtyard, a few pretty maids were kicking embroidered balls back and forth. There was sweat on their fair foreheads. After playing for a long time, they were tired. Young master, come and play with us. A beautiful maid ran forward, panting. She pulled the young man's arm and shook it. Sister May, please spare me. I can't play with this. The young man smiled and said, You guys play. I'll just watch. Chapter 986. Sunrise City was a majestic and huge city. It was guarded by kings and had existed since ancient times. No one dared to invade it. Under the night sky, a group of more than 10 men galloped toward Sunrise City under the cover of the night. The rumbling sound was deafening. Swift like the wind, slow like the forest, aggressive like fire, and immovable like a mountain. Sunrise City's royal cavalry was famous. Anyone who heard of them would be terrified. For thousands of years, Sunrise City's royal cavalry rarely left the city. However, once they set out, they would leave nothing behind. The night was cold and silent. The cavalry galloped, stirring up dust for miles. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the night. Behind them, 5 figures galloped past. Their faces were full of anger and hatred. They rushed out of the dust and chased after the Sunrise City's royal cavalry like crazy. Suddenly, the leader of the royal cavalry, a man in heavy armor and black armor, raised his hand and ordered them to stop. The 12 royal cavalry followed the order. They all reined in their horses and stopped. The leader of the royal cavalry looked back and saw the 5 figures approaching from behind. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Kill! Without hesitation, the leader of the royal cavalry ordered. Behind them, the 12 royal cavalry went back the way they came and rushed toward the 5 people. The scimitar was unsheathed. Under the moonlight, the 12 royal cavalry met the 5 people in the dust. The scimitar slashed across their throats. In an instant, the wind blew and blood splattered. The 3 people were killed by the scimitar before they could fight back. They were buried forever. The middle-aged man's eyes were about to pop out. He shot out an arrow to avenge them. However, the heavy armor of Sunrise City's royal cavalry was difficult to damage. The arrow flew over and shook violently. In the sparks, the arrow was deflected. It could not hurt the royal cavalry at all. The scimitar slashed again. Blood splattered. The cold light of the scimitar slashed across their throats. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 5 people were decapitated. The last young man looked at the shocking scene. His body froze. The anger in his eyes gradually turned into fear. He wanted to escape, but his legs were not listening to him. The leader of the royal cavalry rode on his horse and went forward with the scimitar in his hand. The scimitar slashed down to eliminate the source of trouble. Right at this moment, a sword light tore through the sky from afar, and it blocked the curved blade with a clang. The 12 royal cavalrymen of Rising Sun froze at the same time and looked in the direction where the sword light came from. Under the night sky, they saw a traveler in dark red swordsman robe walking over. His calm face showed that he couldn't bear it. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the battle. Benefactors, life is precious. I hope that you can be magnanimous. The pilgrim looked at the leader of the royal cavalry and said, Sorrow Walker. Seeing the person's attire, the man at the head of the king's cavalry was stunned. Why would this person appear here? Since when did the human tribe dare to meddle in the affairs of the 100 tribes? Saras, you have no right to meddle in the affairs of the Rising Sun Imperial City. One of the 12 Rising Sun Imperial cavalrymen said coldly, The heavens are virtuous. Sunrise Royal City should not be so cruel. Saras sighed softly. Fear flashed in the eyes of the leader of the riders. This person's strength was far above theirs. This was going to be troublesome. The situation changed. The man no longer hesitated. A jade scroll appeared in his hand, and he crushed it immediately. At this moment, in the Rising Sun Imperial City, where there was no night in the extreme daylight world, a majestic voice sounded and spread to the west courtyard. The royal cavalryman's mission is blocked. Go and help them. In the west courtyard, a young man who was watching a few maidservants playing with embroidered balls heard the voice transmission from the royal palace. He looked helpless. His father really couldn't let him rest for a while. Big sisters, please play by yourselves. I'm going out to do something. Yu Yao stood up and said with a smile. He turned around and took the ancient sword on the stone table and walked out of the west courtyard. 300 miles away from the Rising Sun Imperial City, the Rising Sun Imperial cavalrymen and Saras confronted each other. Their curved blades were glaring. The mission of the Rising Sun Imperial City could not be stopped. In the distance, Su Yi's figure appeared. He stopped 10 miles away and did not move forward. His calm and indifferent eyes did not change in the slightest because of the slaughter in front of him. In this strange land, he was just a passerby. He did not care about the grudges between the different races, nor did he want to care. Outside the royal city, Saras and the royal cavalrymen did not retreat. As they were in a stalemate, a young figure walked out from the direction of the royal city. The ancient sword in his hand had a restrained sword aura. After a few breaths, the young figure walked out of the battle. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. Young lord! Seeing the person who came, the 13 royal cavalrymen of Sunrise bowed and greeted him respectfully. Go back and report. Leave this to me. Yu Yao said plainly. Yes. The 13 royal cavalrymen accepted the order respectfully. They reined in their horses and rushed back to the royal city. After the royal cavalrymen left, there were only 3 people left in the battle. Saras looked at the young lord of Sunrise Royal City and waved his hand to send the young man behind him out. Father's order is to eliminate the root of the problem. You can't protect him. Yu Yao said calmly. They are just ordinary citizens. Why is Sunrise Royal City not willing to give them a way out? Saras said with a solemn expression. I don't know the exact reason. If you want to know, you can go to Sunrise City. However, I have to complete the mission given to me by my father. Yu Yao reached out to hold the ancient sword. The moment the ancient sword was unsheathed, the clouds above the 9 heavens surged like waves, shaking the heavens and the earth. Chess-Cloud Divine Sword, the peerless divine weapon of Sunrise Royal City, appeared again today. The ancient sword covered the moon and was dazzling. Seeing this, Saros' expression turned serious. He waved his hand and a sword appeared. Saros was unsheathed. The red Buddhist sword's brilliance rose. The two swords were dazzling as they faced each other from afar. Rumor has it that Saros' sword had once drawn the blood of a mortal realm practitioner. Today, I will experience it for myself. With a light shout, Yu Yao moved. In an instant, chest cloud moved the heavens. The two swords instantly clashed. The supreme martial energy collided. The divine sword's brilliance pierced through the clouds. The two astonishing divine weapons clashed for the first time. The rumbling shook the world. Although the two who were infinitely close to the mortal realm had not officially entered it, with the support of the divine sword, their combat power was no longer inferior to ordinary fourth-level practitioners. The two strong forces clashed. In the void, a vision appeared. Amidst the rays of light, the sun rose from the east, and the Saros flowers bloomed. The collision of the two great laws shook the sky and the sea, shaking the entire wasteland. As the laws clashed and the Saros flowers bloomed in the sky, a solemn figure appeared. It was a Vajra with angry eyes. With the Buddhist sword in its hand, it slashed at the divine sun in front of it. Seeing this, Yu Yao activated his royal bloodline. In an instant, a three-legged golden crow appeared in the rising sun. It screeched towards the sky and turned into a stream of fire that crashed into the Vajra figure. With a loud bang, the golden crow and the Vajra collided. An earth-shattering vibration sounded. The wasteland instantly collapsed and collapsed. 300 miles away, Sunrise City's brilliance rose. The Great City Barrier Formation automatically activated and blocked the aftermath of the battle. In the immortal royal city, the brilliance became more and more dazzling. In the palace, a pair of majestic and cold eyes looked at the battle in the distance, silently. After a long while in the palace, a soft sound of surprise sounded. King Shuri's gaze shifted and looked at the plain-clothed figure 10 miles away from the battle. A strange look flashed across his face. Who was this person? He seemed to have never seen him before. In the wasteland, the battle became more and more intense. Sunrise's royal bloodline and human practitioners were fighting. Their techniques had been raised to the peak. The dazzling brilliance made people not dare to look directly at them. Suddenly, in Yu Yao's hand, Biyun's sword shone brightly. A vast power rose endlessly. The royal bloodline's secret art appeared for the first time. 3 enlightened graces. Biyun waved. In an instant, the royal bloodline power in Yu Yao's body exploded. The unparalleled royal aura descended. The divine sword's power was instantly raised to the limit. The universe turned upside down, and the sun and moon sank. The practitioner blocked the attack with his sword. Blood splashed out, and he took a few steps back. Outside the battle, the sword energy swept past. The young man who was sent out of the battle earlier was instantly beheaded. His blood dyed the wasteland red. Saros looked back. Anger flashed across his eyes. He took a step forward, and the Buddhist sword slashed down. Endless holy light shone. Practitioner will meet again someday. His mission was completed. Yu Yao lost interest in continuing the battle. He slashed with his divine sword, and streaks of sword energy broke through the air. While blocking the holy light, he retreated from the battle. After Sunrise's royal bloodline left, Saros clenched his fists tightly. His anger could not be concealed. In the distance, Ning Qin quietly watched this great battle. A moment later, he walked forward. In the wasteland, the figures that passed by each other did not communicate at all. Saros looked at the plain-clothed young man who was walking away. He opened his mouth, but in the end he did not say anything. After walking 100 steps, Ning Qin stopped. With an indifferent expression, he said, "Great Master, this is the world of the 100 races. The human race does not belong here." After saying that, Ning Qin did not say anything else. and continued to walk forward. After hearing the former's words, Saros was first startled. Then he fell silent. A hint of confusion flashed across his eyes. The plain-clothed figure slowly walked in the wasteland. Alone, he had put down the heavy burden on his shoulders. Now, as a spectator, he quietly watched everything that was happening around him. He did not interfere, nor did he say anything. When the sun rose from the east, a plain-clothed figure walked in front of the royal city. The moment the city gates opened, he walked into the city. The enormous royal city had been immortal for tens of thousands of years. Until now, it had been countless years. The Sunrise's royal family was famous among the 100 races. Thousands of years ago, there was even an emperor in charge, and he was extremely powerful. However, following the fall of the emperor of the Sunrise clan, the glory of the Sunrise clan became a thing of the past. Although they were still powerful, they could no longer be compared to the royal families of the 100 races. The royal city, the eternal polar day world. The divine sun shone high up in the sky. In the royal city, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. It was extremely lively. Ning Chen walked among the pedestrians, looking at the different races that passed by him. He gradually did not find it strange. The tall beast man was more than 10 meters tall. His fangs were ferocious, causing people to shudder. The exquisite leopard girl had a beautiful face, and her figure was abnormally hot. She wore revealing clothes, causing passers-by to look at her, but no one dared to step forward. The old eagle woman had sharp claws on her hands that were covered in black poison. The passers-by avoided her one after another, afraid that they would hurt the innocent. There were all kinds of races that he had never seen in the past. Now, they were all reflected in his eyes. Ning Chen looked at the men and women of various races that passed by him. His calm face revealed a hint of a smile. So, there was a world like this outside of this world. A frog in a well who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today he had seen it for himself. Sunrise Palace, Imperial Palace. Ness Yao returned. On the throne in the palace, an illusory figure appeared. Looking at the son of the first wife who was walking over, he calmly said, "Investigate a person." Chapter 987. In front of the throne in King Sunrise's palace, an illusory figure stood in the light. His aura was so powerful that no one dared to look directly at him. Below, Yu Yao entered the palace with a sword in his hand. He looked at the illusory figure in the palace and said calmly, "Father!" "Well done." In front of the throne, King Sunrise praised and continued, "Investigate one more person and report back as soon as possible." "Who?" Hearing this, Yu Yao asked with a strange expression. King Sunrise waved his hand. In the palace, the laws evolved, and a plain-clothed figure appeared. His face and aura were reflected in heaven and earth. Yu Yao looked at the illusory figure in front of him, and a strange expression flashed in his eyes. "It's him?" When he fought with Saros, this person was watching the battle from afar. So, he was not unfamiliar with this person's face. "Father, why are you interested in this person? Is there anything different about him?" Yu Yao was puzzled and asked. In front of the throne in the light, King Sunrise nodded slightly and replied, "I suspect that this person is a human." "Oh." Yu Yao was surprised and said, "A human? Father, do you have any evidence?" "It has been a long time since a human appeared in Sunrise City. It's just a suspicion now. Humans are different from other races. Although their lifespan and talent are not as good as ours, their cultivation speed far surpasses that of any other race. The young man just now is not inferior to you. Looking at his age, he should be less than 100 years old. In 100 years, he can peek into the immortal realm. This cultivation is really extraordinary." King Sunrise said seriously. 100 years. Yu Yao narrowed his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he accepted the order and said, "I understand. I will investigate this matter and report it to Father as soon as possible." "Okay, you can leave first." King Sunrise nodded and said calmly, "I'll take my leave." Yu Yao cupped his fists and bowed. Then he turned and walked out of the palace. Yu Yao left the palace. In front of the throne, the light dissipated, and King Sunrise's figure faded and disappeared. In the western courtyard of the palace, Yu Yao walked over. When the four maids saw him, they were delighted. They immediately stepped forward and bowed. "Young master, sisters, please wait a moment. I still have something to do," Ness Yao said with a smile, before walking towards the stone room not far away. The four maids looked at each other, unable to conceal the curiosity in their eyes. What was the young master trying to do? Forbidden grounds of the western courtyard. Gigantic stone rooms stood tall and upright. Ness Yao looked at the 7 stone rooms in front of him. After pondering for a moment, he walked towards the final room. After training for so long, it was time for her to make a move. The stone door opened, and a decadent aura filled the air. What entered his eyes was a room that looked like a palace. It was luxurious, and it was brightly lit. Within the palace, an enchanting and beautiful figure was half lying on the ground. Her delicate body that was like a water snake was covered by a strand of light muslin, and most of her white skin was exposed. She was extremely charming, and it caused others to be unable to move their gazes away. "Hangjin, it's your turn." Ness Yao looked at the lamia in front of him and said. On the red carpet, the woman raised her head and looked at the man in front of her. A smile appeared on her beautiful and seductive face as she said softly, "Sir, don't forget your promise." Ness Yao nodded and calmly said, "As long as you complete your mission, this young master will return your freedom." Hangjin lightly smiled. She stood up from the ground and gently said, "What mission?" "Investigate a person's identity." Ness Yao's expression turned serious and said, "Sunrise Royal City." On the streets, people came and went. Ning Chan walked among them, quietly observing the people around him. Without a doubt, even the commoners of the 100 races possessed combat strength that humans could never hope to match. Although they were not ranked, their innate talents and strength were enough to match up against the human race's postliminary experts. Bang! Suddenly a violent tremor sounded from afar, followed by deafening cheers. Even though they were extremely far away, they could still be heard clearly. The faces of the people on the streets did not change much, as though they were already used to such situations. Ning Chen's gaze shifted and looked towards the direction where the tremor came from. After pondering for a moment, he walked towards it. The arena, a gigantic ring-shaped building, was bustling with noise. Tens of thousands of spectators were seated on high seats, and in the middle, on a platform made of strange black stones, a tall and sturdy figure was roaring towards the sky. His body, which was more than 30 meters tall, was shining with a strong bronze color, causing people to not dare to approach him. In front of the giant, a black-clothed man stood quietly. His body was surrounded by energy, and facing the giant, his face did not show the slightest hint of fear. At the entrance of the arena, Ning Chen stopped his footsteps. Looking at the rules posted not far away, he paid the spirit stones and then walked in. At the highest point of the arena, at the position furthest away from the arena, Ning Chen stood there. His gaze was focused on the battle below, quietly watching. He did not have much understanding of the 100 races' battle methods. If he were to encounter an opponent in the future, it would be hard to avoid trouble. This arena, to him, was not a bad place. Below, on the arena, the black-clothed man's figure moved, dodging wave after wave of attacks from the giant. He looked to be in a sorry state, but in reality he was very relaxed and did not show the slightest hint of panic. After attacking for a long time, he was unable to harm the former in the slightest. The giant once again roared towards the sky. Light rose from his body, and his iron fist smashed through the air, smashing down. Beast men, after all, are beast men. You have strength, but you don't know how to use it. The black-clothed man sneered coldly. His figure flashed, dodging the giant's fist. Then he took a step forward, stepping on the giant's arm, and leaped up. Close at hand, black energy gathered, and the black-clothed man punched down, landing between the giant's eyes. With a loud bang, the punch, infused with genuine chi, landed between the giant's eyebrows. The giant's face was filled with pain. He took a few steps back and fell to the ground. The black-clothed man landed on the giant's body. His body was filled with black energy, forcefully suppressing the giant. Victory and defeat were clear. The surrounding high platforms were silent at first, but soon burst into cheers, shouting and celebrating for the winner. At the highest point, Ning Chun looked down and squinted his eyes. The difference in strength was too great, so it was difficult to see through the opponent's strength. However, the giant just now was not weaker than a human inborn expert. Without any cultivation, the giant had such strength just by relying on his physical strength. The fighting strength of the giant race was indeed shocking. He just did not know if the giant race also had cultivators. This Black Moon has won 33 battles in a row. It's time for him to lose. Below, in the cheers, a beautiful woman was sitting in the audience. She looked down and said coldly. Beside her, a middle-aged man looked serious and said, "This person's strength is shocking and unfathomable. Every time we arrange a stronger opponent, he can face it calmly. Now, unless White Demon fights, no one can say that they can defeat him." White Demon. Hearing this, the woman's eyes flashed, and she said, "White Demon's whereabouts are uncertain. He can't be of any use now. Find someone else." The middle-aged man thought for a moment and nodded. "I'll arrange it as soon as possible." On the arena, after the battle between Black Moon and the giant ended, there were several more battles. The races were all different, and their strength was uneven. The scene was very lively, and the audience was very excited. At the highest point, Ning Chun watched every battle quietly. He had to quickly familiarize himself with the fighting style of each race. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. This was an eternal truth, and it was the same at all times. Hours passed. In the rising sun imperial city, where there was never night, the people were already used to such a life. In the arena, batches of spectators walked in and out. However, the spectator stands were still filled with cheers. It was very lively. On the highest point of the audience, a silhouette in plain clothes stood quietly. He was inconspicuous, and he stood there for a few days without leaving. Manager. On the 7th day, in an exquisite room below the arena, a middle-aged man walked in quickly and said, "White Demon is back." "Oh." In the room, the woman put down the wine in her hand and said with a strange expression, so soon, "Arrange for his battle with Black Moon immediately." "Yes." The middle-aged man bowed respectfully and left. On the arena, a white-haired figure walked out. He held an iron sword, and his murderous aura made people shudder. White Demon. On the audience stand, when the audience saw the newcomer, they were first shocked, and then they shouted crazily, "White Demon! White Demon!" The crazed audience stood up and shouted. Their faces were filled with fanaticism and worship, as if they had seen a god. The scene was shocking. At the highest point of the audience stand, Ning Chun squinted his eyes. This person's aura seemed familiar. "Young master, are you alone?" At this moment, a soft and gentle voice came from the side. It made people's bones go soft, and it was hard for them to control themselves. It was a woman in a red dress. Her face was extremely beautiful, and her figure was exquisite. Her white skin was faintly visible, and she was seductive but not vulgar. Ning Chun turned around and saw the woman walking over. A strange look flashed in his eyes. Did he attract the attention of others so quickly? "Miss, what's the matter?" Ning Chun looked at the woman in front of him and asked calmly. Hong Jin smiled and said, "I don't know much about martial arts. The next battle seems to be an important one. Young master, can you explain it to me?" Ning Chun had heard it before. He looked at the woman in front of him and said with a smile, "Judging from your clothes, you shouldn't be an ordinary person. This joke isn't funny at all." Hong Jin laughed lightly, and the seductive look on her face disappeared. "Young master, you have good eyes. I'm Hong Jin. May I know your name?" "Ning Chin." "So it's young Master Ning." Hong Jin smiled and said, "It's nice to meet you. Young master, you seem to have been standing here for a long time. Do you like to come to this place?" "It's my first time here," Ning Chin replied honestly. Hearing this, Hong Jin's eyes flashed and said, "Young master, you seem to be a martial artist as well. I wonder who do you think will win the next battle?" Ning Chen looked at the two people standing opposite each other and said calmly, "These two are experts who have hidden their strength. Now it seems that Black Moon's cultivation is slightly stronger. However, the result of a battle has never been decided by the level of cultivation. Based on my intuition, I feel that White Devil has a higher chance of winning." Ning Chin didn't say anything else. From just now, he had a feeling that this white demon's aura was familiar. He had only been here for a short time, and he had only met a few people. Therefore, it wasn't hard to guess this person's identity. In addition, there was this woman of unknown origin beside him. The identity of the person who was truly scheming was obvious.